Strolling along country roads with my baby. It starts to rain, it begins to pour. Without an umbrella, we're soaked to the skin. I feel a shiver up my spine. I feel the warmth of her hand in mine. Ooh, I hear laughter in the rain, walking hand in hand with the one I love. Ooh, how I love the rainy days and the happy way I feel inside. After a while we run under a train. I turn to her and she kisses me. There with the beat of the rain on the leaves, soft fishy breeze and I close my eyes. Sharing our love under stormy skies. Ooh, I hear laughter in the rain, walking hand in hand with the one I love. Ooh, how I love the rainy days and the happy way I feel inside. Play it for me. I feel the warmth of her hand in mine. Ooh, I hear laughter in the rain, walking hand in hand with the one I love. Ooh, I love the rainy days and the happy way I feel inside. Do it again. Ooh, I hear laughter in the rain, walking hand in hand with the one I love. Ooh, I love the rainy days and the happy way I feel inside. I'm feeling happy inside. Feeling happy inside.
I like the studio version better of that song. I know you do, but I had to play Dodgebot Ball. What time is it? It's Podblast time. That's right, it's Podblast time. I'm your host, Chance Bartels, with you tonight. We got a good one for you today, as Steve Harvey would say. Sorry, I didn't mean to shout in your ear, but we do. Oh my God, a lot of research, a lot of stuff to cover tonight. I see James Enstalls out there in the audience. How you doing, James? He has a great show coming up tonight. I would encourage you to duck out of this and check out his live radio show on a major St. Louis radio station, KTRS. His show's called Geek to Me Radio. And it's on at 10 o'clock Atlanta time, 9 o'clock Central, and 7 o'clock in Los Angeles, California. So appreciate you being out there, James. God, there's a lot to cover. A lot of pop culture, past, present, and future stuff I want to talk about. I guess we'll get started because I don't want this to be another manifesto length show like I've been known to do. 6 hours, 5 hours. Who's got the time or who cares to listen to that? But this is a historical, hopefully educational show. That's what I strive for it to be. And entertaining with the clips, not me, but with the clips that I share. So let's get started. I'm going to play some instrumental music. This is a main title theme of a TV show. Want to see if this brings back any memories or if you can identify this classic TV series. Think of a pyramid. A human pyramid. Of a family. Do you know? Well, all right, here's another of their opening. This will be a dead giveaway if you're old like me, if you're a Generation Xer. This is very sappy. But let's listen to this theme song with lyrics. And there's a reason I'm playing this.
There's a magic in the early morning we found.
And it's about to get worse what I'm going to play.
Sunrise smiles on everything around. It's a portrait of the happiness that we feel and always will. Oh, it is enough to fill our lives with love. Oh, we spend our days like bright and shiny new dimes.
God, so bad.
If we're ever
It's sentimental though, but
by the changing tide,
forever puzzled by the changing times.
there's a plate of homemade wishes on the kitchen windowsill, and it is enough to fill our lives with love.
8 is enough. Remember that little kid, Nicholas, played by Adam Rich? He's on Twitter, and unfortunately, God, I don't mean to bring the show down, but he had to let go of his dog the other day. So my prayers are with Adam Rich. And I did a post. The reason I'm playing that, the other day, it was the 45th anniversary of 8 is Enough, and another big-time classic show that we're going to talk about briefly. Now, that song you just heard was sung by one of the main actors on the show who played David Bradford, the oldest son. And he sang that. Now, Grant Goodeve is the actor's name. But the first couple years was an instrumental version of the theme like the one I just played. And then in season 3 through 5, they played that song. But it was actually featured in a season 2 episode, the last episode of season 2 titled Who's on First. And now, if you thought that was bad, wait till you hear this. This is the longer version with different lyrics from the actual episode. Let me play this. All right, in the story, the Bradford family entered a talent show. And so they're doing all these different acts. And so big brother David decides to write a song dedicated to his family. Let me play it for you here now.
This song is written for my family. When you belong to a large family, sometimes you forget you're a member.
A member?
And, well,
Members only?
this is my way of saying thank you to them for not forgetting about me. There's a magic in the early morning we found, when the sunrise smiles on everything around.
It's a portrait of the happiness that we feel and always will. It is enough to fill our lives with love. Oh, we're lucky we can share this beautiful space. So many find the world an empty place. Anyone who has to stand alone is only standing still. And 8 is enough to fill our lives with love. Oh, love makes all the difference now, and one that really shows. Just look at every one of us, see how it overflows. We spend our days like bright and shining dimes. If we're ever puzzled by the changing times, there's a plate of homemade wishes on the kitchen windowsill. And 8 is enough to fill our lives with love. More than enough to fill our lives with love.
Oh, what does that make you think of when you hear that? Well, it makes me think of this classic R-rated comedy and this amazing scene when I hear that guitar and that ridiculous singing here.
I gave my love a cherry that had no stone. I gave my love a chicken that had no bones. I gave my love a story that had no end. I give...
Sorry. Animal House, John Belushi's character. Just destroys that guitar. Now, actually, I kid, I joke. I know a lot of people probably like that that song by Grant Goodeve, but I was just joking around with that. So anyway, happy 45th anniversary of the premiere of 8 is Enough, which wasn't too long ago. It made its television debut on the ABC American Broadcasting Company television network on Tuesday, March 15th, 1977 at 8:30 in the evening. 102 one-hour episodes and 5 two-hour episodes were filmed during 5 television seasons. The last time that 8 is Enough aired on ABC TV in prime time was on August 29th, 1981, which was a rerun. The dramedy, dramatic comedy, which unfortunately had a laugh track, which I think kind of hurts the show in retrospect if you watch reruns of it, which you can't really see, by the way. I think it might turn up on IMDb TV, which is a brand new free streaming service. Reason I say that is Warner Brothers presently owns the rights to 8 is Enough, as they do Dallas and other shows, and Dallas is wound up on IMDb TV. And some people commented and wrote, where can I watch this show? Well, they've all been released on DVD, but if you're not, so if you don't still have the ability to play DVDs and you're just a streamer, keep your eyes on IMDb TV. Now, here's some facts about 8 is Enough. Well, the series was based on a semi-autobiographical novel titled 8 is Enough by Thomas Braden, who was a real writer. Braden was his last name. The show was about a newspaper columnist named Tom Bradford and his large Catholic family living in Sacramento, California, which is the capital of the state of California, which consisted of 8 kids, ranging in the beginning from ages 8 to 23. In the pilot and first aired episode, Mark Hamill, the future Luke Skywalker in Star Wars, of course, portrayed the firstborn Bradford offspring named David Bradford. And Mark Hamill did not want to get locked into a weekly television series because he knew that Star Wars had just wrapped production. He had an inkling it was going to be a major success, which of course it was when it was released on May 25th, 1977. Now, this is March 15th, 77, when 8 is Enough debuted, just months shy of the premiere of Star Wars. But Mark Hamill asked the producers to release him from his contract after the show was picked up by ABC TV. He only acted in the pilot, which to the layman out there, those that aren't like TV freaks and geeks like I am, a pilot is basically the first episode of a proposed show. And it gives an outline, and it has a cast, and it's presented to network executives who can choose whether to fund a full season or a half season or a few episodes of a particular show. That's the way the business worked, and I think it still works that way. But with streaming, you have things probably just start right out of the gate, once they get greenlit by an outfit like Netflix, et cetera, et cetera. So Mark Hamill was released from his contract because guess what happened on January 11th, 77? He unfortunately had a car crash I've talked about in previous Podblast episodes in which his face was scarred and damaged. And the theory is that the producers who fought him on the release of his contract said, you know what, okay, yeah, you can walk. We'll just recast him. And so in episode 2, you had Grant Goodeve. So that must have been weird, back then when you watched the first episode. And there were actually a couple different cast changes. There was another kid that played Tommy Bradford. His name was Chris English, and that's the only thing he ever did. And I've tried to research interviews with him. He may have sadly died back then. I don't know what happened. He may be deceased. He may have died a long time ago, but there's just nothing besides the A is Enough pilot that Chris English did as a professional working actor that I could find. So, where am I? Grant Goodeve played David throughout the remainder of the run and in 2 reunion TV specials in 1987 and 1989. And the other cast changes I just talked about, I've already mentioned Chris English, who played Tommy Bradford in the pilot and first episode, titled Never Try Eating Nectarines Since Juice May Dispense. And what that was an acronym. It was a way that Tom Bradford could remember the names of his kids. N for Nancy, T for Tommy, E for Elizabeth, etc., etc. All the way through Mary and Nicholas, Mary, but you get it. So that's what that title means. It's a way that the character Tom Bradford could remember the names of his own kids. Now, Tommy was replaced in episode 2 by Willie Ames. Chris English was, rather, replaced by actor Willie Ames, who had been on Little House on the Prairie and a guest shot and some other shows. Actress Kimberly Beck was also switched with the beautiful Diane Kay, who went on to be directed by Steven Spielberg in 1941, which also had in the cast John Belushi, who we just heard in that clip from Animal House. And she played the pretty 18-year-old daughter, Nancy Bradford. The oldest, and there was nothing wrong with Kimberly Beck. I don't know why someone at ABC says, we got to get, her acting was fine, she was attractive, but I always liked Diane Kay. And I think everyone out there that watched 8 is Enough had a favorite, depending on your sex or orientation, had a favorite actor in the cast. And you had 8 to choose from, right? So most people liked Elizabeth. I liked Nancy. Anyway, the blonde. The oldest daughter and second born of the Bradfords was Mary Bradford, played by Lonnie O'Grady, who was the sister of Don Grady, best known as Robbie Douglas in My Three Sons. And he's sadly no longer with us. He passed away in 2012 of cancer, sadly. The other Bradford kid actors in the cast were Connie Needham as 15-year-old Elizabeth, and she wound up marrying a guy in the crew. And they had to change her last name, of course. Laurie Walters was the 20-year-old daughter, Joni, and Susan Richardson was the 19-year-old daughter, Susan. And little Adam Rich was 8-year-old Nicholas. And 3 months before the first episode of 8 is Enough aired, he was in a $6 Million Man Christmas episode titled A Bionic Christmas Carol with the girl from Family, Quinn Cummings. Anyway, I digress. But he was in that, and that was a role that unfortunately followed him the rest of, and continues to follow him throughout his life. The role of Nicholas, and I'm sure that's why he had problems. You know, you're typecast. People want to pinch your cheeks. I think he maybe was slow to develop. You know, he was a short little dude like me. You know, I mean, that's going to do your head in a little bit. And you might turn, unfortunately, some substances to cope with. Just speculating. Dick Van Patten was cast as Tom Bradford, the head of the household and newspaper columnist. Now, originally, the mother was played by Diana Hyland, and we'll talk about her in a moment, as Joan Bradford, the mother of the 8 children, until her untimely death from cancer on March 27th, 1977. While season 1 was in production, she'd only filmed 4 episodes. Instead of recasting the role of Joan Bradford, the writers crafted into the storyline that she had died. And during season 2 of 8 is Enough, a new character named Sandra Sue Abbott, or Abby for short, was introduced, who was the middle son Tommy Bradford's tutor, who eventually married Tom Bradford and became the family stepmother. Stage actress Betty Buckley, who had just been seen in Carrie, the blockbuster Stephen King movie with Sissy Spacek, she played Abby. Betty Buckley did. Now, reportedly, I've read this from numerous sources, Betty Buckley resented working on 8 is Enough since she supposedly felt it was beneath her talents. And she did not reprise the role in the 2 reunion movies, and she's declined to comment in interviews about 8 is Enough that I've seen. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe you've seen an interview where she finally embraced the role, but you know, some actors want to distance themselves, like Deidre Hall for years. Deidre Hall, from Days of Our Lives, she's been on that show for decades. She was in a Sid and Marty Krofft show called Electra Woman and Dinah Girl, and she played Electra Woman, and she did not want to talk about that role for nothing. For nothing. Anything. She totally wanted to distance herself from that part. As the series progressed, 8 is Enough, we're talking about the instrumental main musical theme by Fred Werner that I played a moment ago, was replaced in season 3 by a sappy song, I already mentioned this, sung by the actor Grant Goodeve, who played the eldest son, David Bradford. This main tune with lyrics was first heard in a late season 2 episode that I played the clip of. I had the story revolving around the Bradford family entering a talent show in which David performed the song, which was a tribute to his family. Season 4 of 8 is Enough saw the introduction of a new character, New York Mets Major League Baseball pitcher Merle the Pearl Stockwell, played by Brian Patrick Clark, who eventually married Susan Bradford, played by Susan Richardson, and they had a child. In season 5, this is interesting, I think. In season 5, Abby introduced her troubled nephew Jeremy Andretti, who was portrayed by future Karate Kid Ralph Macchio. Now, in my opinion, this was not a Cousin Oliver jump the shark moment, as would what happened with the Brady Bunch with Cousin Oliver, since the character of Jeremy was actually a good addition to the stories of 8 is Enough. But unfortunately, ABC moved the show from Wednesday nights at 8, where it had been comfortably since the start of season 2. They moved it to Saturday nights at 8, towards the end of season 5, which caused the Nielsen ratings to crash, and the show was canceled. Lorimor Productions produced 8 is Enough, a company which was founded on February 1st, 1969, who had major television hit shows such as The Waltons, Family Matters in the 80s, Dallas, which lasted 14 seasons with 357 episodes produced, Knots Landing, the spinoff of Dallas, Falcon Crest, Full House, among others. In 1993, Lorimor Productions was dissolved, and it was absorbed by Warner Brothers, who own the rights to 8 is Enough to this day. And the 2 reunion movies I spoke of were movies of the week that aired on another network, NBC TV. An 8 is Enough reunion aired on Sunday, October 18th, 1987. And actress Mary Fran from Newhart, she was the wife in Newhart, Bob Newhart's 1980 show, you know, This is my brother Daryl, my other brother Daryl, my other brother Daryl. You know the show. Mary Fran replaced Betty Buckley as Abby in that first reunion TV film. That reunion was followed, because it had great ratings, by an 8 is Enough wedding, which aired on Sunday, October 15th, 1989, this time with actress Sandy Faison, Faison, probably not pronouncing that right, Sandy Faison as Abby. I hated that laugh track on 8 is Enough in the original show. Oh, I hated that. But as I said, Warner Brothers did release the entire series, very popular series at that, on DVD. Now, got a brief clip here about Diana Hyland and her relationship with John Travolta. Diana Hyland, in case you're tuning in late, played the mom, Joan Bradford, in 8 is Enough in the first season. Let's listen to this brief clip. And yo, here it is.
One of her most memorable roles would come several years later. That was the 1976 made-for-television movie The Boy in the Plastic Bubble. Hyland played the role of the titular character's mother. That role was played by John Travolta. On top of the film being a big one for Hyland, it was also somewhat of a breakthrough for Travolta. And it would end up being the start of a serious romance between the two, even though Diana was 18 years older than Travolta. John Travolta had made a small name for himself already, starring in the show Welcome Back, Kotter. Although the show had only barely just started its second season when The Boy in the Plastic Bubble premiered, people had begun recognizing the young actor. And he had gotten a small feature role in Brian De Palma's adaptation of the Stephen King novel Carrie. His breakthrough roles in Grease and Saturday Night Fever were only just around the corner. Perhaps it was the shared thirst for Hollywood success that drove Travolta and Hyland together. But for whatever reason, their romance would end up being a pretty big deal to the two stars. It would last until Diana Hyland's death. Soon after The Boy in the Plastic Bubble wrapped filming, Hyland would be offered an even greater role. Sadly, though, this would be the actress's final role. It was in the sitcom 8 is Enough. The sitcom was based on the real-life story of a news anchor and journalist with 8 children. In the show, Hyland played the wife of Dick Van Patten and the mother of the 8 children. However, it was a role she wouldn't get far into before her passing. 8 is Enough looked like it was going to be a pretty big success for its network as soon as it went into production. It not only had a promising concept, but had managed to attract a very promising cast. However, things would take a turn for the worse soon into filming. Dick Van Patten recalls that Hyland began, quote, complaining about a backache as soon as filming started. As it turns out, she had been diagnosed with terminal breast cancer only a week prior. She kept the diagnosis a secret, hoping she'd be able to fight it and keep her new TV role. Sadly, this didn't end up being the case. During the filming of the show's 4th episode, Hyland was driven to the hospital by her boyfriend, Travolta. Upon arriving, she called for the cast and crew of 8 is Enough. It was at this time she revealed to them her struggle. Although she had every intention of giving her all to her new TV role for as long as she could, fate had other ideas. Less than 3 weeks after revealing her diagnosis, she was dead. John Travolta stuck by Diana Hyland until the very end, staying by her side on her deathbed. Travolta had a long and promising career ahead of him, but his time spent with Hyland would be something he would never forget. Likewise, the world retains fond memories of the television starlet. Even if she never quite found that breakthrough role that was warranting of her skills as an actress, she definitely carved out a niche as a talented guest star. If she had survived to see her role in 8 is Enough truly come to fruition, she likely would have been even more successful than she already was. 8 is Enough ended up killing off her character to explain the absence after only 4 episodes. But it would go on to be a fairly successful sitcom, lasting for 5 seasons.
It wasn't really a sitcom.
Diana Hyland is just one of many actresses and actors who died before their time. Comment down below to share what your favorite of Hyland's roles was,
so that was
how you think 8 is Enough might have changed if she had managed to survive her battle.
Let me just say, there was a really good Christmas episode, a 2-hour episode called Yes, Nicholas, There is a Santa Claus, where the family is robbed, and Tommy finds a present from his deceased mom, hidden away like she was known to hide presents or whatever and buy Christmas presents early. It was written into the script. And there was a wrapped present to Tommy. Anyway, and it's real dramatic, and it's kind of corny, but it's a real good Christmas episode. But let's talk about something else. Let's shift gears. that was such a historic night for television on March 15th, 1977, which was a Tuesday night, because immediately after the 8 is Enough 1 hour premiere at 8:30 came this show that changed everything in television at 9:30 p.m. on ABC TV. Talking about this gem.
Come and knock on our door.
Come and knock on our door.
We've been waiting for you.
We've been waiting for you.
Where the kisses are hers and his. Three's company too. Come and dance on our floor.
Come and dance on our floor.
Take a step that is new.
Take a step that is new.
We've a lovable space that needs your face. Three's company too. You'll see that life is a ball again. Laughter is calling for you. Down at our rendezvous.
Down at our rendezvous.
Three's company too.
That was the opening and the first version of the theme song to Three's Company. Happy 45th anniversary and debut day to Three's Company, which also premiered, as I said, on Tuesday, March 15th, 1977 at 9:30 p.m. right after 8 is Enough on ABC. Ultimately, 170 half-hour episodes in two 1 hour episodes, including a 1 hour best of special hosted by none other than Lucille Ball, were taped throughout 8 full television seasons. Except for season 1. Season 1 was a replacement during the 76-77 season, and there were only 5 or 6 episodes of season 1, but the rest were full seasons 2 through 8. The last time a Three's Company episode aired on prime time on ABC TV was back on September 18th, 1984, which transitioned into the spinoff Three's a Crowd, which first aired a week later in the same time slot on September 25th, 1984, Tuesday night at 8:30. I have 2 complaints about the way Three's Company ended, just as a viewer and fan. One, I think Jack should have married Janet instead of this new character, Vicky, the flight attendant, played by Mary Carteret. I thought that there was great chemistry between John Ritter and Joyce DeWitt, and it just made sense. And I'm not the only one to think that and to make that sentiment known out there in social media land. And I just think it should have been Jack and Janet. And I'm going to do a whole Podblast on Three's Company. I mean, we've got so much to cover. I don't mean to just gloss over Three's Company because I think it was a great show, but we're going to talk about some spinoffs of Three's Company in a second. But my other complaint is that I think Janet should have been the one to turn out the lights of the old apartment in that final shot instead of the nurse Terry, since Janet was the original roommate. In the pilot, it was she and Suzanne Summers' character, Chrissy Snow, and then a woman who got pregnant that were living there. And then in the first episode, Jack passed out in a bathtub at a party that he crashed. And when the girls figured out how good he could cook as a cooking student, preparing to be a chef in his dream of opening his own restaurant, which he eventually accomplished in Three's a Crowd, they wanted him as a roommate. Platonically, of course. Now, I need to take a quick break, and let's listen to the remaining versions of the Three's Company themes. It's about 5 minutes long, but I love this, and I want to document it for all time on the Nostalgic Podblast for historical purposes. Listen to this.
Come and knock on our door.
Come and knock on our door.
We've been waiting for you.
We've been waiting for you.
Where the kisses are hers and his. Three's Company too. Come and dance on our floor.
Come and dance on our floor.
Take a step that is new.
Take a step that is new.
We've a lovable space that needs your face. Three's Company too. You'll see that life is a ball again. Laughter is calling for you. Down at our rendezvous.
Down at our rendezvous.
Three's Company too. Down at our rendezvous, Three's Company too. Come and knock on our door.
Come and knock on our door.
We've been waiting for you.
We've been waiting for you.
Where the kisses are hers and his. Three's company too. Come and dance on our floor.
Come and dance on our floor.
Take a step that is new.
Take a step that is new.
We've a lovable space that needs your face. Three's company too. You'll see that life is a ball again. Laughter is calling for you. Down at our rendezvous.
Down at our rendezvous.
Three's company too. Down at our rendezvous, Three's company too. Come and knock on our door.
Come and knock on our door.
We've been waiting for you.
We've been waiting for you.
Where the kisses are hers and his. Three's company too. Come and dance on our floor.
Come and dance on our floor.
Take a step that is new.
Take a step that is new.
Leave a lovable space that needs your face. Three's company too. Down at our rendezvous.
Down in our rendezvous. Three's company too.
Down at our rendezvous.
Down in our rendezvous. Three's company too.
Come and knock on our door.
Come and knock on our door.
We've been waiting for you.
We've been waiting for you.
Where the kisses are hers and his. Three's company too. Come and dance on our floor.
Come and dance on our floor.
Take a step that is new.
Take a step that is new.
Leave a lovable space that needs your face. Three's company too. You'll see that life is a ball again. Laughter is calling for you. Down at our rendezvous.
Down in our rendezvous.
Three's company too. Down at our rendezvous.
Down in our rendezvous.
Three's company too.
So, everyone had a favorite blonde roommate, whether it was the original Suzanne Summers as Chrissy Snow, Jenna Lee Harrison as her clumsy cousin, or Terry, played by Priscilla Barnes. And Cindy Snow was the clumsy one. Anyway, I got to go with the original. Everybody knows about the salary dispute that allegedly her husband screwed up negotiations with the network, and, you know, she alienated herself from her co-star, supposedly. There's been all sorts of movies, like there's a big NBC network movie starring Brian Dennehy as Silverman, the big ABC network executive who went to NBC. He's a very successful, brilliant man. Brian Dennehy played him in a Three's Company television movie biopic. Come and Knock on Our Door, I think is what it was called. But I wanted to play those because they're all different. Those are different musical themes, and I love that theme. I love the Three's Company theme. Now, I mentioned the spinoff Three's a Crowd. Well, of course, there was a Roper spinoff, which started towards the end of season 3 of Three's Company. And Norman Fell did not want to leave the successful, major hit Three's Company to do his own show. He had good intuition. He had a feeling it may not work. And so in the contract negotiations, the producers said, "Oh, don't worry about it, Norman. Norman, baby, we got you. We got this, man. No, if the show don't go, if it goes if it don't go 22 episodes, we'll bring you back. Yeah, baby, we'll bring you back to Three's Company." Well, it went 28 episodes. There were only about 6 episodes in season 1 of The Ropers, because like I said, it started as like a winter replacement show towards the end of the 1978-79 season. And then its second season was a full season. So he got screwed, but they actually did bring the Ropers back. Talk about that in a moment. But I just want to acknowledge, because the 43rd anniversary of the debut of the Ropers happened back on March 13th, 2022. We're beyond that, of course, but this is still historical. TV historically significant in television history, I think. The Ropers debuted on Tuesday, March 13th, 1979 at 10 p.m., right after Three's Company. That was a great, see, they should have had that as that hour, the Three's Company hour. 9:30 Three's Company, 10 o'clock The Ropers. The network screwed up. I'll talk about that in a second. This Three's Company spinoff fared extremely well in the ratings, hitting number 8 in the Nielsen ratings with a 25.2 share, which is commendable. But as many network executives do, the successful sitcom was moved to a bad time slot, Saturday night at 8, for its second and final season, which caused the ratings to sink. Joining stars Norman Fell as Stanley Roper and Audra Lindley as Helen Roper were the hilarious Jeffrey Tambor, who's still around. He did the Larry Sanders Show, Archer, Arrested Development, among other things. Arrested Development, that is. I stuttered. And he played the snob next-door neighbor on the Ropers, realtor Jeffrey P. Brooks III. And Patricia McCormack from The Bad Seed, that movie from like the late 50s, a horror movie where she played this evil child killing people. But she was really pretty in this. She played the wife of Jeffrey P. Brooks III as Anne, spelled A-N-N-E. Like I said, 28 episodes were taped. And, the origin of the Ropers, it was a remake of the British show titled George and Mildred, which was a spin-off of a show called Man of the House in England, which itself was the original British show which Three's Company was based upon. Despite the claims of the contrary of many on the internet, The Ropers was funny in my opinion. But as of this writing, The Ropers is yet to be released on home video in any format, unlike Three's Company. The entire 8 seasons of Three's Company were released starting, I think, in 2003 through 2006 or so, but they're all out on DVD. The Ropers is not. But you still can see The Ropers on the free over-the-air digital national network in the United States of America called Antenna TV. They air The Ropers as part of their lineup. But each episode has 3 minutes cut so they can play more commercials. Because back in the day, a half-hour show without commercials was 25 minutes, 10 seconds. Now it's more like 22 minutes or less. Now, Pluto TV streams these cut syndicated versions of The Ropers on demand. So you could, if you stream Pluto, it's right there on demand. You can pull up any episode you want. All 28 of them are right there. After The Ropers was canceled, the last episode aired on Thursday, May 22nd, 1980. They moved it from Saturday to Thursday to try to salvage it, but it was too little, too late. The Ropers did return to Three's Company just in one episode, in a story where they interacted with their replacement landlord character, Ralph Furley, played by the great Don Knotts. They returned in a season 5 Three's Company episode titled Night of the Ropers, which aired on Tuesday, March 17th, 1981, almost exactly 2 years after the debut of their own show, The Ropers, in 1979. So folks on Facebook commented that the Ropers were supposed to be in their 40s. But they look so old, and this one girl's like, "Oh my God, I'm in my 40s, crap!" And she was like insulting herself. Well, don't fret, because in reality, Audra Lindley was 60, who played Helen Roper when Three's Company started. So she was 60, 61, 62. She was into her 60s during the Three's Company and Roper's run. And Norman Fell was 53 when it started. So don't be so hard on yourself. Even though they may have been written to be in their 40s, the actors themselves were much older than that. Now, I do like some of the new characters that were introduced into the Ropers and then joined the Three's Company universe, such as Helen Snob's sister Ethel and her forgetful mother, Helen's mother, and her other sisters, including one who was continually being knocked up. That was the running gag. She was always pregnant. But they had some good characters and others, too, on Stanley's side. Buddies and stuff. It was the same thing as Three's Company. If you like Three's Company, you probably like the Ropers. Don't believe the bull crap hype that it was a bad show. It was not. It was not poorly written, directed, or acted. It was fine. Here is what. Now, the opening sequence, the opening theme was pretty lame, but I'm going to play it just to be playing it. The only thing I like about it is you hear a couple notes on, like, it sounds like a child's piano of the Three's Company bars. But let's listen to the original opening of the Ropers. This is just about a minute. It was like George and Mildred's theme in England. So Norman Fell's dancing with a plunger, and it looks really cheap. Like there's a solid color background. They just look cheap intentionally for laughs. Evan Cohen played the kid of the Brooks. David Brooks, I guess the fourth. David Brooks the fourth. So what happened was TV Land, when Three's Company hit DVD back in 2003, 2004, TV Land had a marathon which included episodes of the Ropers and Three's a Crowd. But what was cool was, for the first time since their original air dates, they didn't play them uncut, but they played different versions which actually had scenes that were not in the regular syndicated ones that are on Pluto TV right now or Antenna TV. They played the cut epilogues, which is like the last scene before the end credits. Typically, that's what would be cut, and it would tie together loose ends of the story. Maybe that's why people, in part, don't like the Ropers or give it much street cred for being a decent show, because so much was removed that would make the storyline make more sense. So what I did was I recorded. They didn't play the whole 28 episodes, but they played some on TV Land. It's part of like a Three's Company weekend marathon. I recorded them, and I'm such a dork. I edited both versions together to form an uncut episode on the ones that TV Land did air. But anyway, now I'm going to play a brief clip titled "Whatever Happened to Norman Fell and Audra Lindley, The Ropers."
Played by Audra Lindley and Norman Fell, Helen and Stanley Roper were, respectively, the sex-starved and nosy landlords of Jack, Chrissy, and Janet, the hilarious trio of roommates on Three's Company.
What earthquake?
The big one, don't you remember? Oh, it was thrilling.
Thrilling?
Yeah, it was the first time our bed moved in years.
Audra Lindley was born September 24th, 1918 in Los Angeles, California.
1918.
In the 1940s, she moved to New York and made her Broadway debut in 1942. She soon added television to her repertoire. In the 1960s, Lindley took time off from acting to raise her 5 children. After her husband passed away in 1970, Lindley returned to acting, landing parts on numerous television series. Norman Fell was born March 24, 1924 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He graduated from Temple University with a bachelor's degree in drama. During World War II, Fell served as an Air Force tail gunner in the Pacific. After the war, he began his acting career on both stage and television. During the 1960s and 70s, Fell was one of television's most ubiquitous actors, appearing on almost every popular show of both eras.
I'm a witch.
He's playing Sigmund Freud on Bewitched.
Don't you think that's strange?
Do you?
No.
He even starred in his own hit series, Dan August, alongside Burt Reynolds.
Quinn
Well,
Martin.
Evans could have left his gun in the car. And she could have had a different motive, George.
Right. Suppose she found out that the blackmailer was working for that.
Indication that...
Fell also appeared in film, notably Steve McQueen's Bullet.
Now, you are sick. Smuggling a dead man out of a hospital? And now 2 men killed who may have had nothing to do with it.
In 1977, Lindley and Fell landed their most famous roles as Helen and Stanley Roper on the soon-to-be hit series Three's Company.
Actually, 76.
I hope you be happy.
I don't want to be happy. I want to be with you.
2 years after the show's debut, the duo were offered their own spin-off, The Ropers. When Fell and Lindley left Three's Company, they were replaced by Don Knotts as the new landlord, Mr. Furley.
Always the husband who's the last to know.
So what? Oh, no. You don't think that we...
No, you.
Sadly, The Ropers was a flop. Fell's career continued as he made
Because of the
guest
network.
appearances on numerous TV
Screw him
shows,
with the time
while
slot.
Lindley returned to the stage, even starring in a production with
It
her
hit
second
number 8 in
husband.
the Nielsen's before they
On
screwed
October
up the schedule.
16th, 1997, Audra Lindley died of leukemia at the age of 79.
A long time ago.
She was buried at Woodlawn Cemetery in Santa Monica, California, under a tombstone bearing her father's name. The following year, on December 14th, 1998, Norman Fell died of bone cancer at the age of 74. He was interred at Mount Sinai Memorial Park Cemetery. We cannot think of their characters without seeing their faces and chuckling along with them at some of the funniest moments on television.
I would agree with that, and I want to give credit to this YouTube channel, Kermit's with a K, Kermit like Kermit the Frog, Kermit's Corner with a K, Korner, for that clip. I don't like anyone stealing from me, and I don't steal from them. I share, and I give full credit. By the way, I posted a black and white photo of an attractive actress in the nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, and I asked this question: who is this woman? Hint: she's an actress. Here's some of the guesses. Bill Ottaviano said Shirley Temple. Anthony Marziato guessed, is it Anne Francis? Anne Francis, by the way, was in Forbidden Planet. And I meant to mention, well, let me finish this thought. And then Paul Williams, not the Paul Williams, the songwriter and actor. Paul Williams said, I'll take a stab at it. It's Shirley Jones. I appreciate everyone guessing. Not poking fun, because I'm really glad that you guessed, and those were all great guesses. But who was that attractive woman in the black and white photo? Head to the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, and hey, why don't you join? You don't have to answer any questions. You're not going to be bothered. But if you join, and if you don't have time to listen to the show, a lot of the content I post there, so you can get a Reader's Digest version without having to listen to this show. But who that was, it was Audra Lindley, otherwise known as Mrs. Roper herself, when she was a young starlet in Hollywood. See, the wig threw you, and it threw me too. I knew that'd be a good trivia question because you're not used to seeing Audra Lindley young and without that red-headed wig. We're all used to seeing her in that silly wig. So happy anniversary to those shows. 8 is enough, Three's Company, and The Ropers. Item! Big movie's about to open in May 2022 titled Doctor Strange 2 Into the Multiverse. And I have a prediction for you guys and gals in the audience. I could be wrong, but I predict a DC Universe cameo, either in jest as a joke or in a serious scene. The audience would be caught completely off guard, and they would be totally wowed, on their feet clapping. Because in this plot, the multiverse, there's different universes. There's alternate universes that Doctor Strange has unleashed with a spell that he concocted in Spider-Man No Way Home, the blockbuster movie from the end, released in the end of 2021. So I can totally see Doctor Strange encountering some of the DC characters. I mean, hell, Marvel does a profit-sharing deal with the Japanese company Sony, because they own the rights to Spider-Man. Disney does not own the rights to Spider-Man. They lease it in a profit-sharing business deal. in which there's been friction between both companies about what's fair in terms of the profit sharing. It's been in the press, but they worked it out thus far, thank goodness. But why couldn't they do the same with Warner Brothers, who own the DC characters like Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman? Those are DC Warner Brothers properties. No one would see that coming if some of the DC characters showed up in Doctor Strange 2 or in the Marvel Universe, even, like I said, as a joke, cameo, or something greater than that. We'll see. The movie opens on May 6th, 2022. Now, here's some scenes from the upcoming movie, Doctor Strange 2, Into the Multiverse, starring Benedict Cumberbatch as Dr. Stephen Strange.
Every night, I dream the same dream. The nightmare begins.
So he's having a happy ending there.
I did what I had to do to protect our world.
You cannot control everything, Strange. You opened the doorway between universes, and we don't know who or what will walk through it.
Wanda, what do you know about the multiverse?
Viz had his theories. He believed it was dangerous.
That's Elizabeth Olsen talking. Wanda, the Scarlet Witch.
Right.
And the younger sister to the Olsen twins from Full House. In the fashion world.
Your desecration of reality will not go unpunished.
We should tell him the truth.
Things just got out of hand.
You break the rules. Look out! You become a hero. I do it, I become the enemy. It doesn't seem fair.
Be there or be square on May 6th, 2022, when Doctor Strange 2 is released in movie theaters. Owned by Disney. They're doing a great job with the Marvel properties. They really are. Marvel Studios and the MCU are well represented. And if you see WandaVision, this is the continuation in terms of her character, and it looks like there's an evil Scarlet Witch from another universe in this. But hey, you heard it here first. You heard it here first. Don't be shocked if some of the DC characters show up in one way or another. Maybe it won't happen. I'm just making a little bold prediction. We'll see. Item. Moving on. Happy debut day the other day. I'm playing catch up here to The Greatest American Hero, which began its 3-year run on the American Broadcasting Company, ABC TV, back on Wednesday, March 18th, 1981 at 8 p.m. And that was in the old 8 is Enough time slot from season 2 through most of season, up until the end of season 5. That was the winning time slot. So Greatest American Hero took over that time slot from 8 is Enough with a 2-hour premiere. 42 one-hour episodes were filmed after the 2-hour first episode and pilot show. The last original episode of The Greatest American Hero aired on Thursday, February 3rd, 1983 on ABC. Cashing in on the popularity of the Christopher Reeve Superman movies of the time, the show was in trouble from the very start when the owners of the Superman copyright at Warner Brothers and the Salkinds who produced the films with Christopher Reeve threatened legal action, claiming that the series had stolen their character. Then, a real man with the same last name as the main character who played the Greatest American Hero shot President Reagan. John Hinckley was the psycho's name, which caused scripts to be rewritten. And the Nielsen ratings tanked for The Greatest American Hero. The star of The Greatest American Hero was William Catt, who, and we talked about Carrie a lot tonight. We mentioned John Travolta, Betty Buckley, but also William Catt was in the movie Carrie on the big screen. But in this show, The Greatest American Hero, he played Ralph Hinckley, a high school teacher in Los Angeles, California, who encountered aliens from outer space in the desert while on a school field trip. The extraterrestrials presented Ralph with a red suit and cape, which enabled Hinckley to fly through the air like Superman. FBI agent Maxwell, played by Robert Culp, who'd been in The Outer Limits in the 60s, and he persuaded this quote-unquote hero to help him fight crime. Unfortunately, Ralph lost the instruction book for the flying suit that the aliens left, so he had to engage in trial and error to learn how to use the suit. The suit also had other powers that Ralph discovered as the show went on, such as the ability to become invisible, and he had super scope vision, kind of like the bionic eye in the $6 Million Man. He could zoom in, and he had the ability to become invisible, and he had X-ray vision, which enabled Hinckley to see through walls. Ralph's girlfriend, who was a lawyer named Pam Davidson, played by Connie Sedaka, John Tesh's ex, also knew about the suit. But due to the aforementioned situation with President Reagan back in 1981, the character of Ralph Hinckley was referred to as Mr. H and even Mr. Hanley at times. But as the show went on, the original last name of Hinckley returned. As seen in other shows like Mork and Mindy, the main lead characters eventually got married. And Ralph did have a son named Kevin, played by Brandon Williams from another marriage. Also in the regular casts was attractive Faye Grant as Rhonda Blake, who a couple years later would be in V, the original miniseries. She was the blonde, the love interest for, what's his name? The Beastmaster. Oh, God, I know that actor's name. He played the Beastmaster. He was in V. It'll come to me. Oh, God, I got to move on. But anyway, she was in V, Faye Grant. Real pretty lady, and she was married to troubled Stephen Collins, the actor from Seventh Heaven and Star Trek, the motion picture. Anyway, he played Commodore Decker. Anyway, or was it not Commodore Decker, Captain Decker? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares about that. But Faye Grant was in it, yeah, and I like Faye Grant. Oh, Mark Singer, that was in V. She was the love interest to Mark Singer's character, who was the cameraman that busted the aliens, the lizard people, when they came down in V, and V the Final Battle, and V the series, anyway, that they brought back in 2009. They brought back Diana to that. Anyway, God, I'm all over the place, like always. The song was more popular than the show. The theme song, The Greatest American Hero, believe it or not, with music by Mike Post, who'd done themes of great shows like The Rockford Files, the original Magnum P.I., and Stephen Geyer, Geyer, created this song, and it was sung by Joey Scarberry. It was a major hit 45 record single. Kids, what that is, it's this. Let me hold this up for the camera. If you're listening at fistfulofradio.com, I do this live on camera in the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast, or on the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast. I would love it if you subscribe to the YouTube channel, and what's in it for you is contests, giveaways, and just, you don't have to give away any personal information, nothing like that. But a 45 record was a single, front and back. There'd be a A-side and a B-side. And this song did very well on the charts. Let's see. Yeah, oh my God. It hit number 2 on the Billboard Top 60 charts. I'm going to play it in a second. It was a major hit single during the summer of 1981, which incidentally was the same summer that the blockbuster movie Superman 2 starring Christopher Reeve was in movie theaters in the United States of America. It had opened in 1980 and other parts around the world. That was the weird thing about Superman 2. It opened in England and in Australia, for instance, in 1980, but it didn't hit America. Usually it's the other way around. Usually a movie opens in America and then around the world. I think even Japan got it in 1980. In fact, at the end of Superman the movie, it says, next year, Superman 2. The first Superman was released December 15th, 1978. And, yeah, so anyway. whatever. So William Catt, Connie Sedaka, and Robert Culp all returned in a failed reboot pilot for NBC, different network than ABC, titled The Greatest American Heroine, which aired on Thursday, February 13th, 1986, in which the space aliens tell Ralph to find a suitable replacement for himself when his secret identity is revealed to the world. Much to Bill, the FBI agent's Bill Maxwell's disgust, he's a pig. He's like a male chauvinist pig. Ralph selects a woman to be his successor, played by Mary Ellen Stewart as Holly Hathaway, the flying female. The series creator, Stephen J. Cannell, that we did an entire Podblast about recently, co-wrote this 1986 pilot. This is from IMDb. NBC chief at the time, Brandon Tartikoff, felt that ABC had made a terrible mistake in canceling The Greatest American Hero and decided that NBC should recreate it with a female protagonist. This pilot was not picked up by the network, but was added to the syndicated rerun package of The Greatest American Hero. According to the star William Catt, the original concept for this pilot was for NBC to revive the series with himself back in the role of Ralph Hinckley for another season. But due to his steady work on the revival of Perry Mason, he declined the offer. Thus, the Greatest American Heroine concept was created and ultimately rejected. Now, speaking of Perry Mason, William Catt's mother is Barbara Hale, co-star of the original Perry Mason classic television series. Let's listen to the song. Now, if you're ever watching this when it's not live on Facebook and the sound goes out, it's not me, believe it or not. Believe it or not, it's not me. It's bots. But on YouTube and on Apple and everywhere else that you find your favorite podcasts and Podblasts, as it were, the audio will be there. So if it goes out, it'll come right back on. But let's listen to a little bit of that hit song. This is the 45 record version, believe it or not, from vinyl. Hear the scratches?
Suddenly I'm up on top of the world. It should have been somebody else. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me. Just like the light of a new day, it hit me from out of the blue, breaking me out of the spell I was in, making all of my wishes come true. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free, flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me. This is too good to be true. Look at me, falling for you.
catchy song. I like that. That just reminds me, having a flashback. No one will get this reference, but there's a season 2 Fall Guy episode with Cleavon Little guest starring. You know who he is from the Mel Brooks movie Blazing Saddles? And there's a scene where they trash an airplane in a big crash scene. The one wing falls off, the other wing falls off like a little prop plane. And he says to Colt Seavers, played by Lee Majors, Cleavon's characters, talk about a wing and a prayer. We ain't got either one. When both wings fly off, I don't know. It tickles me. I hope that show winds up on Disney Plus soon now that Disney owns the Fall Guy. Talked about that when Doug Barr was our guest. The Doug Barr from the Fall Guy played Howie Munson. Now let's continue on here. Let's see, where am I on this? Oh yeah, last time I talked about The Batman, which I really liked, and Al Hardy called in, and I called him, and we reviewed The Batman. We both liked it a lot, and it got me thinking about movies that are 3 hours long or longer. And so I have a list of a few more. I'm not going to go through the whole list. I'm not even going to get to the Quentin Tarantino movies, unfortunately. That'll be next time, because I don't want this to be an epic length Podblast. But there were a couple movies I intentionally omitted last time because I wanted to get closer to Easter. Right now, we're pretty much at Easter 2022 in time. And one of them in this list, and I have just a couple clips of these movies, is Ben-Hur, the classic Ben-Hur starring Charlton Heston. It clocked in at 3 hours, 32 minutes in length. And what's cool about that is it had like an overture before the movie started. Kind of like Star Trek the Motion Picture. You know what I'm talking about? Where the screen is blank screen, and you hear music, like the theme, just instrumental music playing, like a minute or so before the actual feature started. And the original VHS and Laserdisc releases of Star Trek the Motion Picture kept that overture intact. But ever since then, on DVD, Blu-ray, and everything else, they cut it. Well, Ben-Hur had this overture, and it was such a classic, of course. ABC, now owned by Disney, plays Ben-Hur almost every Easter. And it starred, of course, as I said, Charlton Heston. It was originally released in movie theaters on Wednesday, November 18th, 1959. Ben-Hur cost $15 million to make, but it earned $147 million. And it won Academy Awards for Best Picture, Best Director, William Wyler, Best Actor, Charlton Heston, Best Supporting Actor, Hugh Griffith, and an Oscar win for Best Cinematography, as well as many, many more awards. So now I'm going to play just a couple scenes from the great Ben-Hur. You've seen it, but what an epic, epic movie that is to this day. Let me get to go for y'all. The great Ben-Hur.
Conquer the land. You may slaughter the people. That is not the end. We will rise again. The day Rome falls, there will be a shout of freedom such as the world has never heard before. I believe in the past of my people and in their future.
You are a conquered people.
Kill me and your mother and sister will die today. May God grant me vengeance. I don't believe in miracles.
All life is a miracle.
I should kiss you goodbye.
Oh, Judah.
My people are praying for a man who can drive their team to victory over Messala. You could be that man.
My earliest memory of my dad is from the set of Ben-Hur. The one that really stands out in my mind.
Charlton Heston's son.
He used to give me rides in the chariot. How could that not stick in the memory of a young man?
If you stay here, you will find yourself part of this tragedy.
I am already part of this tragedy. This is the day.
William Wyler's masterpiece, Ben-Hur, the ultimate collector's edition.
There you have it, Ben-Hur. Next, now this movie isn't quite 3 hours long, but it's close enough. The Sound of Music. Released by 20th Century Fox, now owned by Disney. Directed by Robert Wise of Star Trek The Motion Picture, clocked in at 2 hours 54 minutes. And it starred, of course, Julie Andrews and Christopher Plummer. And this classic hit movie houses on Tuesday, March 2nd, 1965 in New York. There were some interesting actors in the cast in terms of the Von Trapp children, including the original live-action Spider-Man TV actor Nicholas Hammond as one of the kids, Frederick. Angela Cartwright was Brigitte Von Trapp, and she was in the Danny Thomas Show, otherwise known as Make Room for Daddy, and Lost in Space as Penny Robinson. That's why she's the only one that got a credit that said her character name, and Angela Cartwright as Penny. Now, Dr. Smith, played by Jonathan Harris, had a special guest star credit, but I think it's because of the popularity of The Sound of Music and the prestige of being in it that Angela was given that credit where it actually mentions her character name, and Angela Cartwright as Penny. Another actress, Kim Karath, spelled Kymkarath, played Gretel, the youngest of the Von Trapp children. But get this, she was in a black and white season 1 Lost in Space episode titled The Lost Civilization as a guest star, where she played a princess, a sleeping princess. That was filmed in late 1965. It aired on Wednesday, April 13th, 1966. But the writer, I'm not going to mention the name because this was a definite F-up, but it might not have been the writer's fault. The writer did not include a single scene with Angela and Kim together. They could have been reunited a year after The Sound of Music wrapped production. Now, what happened in that Lost in Space was they had like a split. Like they had 1 week where it was just Smith and the ladies, and the men went off in their chariot, their little like SUV thing, into another story the following week that was just the men. And then at the end of that one, they're reunited, with the women. They go back to the Jupiter 2 campsite, blah, blah, blah. But I thought it was a missed opportunity. Now, that was probably written before they cast Kim Karath to give the writer a break. But it's just a shame they couldn't have a scene with them acting together. But there's bigger things to worry about in this life, I guess. Just wish they had a scene together. Anyway, Sound of Music. The movie, get this, cost $8.2 million to make, but it made an overwhelming 286.2 million buckaroos. That's a major success. Jeez, of course. It won Best Picture, Best Director, Best Music at the Oscars in 1966, among many other awards. Now, I hope I don't get dinged by the bots for this, but I'm going to play a couple scenes from The Sound of Music, and then we'll move on to another 3-hour-plus movie. The Sound of Music. What a classic. Julie Andrews, Christopher Plummer, and them kids.
Do you think the captain would get me some more
Those
food
kids.
if I asked him?
How many dresses does the governess need?
No, not for me, for the children.
The
I want to
children.
get them some play
It's all for the children.
Von Trapp children don't play. They march.
For the children.
Yes.
For the children.
I'm their father.
Rogers and Hammerstein.
Do you mean to tell me that my children have been roaming about
Children.
Pittsburgh dressed up in nothing but some old drapes?
Mm-hmm. I'm having a marvelous time.
Fräulein, were you this much trouble at the Abbey?
Oh, much more so.
Why did they send you back to us?
They didn't send me back, Mother. I left.
Is it true Fräulein Maria isn't coming back?
I can't face him again.
There's nothing more irresistible to a man than a woman who's in love with him.
In love with him. Of course.
That's enough. You know The Sound of Music? It's a classic. Let's flash forward to the 1980s. I got to move along where we left off last time in our list of 3-hour movies, besides those two that I left. I want to get closer to Easter before I highlighted those two, The Sound of Music and Ben-Hur. But now we're going in order of release again to the 1980s. And we left off last time with the movie Tess. Well, next up is Reds. The movie Reds, which is 3 hours and 20 minutes long. But what a cast. Jack Nicholson, Warren Beatty, who also directed Reds and co-wrote it, Diane Keaton, Gene Hackman, Paul Sorvino, Maureen Stapleton, who was the sister of the dingbat on All in the Family, Maureen Stapleton, who played Edith, and many more talents in a great, great cast. As I said, it was directed and co-written by star Warren Beatty. Reds was released on Friday, December 4th, 1981. It cost $32 million and made just over $40 million US dollars. It had Oscar wins for Best Director for Warren Beatty and for Best Actress in a Supporting Role for Maureen Stapleton, the Dingbat sister, and it won an Oscar for cinematography. Now I'm going to play some clips from Reds. Epic length movie. I haven't seen that movie in years. I liked it a lot when it was on cable all those years ago. Let's listen to a couple scenes from Reds. Directed by Warren Beatty.
If you want to have freedom, you got to go where the freedom is, don't you? You're going to go to waste in Portland. Come to New York.
What as?
Huh?
What as?
What do you mean, what as?
What as? Your girlfriend?
What does that mean?
What as? Your girlfriend, your mistress, your paramour, your concubine? Just tell me what as.
It's nearly Thanksgiving. Why don't you come as a turkey?
I don't want to play in your yard. I don't like you anymore. What would you think if I asked you to do something?
Not a big fan of Diane Keaton. That's just me. She's talented as all get out, but
Good. Good, because I'd like you to take a look at my work and tell me what you think. You'll be sorry when you see me sliding down our cellar door.
That you're going to send American boys across that ocean? I'd say you tell Mr. Morgan and Mr. DuPont and Mr. Rockefeller to get over there and do some of the fighting.
You can holler down our rain barrel. You can climb our apple tree. I can't work around you.
You tell me why you're doing this.
I'm not taken seriously when you're around.
When I'm around, you're not taken seriously.
Oh, God, this is not good. I don't want to play in your yard if you won't be good to me. I'd like to see you with your pants off, Mr. Reed. Oh, what do you think I should be?
The center of attention.
Jack, you said you'd be back Tuesday.
What difference does it make? What do you think I've been doing? Running around listening to the sound of my own voice?
How do I know whose voice you've been listening to? Obviously, you like it a lot better than mine.
If you were mine,
What a
I'd
ham.
share you with anybody or anything.
There's something that I have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me anything.
No?
No. You want to get married? Does this mean that we have to cheat, or is this a free and independent marriage? You're a lying Irish whore from Portland, and you use me to get Jack Reed to marry you.
Why the hell should I care that you slept with somebody else? Do you think I haven't?
Who?
What do you mean, who?
Who was it?
Who was what?
Jack dreams that he can hustle the American working man, whose one dream is to be rich enough not to have to work, into a revolution led by his party.
Is the Socialist Party prepared to take a position on the draft or not?
You dream that if you discuss the revolution with a man before you go to bed with him, it'll be missionary work rather than sex.
Where are you going? You're not going any.
Get out of my way!
The officer, these men have the legal right to assemble.
What the hell are you doing?
Me? I write.
You right?
Uh-huh.
You wrong.
I'd rather be with a fighter who wants to change the world than a critic who wants to mourn it.
Well, the place to be now is Russia.
You don't have to tell me what's happening in Russia. I read the papers.
Well, come with me. What you and we'll join you in revolution. Revolution is dissent. Always. You don't rewrite what I write.
Reds. Next up, in terms of 3-hour movies, is a foreign film not going to spend a whole lot of time on this because it was, get this, it was 5 hours, 12 minutes long. And I shouldn't complain. A lot of my shows are that long. It's called Fanny and Alexander, which was an international film released on December 17th, 1982 in Sweden originally. That's the first place it debuted. This foreign film, God, that's got to be a record, 5 hours and 12 minutes long. It basically broke even, maybe a little more than that. It cost $6 million to make, but it earned $6,700,000, so it made $700K. And we'll play just a couple scenes from this movie. Fanny and Alexander from 1982. Let's see if I can get this for y'all. Yeah, it is.
Now, Ingmar Bergman, at the height of his powers, shows you the world through the eyes of a child. Fanny and Alexander. An earthy world, bursting with the exuberance of family life. An eerie world, haunted by the magic of childhood. And a boy to whom the past and the future are one. A world of wealth and indulgence. Of harshness and cruelty. Never before has Ingmar Bergman reached so far and found so much. A feast for the eye and the mind and the soul. The real world has never seemed so fantastic. More than a motion picture, it's a celebration
Fanny and Alexander.
Ingmar Bergman's Fanny and Alexander.
Dude, 5 hours and 12 minutes long. Good grief. Anyway, all right, moving on. And there's not many more to talk about. And I got another good subject. We're going to talk about some music history. And I got some songs to play and share with you. But number 5, as we continue a list of movies that are 3 hours long or longer in order of their original release, is Gandhi, the epic from Columbia Pictures, which had a length of 3 hours and 11 minutes. Let's listen to some scenes from Gandhi, which actually made money. I saw it in the theater. I'm old. My dad and mom dragged me out to that movie. I think my little sister went too. Let's see. Gandhi. That's about it. India, you know.
What the hell is going on? I don't know, sir. The agent got a telegram, and it just said he is coming. And gave the time of the train. Who the hell is he? I don't know, sir.
Some men change their times. One man changed the world for all time.
My name is Gandhi, Mohandas K. Gandhi.
Well, whoever you are, we don't want you here. I suggest you get back on that train before it leaves.
They seem to want me.
Columbia Pictures presents a Richard Attenborough film, Gandhi.
100,000 Englishmen simply cannot control 350 million Indians if those Indians refuse to cooperate.
The story of one man whose voice spoke out for millions.
To gain independence, we must prove worthy of it.
From his humble beginnings.
You're an ambitious man, Mr. Gandhi.
I hope not.
To his ultimate triumph. He was the conscience of all mankind.
Where there's injustice, I've always believed in fighting. I will fast as a penance for my part in arousing such emotions, and I will not stop until they stop.
His torment ended a nation's suffering.
I remember that all through history, The way of truth and love has always won.
His greatest weapon was peace.
In this cause, I too am prepared to die. There is no cause for which I am prepared to kill. I want to change their minds, not kill them for weaknesses we all possess.
We're required to stop it, and stop it we will.
If you take my husband, I intend to speak in his place.
That's enough of that. Very, very well, critically acclaimed movie. And Ben Kingsley as Gandhi nailed the role. He really did. It was released in the USA on December 6th, 1982, with a cost of $22 million to produce, yet it yielded $127.8 million in movie ticket sales. Have you done the math? That's over $100 million in profit. And it won the Academy Award for Best Picture, Best Actor, among other awards. Gandhi. Moving on. The Right Stuff was released in the United States of America on Friday, October 21st, 1983. And it was the movie that really put Ed Harris on the map as a serious actor. He'd been seen in Chips, a Chips episode shortly before The Right Stuff was filmed. The length of The Right Stuff is 3 hours and 12 minutes. It won an Academy Award in 1984 for Best Music for Bill Conti, who had done the music for the show Dynasty, as I call it, Dynasty on TV on ABC, and the James Bond movie For Your Eyes Only in 1981. I think that's the only James Bond movie he did the music for. It's in the background here if you're watching live. Again, if you're listening at fistfulofradio.com and you want to see the collectibles and shuttle search through it, just head to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, or the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast. Though it was critically acclaimed, the movie bombed at the box office. The Right Stuff had a budget of $21 million, and it made $21.1 million. Now, that's a loss and a financial disappointment for Warner Brothers. I remember in the movie, God, when did it come out? 2018, I guess, Captain Marvel with Brie Larson as the title role. There's a scene where she goes back to 1995, and she lands inside a Blockbuster video store, and she picks up a copy on VHS of The Right Stuff. And remember those double tapes? Because you can only hold 2-3 hours tops in a T160 videotape, maybe 2 hours and 40 minutes in the SP speed. So they had to do double tapes, and that was one of them, The Right Stuff. All right, so let's play a couple clips from The Right Stuff in the form of the movie trailer, and then we'll move on to another movie. And I got some music I want to talk about with you. Now, here we go. Here's The Right Stuff from Warner Brothers. Big disappointment at the box office. Come on. I can't get this clip to play. Let's see here.
Dangerous.
There we go. The Right Stuff. Released in 1983.
On October 14th, 1947, Captain Charles Yeager shattered the sound barrier, propelled man into the future, and the search began for a new breed of men. Men who were fearless.
You've heard about our project. Sounds dangerous. It's very dangerous. Count me in. I got a rocket in my pocket and a roll in my wall.
Ambitious.
Who's the best pilot you ever saw? You're looking at it, baby.
Patriotic beyond question.
I just thank God I live in a country where the best and the finest in a man can be brought out.
My pleasure to introduce to you America's Mercury astronauts!
2019.
7 men who would risk their lives in a hurtling piece of machinery to cross the threshold of space.
It takes a special kind of man to volunteer for a suicide mission, especially when it's on TV.
Well, the government spends just all kinds of time and money teaching new pilots how to be fearless. They don't spend a damn penny teaching you how to be the fearless wife of a test pilot.
They were idolized by the public.
Hi, which one are you?
Shepard.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Well, which one's Glenn? He's the one I want to meet.
Heralded by the media.
Gentlemen, can you tell us if any of you go to church regularly?
As far as church goes, I attend regularly.
But behind the image, they were human beings. Human beings with real fears.
If anybody goes up in the damn thing's gonna be spam in a can.
Frustrations.
What happened? He blew the hatch! I did not do anything wrong! The hatch just blew! It was a glitch! It was a technical malfunction!
Conflicts.
You're gonna think of the broader interests of this program.
You're way out of line here! I'm out of line? Yes, sir! I'm running this show here! We'll see about that!
Disappointments.
Aren't we going to the White House, Gus?
Nah.
No ticker tape parade in New York? And no Jackie?
Pressures.
There's another hold from NASA, another delay. What can be going through a man's mind at this moment?
Gordo, I have to urinate.
No. Tell him he cannot.
Say, listen, old buddy. They promise we'll stop at the next gas station. They request that you remain in a holding pattern till then.
This is the story of the special few at the very top. The elite brotherhood whose achievements inspired a nation and captured the imagination of the world. These are the men who had the right stuff.
They all want to see Buck Rogers, and that's us.
So The Right Stuff, before I played that clip, I mentioned Captain Marvel. It actually was released in the United States in 2019, not 2018, on March 8th, 2019. And again, the character, it's set in 1995. She lands on Earth in a Blockbuster video, and she picks up The Right Stuff double VHS rental copy. I was just looking at Captain Marvel, and I looked up the date of release to make sure I got it right, and I was wrong. It was 2019. But I didn't realize this. Dude, Captain Marvel starring Brie Larson, which cost around $152 to $175 million to make, earned over $1 billion at the box office worldwide. $1.128 billion. That just blows my mind. Wow. Now I just got one more movie and we'll move on to something else. Got a lot of fun stuff. Got a great one for you tonight. As Steve Harvey might say, we got a great one for you today. We're going to talk about a whole bunch of other stuff. But the last one on my list tonight of 3-hour movies, since The Batman is pretty much a 3-hour movie, is this one. Movie called Once Upon a Time in America. It was 4 hours and 11 minutes long. It opened way back on June 1st, 1984 in the United States of America. Had a killer cast: Robert De Niro, Jennifer Connelly, James Woods, Elizabeth McGovern, Joe Pesci, Tuesday Weld, Treat Williams from Hair, and more. So the star power was certainly there, but it was a big disappointment. It cost $30 million to make, but Once Upon a Time in America only took in $5.5 million. So like it lost just under $25 million. Damn! With that star power. Let's listen to a couple clips and scenes from Once Upon a Time in America. Let me get that for you now. Here it is. Where the heck is it? There we are. The great Robert De Niro.
I'm not interested in your friends in high places, and I don't trust politicians.
No, if we listened to you, we'd still be rolling drunks for a living.
Are you broke?
You'll carry that stink of the streets with you the rest of your life.
I like this thing of the streets. It makes me feel good. I like the smell of it. It opens up my lungs.
Arnon Milchan presents a Sergio Leone film starring Robert De Niro, Once Upon a Time in America. The story of friends. As boys, they made a pact to share their fortunes.
Agreed.
Their loves. And their lives.
You'll put up and you'll shut up. You hear nothing and you see nothing.
Just like you did for Bugsy.
You was better off you stayed in the Bronx.
As men, they shared a dream.
I swear to God, Noodles, you and me together, we can make it come true.
To rise together from poverty to power.
There they are, the four horsemen of the apocalypse.
A dream they followed through 2 decades that changed the nation.
You ever think of setting yourselves up in business?
They forged an empire built on greed, violence, and betrayal.
Today they ask us to get rid of Joe. Tomorrow they ask me to get rid of you. Is that okay with you? Because it's not okay with me.
Open it!
You want to go swimming?
Yeah, let's go for a swim.
We're gonna need you guys today.
You're the only person that I've ever cared about.
Maybe Sharky was right. Maybe I ought to just dump you.
He's gonna do this. He's gonna do it with or without you.
It began as a dream. It grew to an empire. It ended as a mystery that refused to die. Robert De Niro, James Woods, Elizabeth McGovern, Joe Pesci, Burt Young, Tuesday Weld, and Treat Williams in a Sergio Leone film, Once Upon a Time in America.
Gangster drama. They wanted to have another Godfather or Scarface on their hands, and it was a big, big flop, unfortunately for them. But that certainly was a long-ass movie, that's for sure. Get this far. But now, I hate to end that on a weak note, but
Can this be happening to the dynamic duo? How can they live? Will they be vanquished by a vacuum? Revive, Robin! Breathe, Batman! We'll hold our breath for you both. Until tomorrow night, same time, same channel.
we'll continue the list of 3-hour movies next time. To be continued, same blast time, same blast channel on the nostalgic Podblast. So let's move on. Item! Disney does not yet own HBO, Amazon, James Bond 007, or MGM, Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Which brings us to this, leads us to this story, which has been talked about a lot already, but I'm going to put my little spin on it. Item. Amazon makes a deal to buy MGM for nearly $8.5 billion. And this is from NPR, and they had a note. Editor's note, Amazon is among NPR's financial supporters. So, I'm going to read from this article. Amazon has made a deal to buy Hollywood studio MGM for almost $8.5 billion. It's the second largest acquisition for the company after purchasing Whole Foods. The tech company already runs a film studio, Prime Video streaming service. And this explains, by the way, the increase. Amazon Prime suddenly had an increase I was unaware of. I think it was an extra $2 a month. It all makes sense, doesn't it? It all comes clear. It all becomes clear. They want to make back some of their money for this grand acquisition. But continuing on with this article, that's why they had that increase, huh? The tech company Amazon already runs a film studio, Prime Video streaming service, and video game streaming site Twitch. But MGM is its biggest move into entertainment, the MGM acquisition. Amazon will get the rights to the Golden Age Studios film and library of television shows. Wow. It's a big, big deal, folks. The announcement was made on Wednesday, March... What would it be? Wednesday, March 14th, I think. Wednesday, March 16th. Yeah, Wednesday, March 16th. Yeah, that's the ticket. 2022. In a statement, Amazon Senior Vice President of Prime Video and Amazon Studios, Mike Hopkins, emphasized the intellectual property value of MGM's vast holdings. Just like when Disney bought 20th Century Fox. Oh my God, that still blows my mind. That was such a big, all those TV shows, like the original Batman show. I could go on, and I have gone on and on and on about all of the assets in 20th Century Fox that Disney absorbed when they bought them. But this is also a huge deal, huge library. Oh my God. Mike Hopkins emphasized the intellectual property value of MGM's vast holdings, which go back to the 1920s. Quote, the real financial value behind this deal, Hopkins said, is the treasure trove of IP, intellectual property, and the deep catalog that we plan to reimagine and develop together with MGM's talented team. Yeah, they make it sound like they're not going to make changes and have personnel changeover, but you know they will. I've been through it. I've been through it with, it doesn't matter, with Auto Trader. When Cox Enterprises sold the Auto Trader, it doesn't matter. Just, that's a bunch of crap when they say, oh, there'll be no changes. It'll be MGM's talented team. Yeah, right. Sure. Bull. They're gonna fire a bunch of people in due time. With its mascot lion roaring logo, MGM, they made, oh, by the way, Chips, we're going to talk about in a moment. The old show Chips is an MGM property, so now Amazon's going to own the classic show Chips, by example, starring Larry Wilcox and Eric Estrada back in the day, and Chris Pine's dad, who played the Sarge on Chips, but I digress. With its mascot lion roaring logo, MGM made such movie classics as Singin' in the Rain and 2001, A Space Odyssey. I call it 2001, like 1901. Do you say 1901 or 1901? No, you say 1901, so it's 2001. But anyway, 2001, A Space Odyssey. MGM also owns the Epix, E-P-I-X is how you spell it, Epix cable channel, and runs a TV studio that produced The Handmaid's Tale and Fargo. MGM also splits the highly lucrative James Bond movie franchise with a family that holds the creative control of the 007 movies. According to Variety, as of 2020, the 24 Bond films released so far in the series have generated $16.3 billion in global movie ticket sales, adjusted for inflation. In all, MGM's catalog includes more than 4,000 films, including such pop culture staples as Moonstruck. Oh, give me a break. Moonstruck with Cher? Legally Blonde, Rocky. Now, the Rocky's significant. The Pink Panther series, significant. The Silence of the Lambs, significant. And Poltergeist, significant. And 17,000 television shows in the MGM library. Access to those movies and shows will certainly augment and improve, that's what that means, Amazon Prime Video's offerings, particularly at a time when other studios and networks like Paramount Plus have created their own platforms to reach consumers, like Disney Plus does, such as HBO Max, Paramount Plus, and Disney Plus. As of last month, there were more than 200 million Amazon Prime account holders worldwide, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos told Variety. The Wall Street Journal reported Wednesday that the deal for $8.45 billion includes taking on MGM's current debts. The deal has not yet closed, an Amazon spokesperson noted to NPR, and it's subject to regulatory approvals by the government. The company is already facing antitrust inquiries in both the United States of America and Europe, as it should. I'm tired of monopolies. Amazon's nearly $8.5 billion deal to purchase the film and television studio MGM is official. This is an update. The two companies announced that MGM is now part of Prime Video and Amazon Studios, cementing the merger that was first announced last May. This is the second largest acquisition for Amazon after purchasing Whole Foods. I already said that. The purchase of the movie and TV studio behind iconic films like the James Bond franchise, blah, 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 is just the latest in big-name media and streaming service mergers. Last year, AT&T announced a merger of Warner Media with Discovery, encompassing major networks like HBO, CNN, HGTV, and others to create a streaming behemoth. The U.S. government approved this plan last month. The European Commission concluded that the Amazon and MGM merger, quote, would not significantly reduce competition in the markets, unquote. In other words, there were some graft there, some payoffs there. No, I'm just kidding. But there probably were. But the U.S. government has yet to weigh in either way on the deal. But the two companies signed off on the plan regardless. It's unclear when Amazon Prime subscribers will start to see the full MGM catalog, which includes more than 4,000 film titles and 17,000 TV episodes, as I mentioned a moment ago. Consumers will likely be impacted by this deal in a different way, entertainment industry experts told NPR. Quote, there is no doubt in my mind that 2021 will go down as a great year for streaming. Okay, this is an old article. David Offenberg said, quote, it's all downhill from here, unquote. Now, I heard this joke on the radio last week. Jeff Bezos wanted to buy Bond so that MGM would not make a Bond movie with him as a Bond bad guy. Not laugh out loud funny, but I thought that was pretty amusing. One of the KTRS St. Louis on-air personalities made that joke. I was listening. Item. Shaka Khan is on tour. And she's going to be right here in Atlanta, Georgia in May 2022 at a huge arena where the Atlanta Hawks play. I'm not going to name the arena itself because the naming rights sponsor is a company I can't stand that screwed me over. So I'm not going to mention it here. However, Shaka Khan's coming and I need a ticket. I'll buy a ticket and not be a cheapo if I have to. But if anyone out there can hook me up with 2 tickets to see Shaka Khan, I'll do a trade with you. I would love to see Shaka Khan. Shaka Khan, Shaka Khan, Shaka Khan, Shaka Khan. Shaka Khan, let me love you, miss you. Shaka Khan will feel for you, feel for you. I like her version of I'm Every Woman. And then I played this before in the Podblast, but I got interrupted by a phone call. I'm going to play it again. This is from Superman 3. I'm going to play the Shaka Khan song because I like it. And let me pull it up right here now. I would be thrilled if Shaka Khan played this in her concert. I doubt she will, but she doesn't have a whole lot of songs. It's possible she would sing this song. It was by Giorgio Moroder, who had done What a Feeling for Flashdance the same year that Superman 3 was released. But in the movie Superman 3, you hardly ever heard this song. In the very beginning, you see Richard Pryor in the first shot, and you hear the song with no lyrics or singing in the background. And then also when he drives up in a red Ferrari he had just bought after he did his half-cent scam on the corporation he was working for. He's like some computer genius. Anyway, and you do hear a little bit of the lyrics. I had said in a previous podcast you don't hear any of Shaka Khan singing. You actually do in that scene. I forgot. You just hear her singing No See, No Cry. I'm going to play this because I like it and it's rare. And because I can.
Where's the crime? When you are away from me, time after time, you put me through the third degree, jealous mind. Hearts
my favorite part right here. Shaka Khan, I would love to hear her do that live. Just that. I like that part of the song. Call me crazy. I am half nuts. Now, I'm holding this up for the camera. That is only on the LP of Superman 3. There was a Superman 3 compact disc recently released along with Superman 2, but it's just the instrumental Ken Thorne music. But I love that disc. I just got it in not too long ago. But on the classic album cover, there's a screw-up with Superman's cape. On the movie poster and the record album soundtrack, there's no yellow S, like the letter S, in the back of Superman's cape, which, of course, is in the comic books and the movies. So that was a screw-up. I can't believe no one caught that in the art department, but they didn't. Now, the week of St. Patrick's Day 2022, speaking of Superman 3, I watch news from all sources. I want a complete picture because I have good instincts, survival instincts, and I can fish out the BS from the truth. And so I was just on Pluto TV and I saw the Blaze Network, Glenn Beck's network. And he has a Superman 3 Christopher Reeve cape. I'm going to play some audio, 45 seconds that I captured from this live broadcast. There was an author as a guest. This isn't political. I don't get political on this show. Maybe I should. Maybe it would generate more interest, but I don't. But there was an author, Brad Meltzer, Meltzer. He's talking about his new action-packed novel titled The Lightning Rod, the role secret United States government warehouses have. It's pretty cool. I mean, he wrote a book. He did research, a lot of deep research into these secret warehouses all over the country that house all sorts of things like masks and things you couldn't imagine. It's like the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. We have top men working on it right now. Who? Top men. And the Ark is just put in the secret warehouse. He wrote all about it. I can't wait to read the book. I'm going to buy a copy. The Lightning Rod. Anyway, the cool thing is, this guy, this author, Brad, was the runner-up in a recent auction for the Christopher Reeve Superman 3 cape. And apparently Beck had the Christopher Reeve suit, but he was missing the cape. And this guy was the runner-up bidder. So what happened was Beck let him try on the Superman 3 Christopher Reeve cape. Now, it's not the cool one, not the evil Superman cape, which was like a maroon color. That would be the rare cape to get. It's probably sitting in some very wealthy person's house or a museum, for all I know. I don't know. I couldn't find research on that. That was up for auction not too long ago, like within the last 4 years or so. But I didn't see who won it or what happened with it. But I think it went for like $200,000 or almost. No. I'm getting confused with the 1978 Christopher Reeve cape. It went for almost $200,000. Yes. The Superman 3 1978 cape brought in $193,750 at Julian's estate sale, Julian's auctions. But getting back to this, I want to play this clip. This guy's funny. He looks kind of like Lex Luthor, this author, but he's very intelligent. He's a great author. And I can't wait to read his book, The Lightning Rod. But here's a quick clip, 45 seconds or so, of Brad, who was the runner-up bidder, trying on for the first time the Superman 3 Christopher Reeve cape. This is from my archives, courtesy of The Blaze. Audio's low.
good with a suit. I was going to say, I don't think it matches, but this is going to be... I mean, look at that. Look at that. Okay, wait. This is where I have to take my own camera. Here, give it to me, huh? Do you want me to take a picture? We'll take it after. But I need to say this. Thank you for this moment. Thank you also for paying for this moment. My wife is so much happier that you paid for this moment than that I paid for this moment. Because you know what? I'm going to have a house now. And so...
Again, the cape you want from Superman 3 is that evil, dark-colored, maroon-colored Superman costume and cape. But that's still pretty damn cool. I would love to have that. So, anyway, just a rich guy, Mr. Beck, got it in his personal collection. Now, here's an article from December 16th, 2019. Christopher Reeve Superman cape sells at auction, sets a record. The garment from 1978 Superman the movie brings $193,750 at Julian's sale. Christopher Reeve's original cape from the 1978 film Superman is now the most expensive superhero cape sold at auction. And it was sold at Julian's Auction Icons and Idols event in Beverly Hills, California, back in 2019. The piece, which appeared in its second auction, features the character's signature yellow S symbol outlined in black on bright red material that wasn't seen in the Superman 3 album cover or movie poster, and it came with a copy of Superman issue number 331, advertising a 1979 movie contest that touts first prize as the actual cape worn by Christopher Reeve in the filming of Superman the movie back in 1977 and 78. So also it came with documents, authentication, that sort of thing, including a letter to the prize winner signed by DC Comics president Saul Harrison from February 27th, 1978. The Icons and Idols auction also featured props, costumes, and other materials from the Star Trek universe. Now we got to move on for a regular feature of the Nostalgic Podblast. I appreciate all of you out there listening on fistfulofradio.com or through your regular platforms that you listen to podcasts at, or on YouTube, wherever you might be catching the show, podcast.co, Apple, wherever. But let's get on with the show with our update.
This is Jeopardy!
So good news, Jeopardy fans and fellow Jeopardy fans. Host Mayim Black returned to the show at the end of March 2022, and she'll be in there taping episodes through May 2022. Ken Jennings will not return to the other game show he's a part of, titled The Chase on ABC. So it's almost a guarantee that Ken Jennings will be begging and bothering Jeopardy producers to host the classic game show more often. Last year, Ken Jennings' obligations with The Chase interfered with his hosting schedule on Jeopardy. Jennings was the first person to guest host the show following Alex Trebek's death, hosting for 6 weeks until he had to step down because of The Chase. Is that true? I thought it was Richards, the executive producer, that was the first guest host. I could be wrong. I thought it was Michael Richards. I don't know. The ousted executive producer of Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune, who took over from Mark Friedman when he retired as executive producer. Now that Jennings is no longer on the show, fans are, meaning The Chase, fans are wondering if this frees up his schedule to officially become Trebek's successor. God, I hope not. He's so droll and dry, and I like Mayim a lot better. And I don't like some jokes he made about handicapped people in wheelchairs. Said there's nothing sadder than a hot person in a wheelchair. Okay, look, I'm not for censorship. I'm not for cancel culture. Don't misunderstand. I'm not being hypocritical. But I thought that was lame. And I just think he's kind of a dweeb. Yes, he's the most successful contestant in Jeopardy history in terms of the earnings, but I just prefer Mayim a lot. She interjects a lot of humor into the proceedings. Jennings tries to be funny, but he's not. So when Jennings shared the news on Twitter that he's no longer a part of The Chase, many Jeopardy fans began to speculate. He tweeted, Ken Jennings did, "I'm already missing the lovely folks at The Chase ABC and the great trivia minds and James Holtower, a great Jeopardy champion contestant." Ken Jennings from March 15th, 2022. That's when he tweeted that. Quote, "Ken, please let this mean that you're going to be the permanent host of regular season gameplay on Jeopardy!" one fan wrote. Quote, "As much as I enjoy you on The Chase ABC, you've done an excellent job hosting Jeopardy! And I would be thrilled to see you hosting it each weekday permanently." Screw that! Screw that! Chance Bartels says screw that. Mayim Bialik, who has also been hosting Jeopardy this season, recently told Entertainment Tonight that she's interested in the full-time gig. Go for it. You go, girl. You go, girl. "I would love that," Mayim said. "I like to say I've lived season to season since I was about 13 years old. I remember seeing her in that movie Beaches. She played the young Bette Midler role. Anyway, so what I know is I'm hosting until May 6th in terms of production schedule, and beyond that, hopefully. The current season of Jeopardy runs through July 29th, 2022, because they tape weeks and months in advance. So May 6th is when they'll wrap for the production season. Item! Question of the week. A while ago, I asked you in our Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast, let me kill that. I asked you this question. What was your favorite fast food joint growing up? When I was a kid, my mom, who was a retired school teacher, would let my little sister and I have fast food Fridays, and we'd alternate, Wendy's, McDonald's, Burger King, whatever. When you're kids, right? You get shakes, burgers, fries, all that junk food, right? Well, I asked, what is your favorite fast food? I got some interesting replies to what is your favorite fast food joint. And I posted a picture of vintage 1980 advert for Wendy's. I think Wendy's was my favorite, by the way, not that anyone asked me. But the thing about Wendy's chili, the rumor is it's old hamburger meat. I've heard that since I was in high school from people that worked there, colleagues, friends that worked at Wendy's. I never worked in fast food or any restaurant place in my life, but people that did would tell me routinely it's old burger meat in the chili. And I remember hearing the rumor about powdered eggs at McDonald's. So anyway, James Install, our friend who's on the air now, by the way, maybe you should duck out of this if you're watching live and go to KTRS, go to Geek to Me Radio. He's live on the air now for another half hour. And that's a major radio station in St. Louis, Missouri, United States of America. He's on right now. And I didn't want to be on when he's on. I just, preparing for the show took longer than I thought. Anyway, getting back to fast food. Now, I asked again, what was your favorite fast food joint growing up? So Jay David said Jack in the Box. I wish they'd come back to Michigan. And I concur. Whenever I'm out west, I love Jack in the Box and In-N-Out Burger. But I love the variety at Jack in the Box because they have burgers as well as tacos. And it's kind of like Del Taco. Del Taco has sort of copied that business model that Jack in the Box started, where you have variety. I'm not saying it's the healthiest thing in the world. Clearly, it's not to eat, but it's comfort food. Anyway, I try not to eat fast food that much. I do not. I'm no judgment. This is a no judgment zone. If you like fast food, I say do what makes you feel happy. Another comment, Patty Wood said, I'd have to say Taco Bell, meaning Taco Bell's my favorite fast food place growing up. And I got to say, those were real tacos in the 80s. I mean, they were like, it wasn't just like you see on TV now where they augment and make it look better than it actually is. The tacos and the meat was so much better in the 80s at Taco Bell. If you're old like me, if you're a Generation Xer, you remember what I'm talking about. I mean, they tasted like a sit-down restaurant taco. They really did. So some other answers. These are from different locations in the world. Tammy Winstone said, we only had one fast food place I remember in the UK, United Kingdom. It was Wimpy. I guess it's a burger joint. Like Wimpy and Popeye? I'm assuming. Am I wrong? Let me know. I don't know if you're watching or listening, Tammy, but I'll comment. I'll reply to your comment and ask you specifically, is it a hamburger joint? I'm assuming it is, but I don't want to assume anything. Alan Gurecki said, Shakey's Pizza after a T-ball win. Cool. I'm not familiar with Shakey's Pizza. I played soccer for years, and when we would wrap for the season, we'd do the trophy awards at Pizza Hut. Remember the sit-down Pizza Hut? And then Ryan Settles chimed in, friend of the Podblast. Pizza Hut was much better back then, and he's right. And I miss the sit-down Pizza Hut, which got phased out. Those were great. David Lombardo commented A&W. Yeah, A&W is great. And I remember like back in 2005 or so, in the Atlanta area, you'd have a combo restaurant, fast food joint that had A&W and Long John Silver's all in one in Rome, Georgia. Shorter Avenue near there in Rome, Georgia. Anyone familiar with Rome, Georgia knows they had one there. They had 2 Long John Silver's in Rome, Georgia. I think they're both closed now. Long John Silver's has got to be the most mismanaged, ill-run fast food franchise of all time. They do a terrible job, and there's only one Long John Silver's, and it's not even that close to me. There's one in Noonan, Georgia, and I live nowhere near the south. That's the south side of Atlanta, the metropolitan area. There's one there that I used to go to, and that was my sales territory, Noonan, Georgia, and it's still around. Covington, Georgia had one last time I checked, the Long John Silver's. The one down in Carrollton, Georgia closed. I like that one. I was there last, and nobody cares. I'll just say 2014 or 2015. Anyway, there's one in Ackworth. It's a combo Taco Bell and Long John Silver's. Long John Silver's got to be my favorite. I said, I want to retract my earlier statement. I like Long John Silver's the best of a fast food joint. But there's one in Ackworth, and there's this woman that works there who's a total B. The reason I say that is she won't let anyone inside. There is no mandate saying you can't eat inside. This is like spring 2022. And I drive, it's like maybe up close to about 20 miles from where I live. I would go there to get it to go when I had a craving. I don't eat it that often, but I have a craving now and again. I quit going there. It's the only one near me, unless I drive 45 minutes to an hour away to Noonan, Georgia. And this lady is such a mean bee. I reported to the corporate office, and I'm not a big reporter type person to report on people, but I did, and they didn't. I never got a human being. The corporate office is out of state for Long John Silver's. They didn't give a crap. She was rude, she was mean, and she's overstepping her little authority. I don't even think she's a manager there, but God, I couldn't stand this woman. She was so rude, and I was pleasant. I wasn't being a jerk or anything. I mean, I was totally calm. I was nice. I was like, can I please eat in there? And she goes, you got to go through the drive-thru. I said, all right. And she goes, it's only open for Taco Bell. When's the drive-thru going to open for Long John Silver's? It was supposed to open at 11. This is right when it opened. I was doing business in the area. And she goes, I don't know, maybe 11:30? What the F? So Taco Bell opened at 11 a.m. And why is it the Long John Silver's open at the same time? That was the other transgression she did. She didn't give a crap. Wasn't apologetic. She was seriously talking to me like that. I don't know, maybe 11:30? Excuse me. Made me so mad. Another comment. Let's get back to the happy side of things. Excuse me. Vicky Walden said her favorite fast food joints are the Varsity, which has been around since 1929, I believe, in the Atlanta, Georgia area. There was one in Athens, Georgia that closed not too long ago. I'm sorry, if you're in another country or another state, you probably don't give a crap, but the Varsity, it's basically, there's one in Dawsonville, Georgia. There's one in Kennesaw next to Town Center Mall in Georgia, and I like those because they're not downtown. Downtown Atlanta is a very dangerous area to be in. I've had friends wanting me to meet in downtown Atlanta. I won't go, not anymore. There's just too much crime. It's out of control. But I will go to Dawsonville, Georgia, to the Varsity there. I will go to the one at Town Center Mall. But the Varsity, it's hamburgers, hot dogs. It's the Varsity. It's like your high school cafeteria, but better. But it's very, very greasy, especially the onion rings. But whenever you're in Atlanta, you should try the Varsity. But take your cholesterol medication before you eat, because it is not the healthiest thing in the world. Well, let's move on. Item! I've got some music history notes tonight on the Nostalgic Podblast, episode 96. On Saturday, March 15th, 1975, the Doobie Brothers had their first of 2 Billboard #1 singles on 45 vinyl with Black Water, a song that was issued as the B-side of a song titled Another Park, Another Sunday. 4 years later, the Doobie Brothers would duplicate that #1 feat with What a Fool Believes. Let me play a little clip of the Doobie Brothers singing Black Water. I got 4 songs I want to talk about, and I'm going to play 4 songs tonight as we talk about some music history. So let me see. And I have got to take a TMI whiz. This will give me a chance to do just that. This coffee's running through me. Okay. This is actually at Dick Clark's New Year's Eve, Rockin' Eve in 1975 into 1976. Live performance. Let's listen.
She's calling my name. Catfish are jumping and that pedal wheel bumping. Black water keep rolling on past us the same. Oh, black water keep on rolling. Keep on shining on. Oh, black water keep on rolling. Mississippi River, won't you keep on shining on? Oh, black water keep on rolling. Mississippi River, won't you keep on shining on me? Keep on shining your light. Gonna make everything, pretty mama, gonna make everything alright. And I ain't got no worries, 'cause there ain't no hurry at all. Hear some funky Dixieland, pretty mama, come and take me by the hand. While the hand, take me by the hand, pretty mama, dance with me all night long. Like to hear some funky Dixieland, pretty mama, come and take me by the hand. While the hand, take me by the hand, pretty mama, come dance with me all night long. Like to hear some funky Dixieland, pretty mama, come and take me by the hand. While the hand, take me by the hand.
Yes, sir. The great Doobie Brothers. Let's see here. Oh, wow. All right, well, let's continue on with the show. I just saw something weird. Oh, these damn bots make me sick. Just kidding. Okay, so I'm a happy person. I sound like I'm not. Got this clip I want to play for you now. The next song on the list in music history. Back on Sunday, March 17th. No, I'm sorry. I'm going to go back to the 60s. Hang on a second. That threw me off. I saw something weird. Okay. On Saturday, March 16th, 1968, the Otis Redding single titled, in parenthesis, Sitting on, in parenthesis, the Dock of the Bay, started a 5-week run at #1 on the U.S. charts. Otis was killed in a plane crash on Sunday, December 10th, 1967. Sadly, 3 days after recording the classic song, Sittin' on the Dock of the Bay, which became a #1 single in U.S. chart history and sold over 4 million copies worldwide. Now, here's a treat for you. This is Otis Redding III singing his grandfather's song. His classic song. I'm going to play this for you now. And this is an awesome version. You can't beat the original, but I think that this is a very, very good version of the classic song. Let's listen. That's him playing the guitar himself, Otis Redding III.
Sitting in the morning sun, I'll be sitting when the evening comes, watching the ships roll in, then I'll watch them roll away again. Yeah, sitting on the dock of the bay, watching time roll away. Ooh, sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. I left my home in Georgia, headed for the Frisco Bay. I had nothing to live for. It looked like nothing's gonna come my way. So just got the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away. Ooh, sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. It looked like nothing's gonna change. Everything still remains the same. I can't do what 10 people tell me to do, so I guess I remain the same. Sitting here resting my bones. Loneliness won't leave me alone. 2,000 miles I roam just to make this dock my home. Now I'm just gone, dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away. Ooh, on the dock of the bay, wasting time.
That's great. I missed the whistling in that song, but that's courtesy of CDX Nashville, as in Nashville, Tennessee. That's a great performance there. So next up, got some music history from Sunday, March 17th, 1968 for you. The Bee Gees made their United States of America television debut on The Ed Sullivan Show. They performed the songs To Love Somebody and Words. And let's listen to a performance of Words.
I'd like to leave the stage.
And it's not from that performance, because I think I might have an issue actually playing the Ed Sullivan Show performance. But let's listen to this performance from Melbourne, Australia from 1974. This is a great version of the Bee Gees' classic Words, before they were disco.
Thank you very much, everybody. At this point, I'd like to leave the stage into the careful hands of my brother Barry.
A smile can bring you near to me. Don't ever let me find you gone, 'cause that would bring a tear to me.
That's my favorite B.G. Barry.
This world has lost its glory.
Knock on wood, he's still alive. The only surviving brother Gibb.
In everlasting words and dedicate them all to me. I will give you all my life. I'm here if you should come to me. You think that I don't even mean a single word I say. It's only words, and words are all I have to take your heart away. It's only words, and words are all I have to take your heart away. It's only words, and words are all I have to take your heart away.
Wow. So true, isn't it? People are just so sensitive. It's only words. Like my friend Ryan says, Ryan Settles, no rules in comedy. Yes, there can be consequences, but there's no rules in comedy. Next in music history, this is the last piece I have for you. On Wednesday, March 18th, 1992, the great Donna Summer received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I'm going to play a live performance of one of her best songs, in my opinion. Right fast, quick for you now. See if you can guess what this is. I don't want to give it away. It's from 1983.
I wonder what's on.
Donna Summer. What's she doing? She's trying to tune in something on something called a radio.
Hey, do you ever listen to the radio?
Not a lot do anymore.
And I heard this story on the radio.
Radio listeners are a dying breed, unfortunately. Dying off. The listeners. love this song.
They never said your name, but I knew just who they meant.
See, what I miss with music today are harmonies and stories. Like what we heard at the top of the Podblast, Neil Sedaka's Laughter in the Rain, which was a remake. We're going to talk about that later. His birthday wasn't too long ago, and I have a little piece on Neil Sedaka I want to share with you. But, I mean, there are some guys out there that still tell stories and harmonize, like Bruno Mars, for instance, Maroon 5, Taylor Swift. I mean, there's people out there and performers that still perform traditional songs, but it's pretty far and few between, in my opinion. It's all like music box. It's phony. It's fake. I just miss songs like this. But let's continue with Donna Summer on the radio. Great Donna Summer. So that concludes this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast's Music History. Item. I mused last St. Patrick's Day 2022 if it's still okay to pinch someone not wearing green on that holiday. And I posed that in our Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. Well, Butch Conger commented, quote, "That's probably considered sexual harassment these days." No, I'm sorry. Quote, "That's probably considered sexual assault nowadays," unquote. He's right. The Me Too movement and the like, which did expose some folks in the biz known as showbiz, did some good, but it also kind of made people walk on eggshells, I think. But I did receive this interesting bit of information, and this is great St. Patrick's Day trivia and information from Jennifer Ross. She writes, according to folklore, you get pinched on St. Patrick's Day for not wearing green because green makes you invisible to leprechauns. And leprechauns like to pinch people because they can. However, there's no primary Irish source to certify that claim, so take it with a grain of salt. A pinch of salt. Apart from the superstitious aspect, wearing green on St. Patrick's Day, according to Paul Finnegan, the executive director of the New York Irish Center, wearing green actually symbolizes Irish republicanism, a non-sectarian movement from the late 18th century that campaigned for Ireland to become an independent republic. Interesting stuff there. Item! I asked this question in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, and I got some good responses. I asked, what is the best TV show or movie that revolved around sports? Debbie Logan said she chose these movies: Rocky, Hoosiers, and Field of Dreams. Excellent choices. Now, recently, the Decades Channel aired a marathon of The White Shadow, a show that I loved. They aired a marathon over a weekend recently in March 2022, consisting of 24 hours a day of The White Shadow in aired order. In terms of The White Shadow's original production schedule, and it aired on CBS television, by the way, as part of Mary Tyler Moore's production company, MTM Productions, 54 one-hour White Shadow episodes were filmed during 3 television seasons, which aired on CBS at 8 p.m. from Monday, November 27th, 1978, until Wednesday, August 12th, 1981. That was a rerun on August 12th, 1981. But still, it counts as the last time The White Shadow aired in prime time on CBS television network. Former Screen Actors Guild president Ken Howard played a former big-time Chicago Bulls NBA star. Chicago Bulls. The funny thing is, on YouTube, they do closed captioning, which I love. Anyone that's hard of hearing can read what is being said on this program in the clips and what I have to say. And so I have to speak a little more clearly, because sometimes I'll get to my rant of the week in a minute, my fake rant of the week, and that's part of it. I don't like how things can be misconstrued, but that might be my fault. Maybe my diction, hear me clearly, diction, that's a word, needs to be improved. Anyway, sometimes I do talk like Mark Wahlberg. I look nothing like him, but in the movie Fear, that's probably one of the movies that Mark Wahlberg recently talked about that he's ashamed of doing in his younger days in Hollywood when he was establishing himself. I like that movie Fear. It's a really good thriller with a great cast, but I digress. But he does speak weird in that movie. He obviously worked on his speech since that movie, which was released in 1996 with Reese Witherspoon and other talented people in the cast. Anyway, he played David in that movie. Getting back to, I digress, The White Shadow. Another thing about White Shadow I like before I get to the facts of The White Shadow, and I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on The White Shadow, but I love the Cable Guy movie, released in 96 starring Jim Carrey. Love the script and the directing by Ben, I almost said Affleck. I know, geez, from Dodgeball. I got the DVD right here. I could cheat, look at it. Ben Stiller. It came to my mind, my feeble mind. Ben Stiller really wrote a gem with Cable Guy. And there's a funny scene. Remember the basketball scene where Jim Carrey is Chip Douglas? That's a fake name he's using, like the character in My Three Sons, played by Stanley Livingston, where he's playing hoops. He's trying to be the best buddy of Matthew Broderick's character, but Matthew Broderick's character's real friend is getting in the way. And so they're playing like a pickup game of basketball. And one of the lines by Chip Douglas says, "Hey, I think Salami's open." Salami was one of the characters, one of the high school kids in The White Shadow. And he's like, "That was a travel." Jim Carrey's like appealing to the referee. "That was a travel." And he goes, "Oh, I see. We're playing prison rules." And he had that lisp, Jim Carrey's character. That's an underrated movie, The Cable Guy. But I love that line. "Hey, I think Salami's open." He just lives in a TV world, his character, and I kind of feel sorry for his character. He just wanted a brother. He just wanted a little brother. Chip Douglas. And we never learned what his real name is, but that's a funny comedy with a little bit of depth to it. That kind of went over people's heads, the cable guy. But getting back to the White Shadow. So Ken Howard played a former big-time Chicago Bulls NBA star who injured his knee. And so he got a job in a small-time high school as a basketball coach named Ken Reeves. The high school was named Carver High School, and that was the setting of the series. I love shows that deal with schools. I don't know why. Like, I don't like medical dramas like ER, Chicago Hope, Grey's Anatomy. I don't like medical, but I always like school dramas. Like there was a David E. Kelly show I liked, Boston Public, before Boston Legal. I loved that show. I liked Room 222, and I loved The White Shadow, and they dealt with real issues. I had some comments come in. I'll read some where people agree with me that it could air to this day. Now, if they tried to reboot it or remake it, it probably, to me, wouldn't be as good, but it might be. I want to have an open mind about that. But The White Shadow was very, very well written, and you had some serious things happen in it. Talk about it in a second. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this, like I just said. So Carver High School was the setting, and there were many tough subjects covered between the action on the court in that dramatic show, such as drug abuse, crime, teen pregnancy. That may seem cliche, but they dealt with it intelligently, and the scripts and acting was very believable. They dealt with child abuse, where this guy's father's beating one of the teenage kids on the court. And many memorable actors appeared in The White Shadow and as guest performers. In the spring of 1980, one of the main characters, named Curtis Jackson, played by Eric Kilpatrick, was shot to death during a liquor store robbery. Now, I want to play a quick clip of the opening theme tune to The White Shadow. A lot of sax appeal, meaning saxophone. Let me play this. And I remember ESPN Classic aired The White Shadow for quite some time. God, it must have been at least 10 years ago by now. But they did air it for a while. And it seemed to me, I thought it was on longer than just 3 years. And they weren't even like full seasons either. But let me play for you now the theme to The White Shadow. Now, one of the Van Patten kids, it all comes full circle in the Podblast. Dick Van Patten, who played the father in 8 is Enough, one of his sons played Salami, that I talked about in that Cable Guy joke, in the main cast in The White Shadow, who played one of the students and one of the players on the team. Now, only seasons 1 and 2 of 3 total seasons are out on DVD of The White Shadow. And that kind of sucks. I recorded some of the season 3 episodes. I watched them, then I erased them. I kept one of them. But I wish I had kept... There was one good one with Michael Winslow, the actor from Police Academy a few years later. Made all those sounds and sound effects with his mouth, and he played like a disturbed student who was terrorizing a British English teacher. I think she taught English, who had a mental breakdown. And he's terrorizing her. And God, that was a powerful episode. I wish I saved that one, but I didn't. But The White Shadow was a really, really good show. So Damon Brooks said in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, I actually think this is one production that could work today. A remake in modern times would be intriguing. And I agree. And they covered the subject of a white cop shooting and choking a black student. And I'm not taking sides on that, but it was very well handled and it was fair. It was just a really good storyline. And I like one where the Salami and his cousin Nick are like repo men. They're moonlighting as repo men. That was an interesting one. Anyway, I digress. I guess I got to move on. What was that guy? Timothy Van Patten? Who played Salami? Let me look that up. I didn't write that down in my notes, and I can't remember. But he's definitely was Dick Van Patten's son. Vincent Van Patten's another of the Van Patten kids who played the Bionic Boy, and he's a professional He plays in Vegas. He plays poker. He's like a poker champ these days, and a tennis. He's really good at tennis too. And so was Dick Van Patten. Sadly, died of diabetes some years ago. But let me look up Van Patten, White Shadow, and was it Timothy Van Patten? Tim Van Patten. That's right. That's right. And he's still alive. God, he's 62 years old. Born in Brooklyn, New York, on June 10th, 1959. Timothy Van Patten. He had this long hair. Now he's bald. It happens. Oh, God dang it. I thought I messed something up, and I did. Let me get this for you now. Ah, here we are. Item. Columbo is now streaming for free on that new free internet streaming service I mentioned called IMDb TV. And it's also on Peacock, which is a paid streaming service that Xfinity owns. Xfinity's otherwise known as Comcast, Universal, NBC. It's there, and it's on Tubi, Tubi. And, there's just one more thing. The free over-the-air national network Cozy TV, spelled C-O-Z-I, which NBC Xfinity owns, also airs Columbo Saturday night starting at 8, which I always record because I'm usually out on Saturday or doing something else. But I always watch it, and I can zap past the commercials that way when I DVR it. But that show was 90 minutes long, which is I like shows like The Virginian that were 90 minutes in length. That's an unusual length of time from back in the day. But it was rare, but it did happen. There were 90-minute shows, including Columbo. Now, the first regular episode of Columbo was directed by none other than Steven Spielberg. And he directed Jack Cassidy, who was David Cassidy's dad. David Cassidy played Keith in The Partridge Family. Shirley Jones' ex-husband. He was in the very first regular episode of Columbo, and also had Martin Milner in it from Route 66. He played the murder victim in that. And I don't want to give anything away if you hadn't seen it. It still holds up to this day, but you can see Steven Spielberg's expert signature directing, even in that show from 1971. And that predates Duel, which was a TV movie that Steven Spielberg directed, starring Dennis Weaver, about a renegade truck driver that's terrorizing a businessman, played by Dennis Weaver. But he directed that, and he also directed the first Night Gallery, a segment in the first Night Gallery, which was like a TV movie of 3 segments, and Steven Spielberg directed the one which starred Joan Crawford. Interesting stuff. So these guys always get started in TV. At least that's the way it used to be. I don't know if it's that way anymore, but that's the way it was in the golden age of television and TV, television and film. So I'm going to play the theme. Columbo was part of the Sunday Night Mystery Movie with McMillan and Wife. Columbo, talked about that before, but this is different than the version I played. I've played this theme before by Henry Mancini, who scored the Pink Panther theme. Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. He scored this, and this is from a record that MTV put out starting in 1985. It was called TV's Greatest Hits, and back then they didn't always have access to the 35 millimeter masters to clean up the original versions of TV theme songs, so they had a house band do a reorchestration of a lot of the themes, including this. And I love this theme. This is under a minute long, folks, so it won't take up too much of your time. But I just love this version of the NBC Sunday Night Mystery movie, which included love that. It sounds far out, like an Outer Limits. It sounds like a science fiction show. It sounds like a Dominique Frontier. That's a guy that scored the original season 1 of the Outer Limits. Anyway, I digress. Time for another regular segment of the Nostalgic Podblast. We got to honor some folks here. In our birthday segment. I have 11 celebrity birthdays that I must acknowledge. This is going back a little bit to get caught up. I haven't done a show in a couple weeks. We'll start with a really good-looking lady. Thank you very much. I love that. Play another version, too, real quick in the background as we get rolling here. We're going to start with Barbara Feldon. I like this version with the birthday theme. Happy 89th birthday to Barbara Feldon, who was born as Barbara Ann Hall on Sunday, March 12th, 1933 in Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. Feldon's career began as a fashion model after she won the grand prize on the popular TV game show titled The $64,000 Question. Television commercials led to her being cast as a guest star in such hit TV shows such as 12 O'Clock High on ABC, a Quinn Martin production, and ABC is now owned by Disney, as well as The Man from U.N.C.L.E. on NBC and Flipper on NBC, about the dolphin. Now, one guest starring role was opposite future Patton star George C. Scott in the television drama titled East Side, West Side, which was produced by Talent Associates, which was also developing a TV comedy called Get Smart, with two prominent writers, Mel Brooks and Buck Henry. You've seen Buck Henry in the original Saturday Night Live. He was a regular guest. He did a lot of scenes with John Belushi, Chibugga. Anyway, Buck Henry. You'd know him if you saw him. And of course, everybody knows Mel Brooks. So Get Smart was a hit sitcom starring Don Adams as Maxwell Smart, which ran for 5 TV seasons on 2 television networks. Did you know that? Another network picked it up when it was canceled. Barbara Feldon was cast as Agent 99. At 8:30 p.m. on Saturday, September 18th, 1965, Get Smart made its debut on NBC. But after NBC canceled the show, CBS picked it up for the fall 1969 TV season, which would ultimately be the final season of Get Smart. While co-starring in Get Smart, Barbara Feldon was a regular player in the NBC pop culture comedy smash hit 1-hour program Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In show on NBC. Remember Gary Owens with his microphone at the beginning? From Burbank, California. I loved Laugh-In. Morgul, the friendly drum, or whatever. Suck it to me, suck it to me, suck it to me, suck it to me. She did that suck it to me, suck it to me, suck it to me in the first season. So she was on the first year of Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In in the 1968 to 1969 season. But Laugh-In, I'm backing up here a little bit, was a special at the end of the 1967 to 68 season titled Laugh-In. And it was a huge success. And they had these like psychedelic bands like the Strawberry Alarm Clock, and that was the one that introduced Tiny Tim, bestowed the hideous Tiny Tim on the world. And he wound up getting married on the Johnny Carson show, the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson on NBC. Anyway, I'm all over the place here. Get Smart was last seen on network television in the form of a rerun on Friday, September 11th of all days, 1970 at 7:30 p.m. on NBC. 138 original half-hour episodes of Get Smart were filmed. And there were 2 Get Smart reunions, too. Let me see something here. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
So the reunions included The Nude Bomb, which actually was released in movie theaters. Barbara Feldon wasn't in that. That was released in movie theaters back on Friday, May 9th, 1980. It was retitled The Return of Maxwell Smart on television. And that was the TV title for the theatrical, The Nude Bomb. But again, Barbara Feldon wasn't in that. But then she did return in a TV movie that aired on Sunday, February 26th, 1989, titled Get Smart Again. I want to play a brief interview with Barbara Feldon. She's still alive, of course. I just mentioned she just had a birthday not too long ago, back on March 12th. She's 89. God bless her. All right, I'm going to play an interview with Barbara Feldon for your enjoyment. Get in my little clip machine here. Barbara Feldon discusses playing Agent 99. This is courtesy
99 was really a
Hang on, let me
line
back it
drawn.
up. This is courtesy of, I got to give credit, EmmyTVLegends.org. The YouTube channel is titled Foundation Interviews. Here we go.
99 was really a line drawing. 99 was a cartoon, you know. She was a cartoon with a warm current going through this cartoon, but she didn't have many aspects. She was a very selective little package. And so 99 didn't have a name. She also didn't have a background, presumably to be hard to control. Headquarters, she had to have a background, but that's top secret. Did I ever give a thought to 99's background? Not for 1 minute. She was totally preoccupied with adoring Max. That was her, that everything else was shoved out. There was just no room in the container for a past or a future. It was all Max all the time. And that she was excellent, well, she was born that way. She was born excellent. She was born smarter than Max. And she was born to love him. You know, she was a post-feminist.
Okay.
This was in, as you say, just the dawn this, I mean, there's been feminism before, but of this wave of feminism, which really was quite a tsunami, actually, of feminism that was coming up. She was still somewhat a 50s girl. You know, she respected the man. She would never, just as it's what I grew up with, of being respectful to my dad. We would never talk back to my father. We would never speak to him disrespectfully, like I see kids doing with their parents, you know, who think that that's good for the kids to feel powerful or something, and, you know, maybe it is. But I didn't grow up that way. So I had a natural respect for men and a natural courtesy. And 99 certainly expressed that through Buck Henry's writing. I didn't write that, you know, but it was there to be played that way. And I think it did come from the sensibility of what had been, and yet what they did, because there wasn't a character like this yet on television, they made her smarter than the guy. But she didn't use that against him. That was just another fact of life, the way it should be, that some people are just better at their jobs than other people, but it doesn't mean you don't love the person who's not as good.
Although sometimes she'd let him think of an idea think that he thought of an idea that she had actually come up with.
Yes, and that was part of her courtesy. And, you know, she didn't want it. She just treated him with kid gloves, and she didn't sneer at him. She wasn't contemptuous. I think she was a nice lady. And then we went into the feminism part after Get Smart, you know, after that character had been established in that way, where the women were much more confrontational. She had not lived into a confrontational time. And then I think where we are now, to a great extent, is kind of modified, has modified that in-your-face attitude of, you know, I'm as good as you are, because I felt like I wasn't. I think the more women have confidence, the more they don't have to, you know, they don't have to push home their point in a way that's offensive. I don't think she was fed up, but I think that she and probably it was part of my own evolution at the same time that I would play things a certain way, that as I became more confident, you know, I was in therapy, I began to feel my own self-esteem a little more, and I think that I probably, in playing the role, got a little cheekier, you know, without going too far, but sort of testing the boundaries a little bit. But they did love that. They did love that. Or Don loved me to do an in-the-camera take, where I would just, you know, just stare at the camera.
Break the fourth wall.
He loved that. He's
Mr.
the one
Roper.
who had, he started that. That was his thing.
I love that. I love when the fourth wall is broken. Like Norman Fell. We talked about Three's Company earlier. It was their 45th anniversary of the debut of Three's Company back on March 15th, 1977. That's when it debuted on ABC TV at 9:30 at night. Loved it, man. It was always a retaliatory thing. Like Mrs. Roper would attack his manhood, and then he'd come back with a zinger and look right in the camera. Good stuff. But, you know, in terms of Get Smart, we never learned what 99's real name was. Never learned it. Just like in Columbo, we never met Columbo's wife. He referenced her. We even saw her car once in a 1990 TV movie, a Columbo TV movie, but we never actually met the wife. Next up on the birthday list is Neil Sedaka. See how it all comes full circle at the very beginning of the Podblast. God bless you if you've been here all this time. It's been almost 3 hours since I started the show. But Neil Sedaka, I played Laughter in the Rain, which was the first 45 record. One of the first. The first one I ever had was Billy, Don't Be a Hero. This is actually the second, and I have 2 copies of it. These aren't original ones I had when I was a kid because they melted in Mama's car in the summertime. I left it in the car, and it melted. I was heartbroken. But I love the Neil Sedaka version of Laughter in the Rain. But Neil Sedaka, we're going back here. We're already well beyond this date, but I'm playing catch up here. Neil Sedaka was born on Monday, March 13th, 1939 in Brooklyn, New York. He's 83 years old. Gonna play a song he did, a different song. I love this song, and hopefully you do as well. This is about you. It's actually about us. That's what this show is about. And let me pull it up. Here it is. Have it in my clip machine. I love this friggin' song. Going back to the 1970s. Neil Sedaka. Love it. So, don't misunderstand, folks. I don't care about someone's sexual orientation, but I always assumed, and that's why you should never assume anything. And it wouldn't matter if he was. I always assumed that he was a homosexual. And he might have been in the closet. I don't know. But he was married to Liebe Strasberg in 1962, and the couple have a daughter named Dara, D-A-R-A, and a son named Mark, spelled M-A-R-C. Dara is a recording artist and vocalist for television and radio commercials who sang the female part on the Sedaka Billboard Top 20 hit duet, Should've Never Let You Go, from 1980, and Angel Queen on the Queen Millennia soundtrack. Mark is a Los Angeles-based screenwriter who has 3 children with his wife, Samantha. Sedaka's nephew by marriage is CNN Politics political writer Harry Enton, E-N-T-E-N. Neil Sedaka underwent a procedure to remove a benign skin tumor from his nose in March of 2021. Now, I want to play a little brief interview with the great Neil Sedaka, and then we'll move on to Michael Caine. But let me play a little bit of this interview for you guys, for your edification, your mutual edification and enlightenment. Oop, I sound like I'm copying somebody. Okay, let me get this queued up for you now at the right mark. Here we go. Let me see here. Where are you, my little friend? Bear with me. This is live. Here we go. Let me get, this is very interesting.
Appreciate that.
Let me get.
It comes on the radio.
Hang on a second. This is cool. He's talking about Laughter in the Rain.
Of all time. That's a song that when it comes on the radio, it's illegal to turn the station. It has to be. It has to be a law.
Laughter in the Rain.
It's just such a feel-good song. No, you feel it. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Here's the story. I was driving the car in New York, and on the radio, this is 2 weeks before my Laughter came out. I was flipping the channel, flipping the stations, and on the radio came Laughter in the Rain by Leah Roberts.
Oh, yeah.
A great record. I said, oh my God, I'm ruined. My comeback song, she's going to have a smash.
Because you're still a few weeks away from releasing it.
I stopped the car, ran, called Elton.
Elton John?
Call MCA. I want the record out in 5 days because Leah Roberts is going to be all over the radio. Yeah. And he did it. He put it out in a few days, rushed it before it was supposed to really be released. And no one ever heard of Leah Roberts. And I felt bad because she had a great record.
R&B. It was kind of an R&B twist to it.
I think she went on the chart with it, yeah.
Yeah, I think it went to the top 100, the upper reaches of the top 100. But story about how you wrote that, though, because Phil Cody, he wasn't feeling it, is what I read. He had to go and take a walk and
I started in the middle. Ooh, da, 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 da. That was how I started writing the tune. Why? Because there was an Elton John record that went you're in the key of F, and I wanted to go to a B flat minor 7 chord to A flat. Mm-hmm. And I'll think of the song of Elton John, Yellow Brick Road, and there was one chord.
I better talk over this. They're gonna get me. The bots. They're coming after me. The bots. They're coming for me. The robots.
I'm taking that chord. That one chord. I mean, it's a drop dead chord.
Yeah.
And that's how I started writing it from there. Da, 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 da. I said, I'll get myself back to the first key. And it was like Aaron Copland, American Indian.
Oh boy.
Canyons.
Yeah.
Da, 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 all black notes. Pentatonic
on
scale.
The keyboard.
Da, 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 da. Very pentatonic, all black notes. And Phil wrote it. He went home. We wrote 2 songs that day. I said, you know Laughter in the Rain? He said, yeah. I said, that's number 1. If that record comes out the way it should, it's number 1. He said, how could you tell? I said, I've been writing songs for 30, 40 years. I could tell. And a funny story, Billy Joel came to me one day in a restaurant. He said, I have to tell you the funniest story. I got up in the middle of the night. I wrote this great tune, and I called my musicians to come to my apartment at 3 a.m. They said, Billy Joel is calling us at 3 a.m. He's crazy. And he said, I want you to hear this tune. Da, 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 da. They said, it's good, but it's Neil Sedaka's Laughter in the Rain. He said, oh, unconsciously, I copied it. And it was a great form of flattery. And then he had Mrs. O'Leary's grocery store, da-da-da-da, for a penny. And then he had to change it to Mrs. O'Leary's grocery store.
Moving out.
Moving out.
Uh-oh. I got to turn this down. I love that song by Billy Joel, but I'll get in trouble if I play the whole thing. The gosh, when I say bots, hang on.
Billy Joel is one of my
It's
favorite of all
robots that
time.
shut me down.
It's incredible. What's cool about it is, though, Phil Cody, I read kind of his version of the story. You were starting out, and you kind of started out in the middle, and he just was kind of, it was a hot day. He had to drive. He wasn't feeling it. So he went and took a walk on like this old golf course and smoked a little bit and just saw deer on the fairway. And then he came back and wrote the lyrics in like 5 minutes.
And it wasn't even raining.
Yeah.
It wasn't even raining.
Laughter in the
We
rain.
lived upstate New York, and it was a beautiful area, private area. Mary Rogers Gettle lived there, and Helen Hayes, and
wow.
But anyway, yeah, he came back with that lyric, and
he's kind of thinking of his girlfriend, the girlfriend that he had at the time, and it's just this the chorus. When you get to the chorus, I mean, it just goosebumps song, right?
The painted picture of being soaked with no umbrella, and they were holding each other, and they had to run under a tree.
I love the chorus too. Bum, 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 bum. You don't hear that in the live version I played at the top of the show.
It's so amazing. I love it. It's
as you hear it in the studio version.
The Fifth Dimension said, I heard it on the radio. Like, the girl who sings Laughter in the Rain is fabulous.
The girl.
I said, that's not a girl, that's me. That's my success.
Yeah.
I love that song so much.
Also, he said that you had doubled the line on, I think.
I feel the warmth of a hand in mine. Da 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 da, so fine.
Yeah.
Ooh. He said, no, just I feel the warmth of a hand in mine. Then go to that drop dead.
Yeah, the high note. Well, I can't play it, unfortunately. I can play. Oh wait.
He took me out of it. Yeah.
And he said that meant so much to him that he had suggested something and you took it and then that you said, yeah, that made the song better.
There was a tribute to me a few years ago, and he got up and said, I had the greatest teacher in the world. I sat next to Neil Sedaka's right hand as we were writing. I was on a chair, and I watched how he wrote.
Yeah, and I just, in the saxophone solo, that's what I'm talking about. When you hear that song, Laughter in the Rain by Neil Sedaka, pay attention to the saxophone solo. You'll hear this arrangement. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I love that, and you don't hear that much in the live version I played at the top of the show. I can't play the original version because of, I can't even say it aloud.
It was the greatest education he ever had.
Wow.
Which was beautiful.
Yeah.
And I have to thank him for some gorgeous lyrics.
Yeah. On the arrangement, Artie Butler.
Oh my God.
I mean, this is a man who arranged What a Wonderful World, Louis Armstrong, and so many other great songs.
And I think to myself.
Yeah. Louis. What a wonderful world.
He said the secret was don't get in the way of the vocalist.
Yep.
And he wrote another melody with the violins. That was the melody line of Ooh, I Hear Laughter in the Rain. He's a genius, Artie Butler.
No vocal overdubs, too. You just did it straight up. There was no vocal overdubs. I read that.
I had those great singers. Yeah, I did one vocal underneath. Ooh, I hear laughter in the rain. Just in that spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when you told the story about Leah Roberts and how you heard it on there, was interesting about that is when I was talking to Barry Mann and Cynthia Wild, that happened to Barry Mann. He had "We Got to Get Out of This Place," and that was going to be his first hit, and the Animals beat him to the punch.
Yeah! Uh-oh. I'm sorry, I got to talk over this. I know it's annoying as hell. Got to protect myself.
And that's one of the thoughts that you had when you heard it. You're like, oh man, this can't happen.
I lost my comeback record, yeah.
The other thing that was amazing is that Leva and the Kids, they made a sign when it went into the top 100 at number 95. I read that they made a little sign for you. And that's so special.
My wife put a sign on the door after being off the charts for 11, 12 years. Congratulations, Laughter hit number 96 on Billboard.
Gosh.
I'm a crier.
Yeah, no, that's an emotional moment.
I'm a weeper.
Your wife has always been such a support to you. I've read when she moved with you and always believed in you in all those years.
She gets the award. Yeah. She gets the award for staying with me all these years.
Yeah,
because I'm a crazy artist.
Your kids have always supported you. And it's what was so great about that is when you heard Casey Kasem say it went to number 1, that was another, just took 16 weeks and 12 years, right?
We were at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and we heard Casey Kasem, the new number 1 by Neil Sedaka.
He hasn't been on the Hot 100 now for 9 years. So it's no small thing when his comeback record hits number 1. And here it is. This week, the most popular song in America, written and recorded by Neil Sedaka.
I can't play it.
We danced to it and cried. And then I sang at the Troubadour.
Which was a huge deal in that year.
3 nights at the Troubadour.
And there were a lot of people there, too. James Taylor.
Andy Williams, Johnny Mathis. Oh, my God. Yeah. How am I going to perform in front of all these people?
I know. Wow.
David Foster played the piano.
Yeah, David Foster. And he was so influenced by that, too. That's one of his favorite songs is what I've read. But also...
Here's the end of the clip.
The covers, Donny Osmond, of course, covered The Weather Girls.
Uh-oh. Donnie gonna get me now. Donny Osmond. Jesus. I can't play this, folks. I can't. I'll get in trouble. They're gonna shut me down. Don't do it.
And they use that on that 70s show quite a bit because that was such a massive song. I mean, 1975, you were on top of the world.
I love that song so much. And you know, I mean, he's kind of an effeminate guy. So what, though? You know, I mean, it doesn't matter. He's a genius. I mean, that's why you should never assume. That's a great interview. And this is courtesy of Professor of Rock Vivo, V-E-V-O, like the Vivo channel, Professor of Rock Vivo. He's got like 57,000 subscribers on YouTube. So thank you for letting me use that. I love that interview. It's a great clip. So let's see where we're at now. The great Michael Caine had a birthday not too long ago. And I want to set this up for you here now. Very good. All right. Michael Caine, great British actor. I have not pre-screened this, so I don't know if they're going to cover what I hope they cover. But Michael Caine turned 89 back on March 14th, 2022. Thank goodness he's still with us. People are just dropping like flies. It's a terrible thing. Let me set this up a little bit further. Okay, ready. The talented Michael Caine was born on Tuesday, March 14th, 1933 in London, England. Now, I have a clip here in this person's opinion on YouTube, and I'll give them full credit, of course. Here are some of the best roles of Michael Caine according to this top 10 list.
His name is Michael Caine.
Hello, my name is Michael Caine.
Welcome to Watch Mojo UK, and today we'll be counting down the top 10 performances by famed British actor Michael Caine.
Not many people know that.
This is 8 minutes long, folks.
Before we begin, if you enjoy this video, be sure to subscribe for more great content. For this list, we are focusing on the most entertaining and iconic roles throughout Michael Caine's career.
I probably won't agree with it.
Batman's
I'm
Butler,
listening to this live for the first time with you folks.
Alfie. Number 10, Lawrence Jameson, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels.
Okay.
Who says con men can't be charming, eh?
Do you have any idea what it feels like to take a woman for $20?
No, I haven't. I'm afraid it's a little out of my class.
A sophisticated trickster who prides himself on subtlety and class, Kane's Lawrence Jameson is sent into a spin when Steve Martin's uncouth Freddie Benson turns up on his turf. The two trade blows back and forth, with Kane's highbrow foolery leading to some hilarious chemistry between the two. It's a slight aside from his usual out-there Cockney characters, which makes each encounter with a comedy heavyweight like Martin all the more entertaining.
Don't you ever have an emotion that originates above the waist?
No! Number 9, Peachy Carnahan, the man who would be king.
Don't you be afraid. Just slip the window down and say, Peachy's gone south for the week.
Another con man story now, sort of, with Kane and Connery playing two soldiers who end up being mistakenly worshipped by a group of people in a secluded society. A rebellious soldier who decides to live life his own way, Kane's Peachy Carnahan is full of wit and wisdom, delivering everything from perfect comic timing to satisfying strictness.
No, you don't say it before the others. He said it before the others, Billy. Not before the others, not after the others. With the bloody others.
Ultimately, this role gives us a bit of everything from Kane. Humour, drama and cheekiness. We tip our hat to you, sir.
About turn. Finally, quick march.
Taylor, we're here for your ASMR video.
Isn't there an ad playing?
With YouTube Premium, there are no ads. So keep
there's an ad.
ASMRing,
I fucked
darling.
up. Okay. Excuse my language,
YouTube
folks.
Premium.
I knew it as soon as I take a whiz.
Harry Brown. An old disgruntled ex-soldier, sick of watching his local area terrorized by juvenile delinquents. There's something eerily
Sorry about my
realistic
language
about
there.
Harry Brown, almost as if Kane really did go postal and they just set up a few cameras to catch the action.
You failed to maintain your women, son.
Seeking revenge on those who murdered his friend, Kane's performance as Harry Brown is
It
calm
had to
and
happen.
collected
It had to happen. I walk away and an ad pops up.
He's the man. You and your mates murdered.
And it's the sincereness of his delivery that makes him so likeable. Kane's getting on a bit, and he pulls off this appropriately cast role with aplomb. Number 7, Elliot, Hannah and her sisters.
I don't know about this
For
list.
those who wants to see Kane as a vulnerable, desperate married man who's having an affair, look no further than Hannah and her sisters.
You're turning all red, Elliot.
Really?
With love triangles forming all over the place.
Okay, what about Blame It on Rio? What about Dressed to Kill, where he played a crazy psychiatrist who dresses up like a woman and murders women, like Angie Dickinson in an elevator and slashed her hand? It was a very dramatic scene. By the way, I meant to mention this earlier in the show, talking about Diana Hyland, who was the original mom in 8 is Enough, who was only in 4 episodes. She sadly passed away in 1977 of cancer in the arms of John Travolta. Meant to quickly mention that she was also in several episodes of the original Fugitive show with David Jansen and The Invaders. She was in a 2-parter in season 2 and in a great season 1 episode opposite Jack Lord. She played Jack Lord's wife. Jack Lord was the star, of course, of the original Hawaii Five-0 TV show. But in The Invaders, the episode's titled Vicar. Vikor. Vicar. And it's one of my favorite episodes of The Invaders. And I'm not going to tell you if she's an alien being, one of the hostile aliens attempting to take over the Earth, or if she's a human being in her character in that role. But man, that was good. And she was in a season 4 Fugitive I loved a lot called The Devil's Disciples. It was a color episode. Only season 4 of The Fugitive of the 4 years was in color. And that had Bruce Dern in it. She played a biker chick in a biker gang, a bunch of criminals, and that were doing all sorts of terrible things. Anyway, she was great in that. But I meant to mention that, and I didn't. So I wanted to get that in before the end of tonight's Podblast. But now this list of Michael Caine, I'll continue. And I have not pre-screened this. I'm listening, like I said, with this, with you for the first time. We'll see. I hope it mentions Blame It on Rio. That had Demi Moore in it. Fun fact about that was Demi Moore was topless in it before her boob job. I'm not a creep. I'm just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts, like Joe Friday would say in Dragnet. She's flat as a board in that movie. Just is. And that was before striptease and all that. She had an obvious boob job. Why do women do that? I know why. Because men are pigs. But let's listen to a little bit more of this list of Michael Caine's best movies according to this gentleman. And this is from the YouTube channel Watch Mojo UK, as in United Kingdom. Top 10 Michael Caine performances.
This Woody Allen picture serves up a plethora of colourful characters, with Kane's love-crazed Elliot being one of them. In love with Barbara Hershey's Lee, married man Elliot hedges his bets whenever he can over the course of 3 Thanksgiving dinners.
Did you ever read this one?
Elliot, don't! Lee, I'm in love with you.
We kind of feel sorry for him, but at the same time, don't.
I have my answer. I have my answer. I'm walking on air.
Number 6,
Walking
Dr.
on
Robert Elliot, Dressed to Kill.
Yes!
A film with more twists and turns.
Brian
than
De Palma
Racetrack,
directed it.
Dressed to Kill is a quintessential 80s whodunit
The hand
thriller.
where his hand's chopped off?
I love my wife.
That was by Oliver Stone.
Sleeping with you isn't worth jeopardizing my marriage.
Kane plays psychiatrist Robert Elliot, and you're never quite sure where his loyalty or agenda lies. It's a film you've really got to experience to understand the tension and drama Kane delivers, but think Hitchcock's Frenzy meets Psycho.
When was the last time you had intercourse?
Freaky movie.
Kane's unpredictable character is the vital ingredient in this film, and it proves that sometimes not even the audience can deduce if he's good or bad.
Yeah, in the story, he's a homosexual, supposedly, but when he gets attracted to women, the female personality takes over and he lashes out against women and tries to kill the woman he's attracted to. Angie Dickinson played one of his clients. He's a shrink, a head shrinker, a psychiatrist. Anyway, very bizarre movie. Let's continue.
We use Detective Marino is not weirdo, but a person suffering from emotional dysfunction and a problem of maladaptation.
Number 5, Alfie Elkins, Alfie. This role as a suave Cockney playboy became defining for Kane.
Well, you all settled in? Right, we can begin. My name is...
Alfie?
Alfie.
Alfie sees him portray the eponymous womanizer who flits about sleeping with seemingly every woman he encounters, but he soon realizes that there are certain consequences that go with his deceitful, manipulative lifestyle.
I've made you steak and kidney pie with it.
I'm fed up with hot pots and steak and kidney pies. Why can't we have something out of a can for a change?
Whether he's addressing the audience, getting into scraps, or, let's face it, being a misogynistic pig, Kane's performance is engaging throughout, until this day proves to many that he can be charming as well as tough.
Marvellous what you can get on a national wealth, isn't it?
Number 4, Charlie Croker, The Italian Job.
You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
To many, the film that will immortalize Kane's quotes in cinema forever. Playing gold-hungry crook Charlie Croker, Kane shines as the devious, charismatic thief in this 60s heist film. Whether he's delivering hilarious one-liners or just moaning at his crew, he strikes the balance of comedic and dramatic delivery perfectly, be it his bloody doors off line or his purchase of a new car.
Yes, you must have shot an awful lot of tigers, sir.
Yes, I used a machine gun.
And who better to be stuck on a little cliffhanger with?
Hang on a minute, lads. I've got a great idea.
Number 3, Milo Tyndall, Sleuth. With moments you're not quite sure whether you should wince or laugh at, Sleuth is a classic mystery about murder and one-upmanship.
Don't forget your gloves. What a way to make a living.
Kane's Milo goes head-to-head with Laurence Olivier's Andrew, a man whose wife he has been having an affair with. A strange negotiation goes south and we're not quite sure who's dead and who did what.
If you see what I mean.
Kane's cunning throughout is glorious, with a performance that leaves us constantly guessing whether he is the victor or victim.
It was just a bloody game.
Number 2, Harry Palmer, The Ipcress File. Not quite Sherlock Holmes and not quite James Bond, Michael Caine's portrayal as the cool-headed Harry Palmer is one for the history books.
You ought to remember you're still in the army, boyo.
I'll tell you what. You remember for me.
Tasked with investigating a murder and a series of strange brainwashing cases, Palmer encounters a few uncouth characters and of course the dreaded Ipcress File along the way.
It's got Ipcress written on it.
With a performance that will make you long to see Kane sport the 007 name tag, he's just as confused as us throughout as everyone seems to be switching sides in a heartbeat. And who can forget that mind-numbing interrogation scene?
Harry Palmer. My name is Harry Palmer.
You have no name.
Before we unveil our top pick, here are a few honourable mentions.
No bother.
Okay.
Not offering to clean it myself.
How about Batman as Alfred?
Bill,
Christopher Nolan movies?
smart in front of the men.
What else could I show
The Dark Knight?
The only thing I can teach you is what I know. In any life, you have to be of use.
I've sewn you up, I've set your bones, but I won't bury you.
There we go.
I've buried enough
Alfred.
members of the Wayne family.
Number 1, Jack Carter, Get Carter. Word of
Bull
advice,
crap!
Don't get on the wrong side of Michael Caine, especially when he's got a shotgun. Setting out on a revenge-driven killing spree, following the murder of his brother, Jack Carter kicks, punches, stabs, and shoots his way to the truth.
Number one, calling bullshit.
Caine's performance in this film has been integral to building what is now the textbook Cockney gangster character, with send-off lines, dramatic close-ups, and no-nonsense interrogation scenes aplenty. His acting chops are multifaceted, but nothing's ever suited him quite as well as the gangster look. Have a drink on us, Michael.
Drink all of that. Do you understand? Drink it all.
Do you agree with our picks?
No, I don't. I watched half of this. I should have watched the whole thing. I assumed Blame It on Rio. That's a good movie from the 80s. And Michelle Johnson played this young girl who's best friends with his daughter, played by Demi Moore. And he winds up having an affair with her. Anyway, just look it up. Blame It on Rio. That's a great Michael Caine movie. I can't believe these twits didn't mention that. Thanks for the use of that clip, twits. You Brit twits. Just kidding. Moving on. Another birthday. We're going back to get caught up here. Happy birthday, belated birthday, to Adrian Zmed. He turned 68 back on March 14th, 2022. So he's best known, of course, for Bachelor Party. I'm going to play a clip of that in a minute. Grease 2, T.J. Hooker, opposite our favorite ham, William Shatner, who can't act his way out of a paper bag, and Dance Fever, which was a dance. It's kind of like a what's that dance show? Not Dance Party USA, but not USA, but like a dance competition. Anyway, So You Think You Can Dance. That's it on Fox. Dance Fever on the boob tube. Those were things he did. But Adrian Zmed was born Sunday, March 14th, 1954 in Chicago, Illinois. The fourth and final season premiere episode of Starsky and Hutch from Tuesday, September 12th, 1978 on ABC, titled Disco Mania, was Adrian Zmed's first major acting gig. Now I'm going to play a clip of the 20th Century Fox hit movie Bachelor Party from 1984 with Tom Hanks. The movie's now owned by Disney. It's one of the many properties like White Shadow that Walt Disney absorbed when they bought out the 20th Century Fox library. And you can't blame Disney. Fox put it on the block, on the auction block. So it's just amazing. I'm always encountering things that Disney now owns that I don't realize until I research the Podblast. I'm like, oh my God, they got that too. Planet of the Apes movies, that's Disney now. Star Wars movies, obviously. Marvel, obviously. We've known that for some time. But now, let's play some scenes from The Great Bachelor Party. Happy birthday, Adrian Zmed.
20th Century Fox has brought you stories of love, war, adventure. Now, another classic tale. Rick Gasco is a man who lives to love.
Hi, sister. You look terrific today. What have you done with your hair?
Ready?
Talking to a nun.
A man with talent. Good taste.
I hope you like potato salad. It's chunky style, my favorite.
Good friends.
This is the problem with American cars.
Good news.
I'm getting married.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, let's have a bachelor party with chicks and guns and fire trucks and hookers and...
His bride, Debbie,
and cocaine,
was raised in a different world.
Rick, we don't have a dog. Oh, that's too bad. That's a waste of some good fat.
You're obnoxious.
A man.
Bond. James Bond.
A woman.
Oh, come on,
Dressed as a woman.
A bachelor party for him. A bridal shower for her. A night to encounter ex-boyfriends, ex-girlfriends, ex-men,
X-Men,
excitement.
Is that your special?
Not like the Marvel comic book.
20th Century Fox invites you to witness a tradition no one will discuss in public.
Disney's going to bury this movie.
A motion picture event you can't afford to miss.
This is the best 3D I've ever seen.
I've seen better.
Bachelor Party.
Yeah!
Starring Tom Hanks. A man's tradition every woman should know about.
Hey, it's dark in here.
I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think we should see that anymore in streaming. So Adrian Zmed, of course, was in that, and he sang the song. I'm going to play it. Little Demon. But let me see. Where the hell is that? I thought I pulled that damn song. Yes, I did. Here we go. Let me play this for you. And I might. Let's just try it. Here's Adrian Zmed. He could sing. It's from Bachelor Party. In the interest of time, I'm going to stop that clip. And I've got on 16 millimeter reel-to-reel film the T.J. Hooker pilot. It's a 90-minute pilot, and he's in that, of course, as Romano. A lot of people know him from TV, from the small screen T.J. Hooker, opposite William Shatner. So let's see here. I do have some other stuff. I'm going to play for you now. I'm going to try to play this too. Here is Adrian singing in Grease 2.
Well, come on and tell us, Johnny, what's the secret of success? You gotta take a tip.
Prowlin' is the name of this song. Prowlin'.
'Cause you know that he's the best.
Prowlin'! That's about all I dare play. That's from Paramount Pictures, Grease 2, which had its moments, but of course it's nowhere near as good as the original Grease movie. I do want to play, and we're going to move on to Quincy Jones in a second. We're going to honor him. There's not many more left. I said there's a total of 11. This is number 4, Ron, Adrian Zmed. Here's a 1984 interview, Rock On Chicago, I want to play, because I love hearing stars back in their heyday.
WLS-TV Channel 7 and WLS-FM present Rock On Chicago.
Talking stuff.
Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Chicago. Coke is it.
This is rare.
Welcome to Rock On Chicago. I'm Brant Miller. My special guest co-host tonight, Adrian Zmed. Welcome back to Chicago. This is home for you.
Great to be back.
People love this guy to this day.
This is where I grew up.
This is a lot different than T.J. Hooker here, back sitting here in the beauty of Lincoln Park.
Yeah, well, the city of LC, where supposedly we are.
Where is LC anyway?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. Mystery. We know where we are. We're here in Lincoln Park, and we'll be right back. Here's what's coming up on tonight's Rock On Chicago. Tina Turner's new video. Cruel Summer from Bananarama. Videos by Chicago, Huey Lewis, The Police, plus a video by Sam Harris, everyone's favorite from Star Search. You'll also meet 2 of Chicago's hottest and sexiest recording artists. We've also got videos by Joyce Kennedy and Jeffrey Osborne, Steve Perry, and more with our special co-host Adrian Zmed. But first, here's Stevie
Rock On Chicago. We'll be right back.
Lane Tech in the early 70s.
Yeah.
You were in a battle of the bands up against Styx?
Yeah, they were called Trade Winds then. I don't even remember what high school it was at, but it was a battle of the bands at a Catholic high school somewhere in town. I forgot which high school it was, but we came in second place to them at that time.
What was the band's name?
At that time, it was called Ephraim. I think it meant the north wind. Somebody told us that. I never researched it. But,
and you came in, what, second?
Yeah, we came in second. We were pretty good. Not bad.
You still pick up the guitar and play?
Well, I play the guitar, but I originally started playing the drums in that band, and we were called Alpha Centauri when I was playing the drums. And I played the drums for like 6 years. Then all of a sudden, we had a gig playing at a place called, I think, the Deep End one weekend, and our lead singer had laryngitis, so we all went around the band seeing who could sing. Suddenly everybody discovered that I could sing. I could not play the drums and sing at the same time. So I came out from the drums and I just sang after that.
A Star is Born.
I guess so.
We'll be back with Adrian Zmed after Bananarama. Here's Cruel Summer on Rock On Chicago. In Canada that's out now. You are a serious singing musician.
Got it. You know, it all started after I did Grease 2. Suddenly everybody discovered that I could sing and dance, where actually it's always been a part of my life. And I was approached to do kind of a teeny bopperish type of sound, and I didn't want to do that because that isn't...
That is a dangerous mold. You can get cast like a Rick Springfield would be an example that would come to mind.
Yeah, it's just real easy, and unfortunately, the recording industry does not take you seriously, especially an actor. On Saturday night at 7 o'clock, they just don't take somebody seriously who wants to get into recording. So I have to prove something. I went off and I found my own producer then, Rick Derringer, who was one of the great lead guitarists of
Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo and the old Edgar Winter group, yeah.
And he's an even better producer than he is a guitarist. And I knew that a bubblegum sound would not come out of me with Rick doing the album. So we recorded a bunch of songs and had to bring it up to Canada because all the record companies in America rejected that sound out of me. It's more of a hard rock and roll sound. And it's doing very well in Canada. We got great reviews out of a heavy metal magazine of all from England called Kerrang, saying that I expected to pick this album up and hate it. And I'm shocked, I'm surprised. This kid has a great set of pipes on him, and the album is very well produced.
Does that mean you're going to have leather and studs on your uniform on TJ Hooker now? Are you going punk?
I do that. No, but it's finally...
Totally unrehearsed. Adrian, show us the 2 tickets you have in your pocket.
Well, they're to the Universal Amphitheater, the Huey Lewis concert that I went to. It's the last time I wore this jacket. One of my favorite groups out right now, really.
What's special about Huey to you?
Basically, he's back to the old rock and roll. It's very pleasant, strong rock and roll sounding music to listen to.
I would agree with that.
I thoroughly enjoy.
They're one of the few bands that I've come across that is as good or better live than they are on the records. And that's, anymore, everybody's so produced in the studio that it's difficult to achieve that.
Funny, the first 2 videos that he did were when he started. They started with their tour, and they weren't as hot, but they were building and building and building. So the money wasn't there to do those videos. They were still good.
I like Adrian Zmed. I'm not trying to go on and on with this. There's only a couple more minutes left. Actually, yeah, about 2 more minutes. I do want to play of this interview because I think it's cool what he's got to say.
Telling Heather Locklear from Heather Thomas. Tonight you'll find out a little secret. That's all coming in the second half of Rock on Chicago. Stay with us.
I'm playing this because a lot of people like Adrian.
Went to Lane Tech, graduated from the Goodman Theater, wind up in Hollywood acting in a successful television series. What's the secret?
What's the secret? Luck. Luck and hard work.
And good looks.
I graduated from the Goodman. A month after that,
and talent.
Cast in the National Touring Company of
and nepotism.
1 year on Broadway. Eventually, my manager convinced me to go to Hollywood. And
I think he made it on his own, though.
Series got canceled. Did a lot of guest spots. Did some feature films, and eventually hit a series that lasted, and hit a couple of feature films that did well.
What's it like working with William Shatner? Everybody loves him as Captain Kirk.
It's actually quite wonderful. I'm growing these pointy ears lately, but they're going to correct that through plastic surgery. We were like a couple of 12-year-old kids playing cops and robbers. We just have so much fun.
Heather Locklear from Heather Thomas. What's the inside information? How do you know which one's which?
The inside information. You really want to know?
Heather Thomas has the better body.
I want to know.
Okay, excuse me. There's this mole.
Where?
Heather Locklear's.
And is smarter.
Locklear's got the mole in, right?
Yes, it's about.
Female rock artist.
One of my favorites.
Oh, I can't. I better stop this tape because the music's gonna really get me reamed by the bots. Tina Turner.
Breath of fresh air in all of this age of electronics and new wave sound. There's no synthesizers in it. It's her singing a simple song. It's just her voice. She's backing herself up.
About Ike Turner getting abused by Ike, her ex-husband.
With a flute, and it's just a simple song that's direct and really says something. And I think it's great that people love the song.
And she's one of the most well-preserved ladies in music. How old is she? She's got to be in her 40s, isn't she?
I know, but I met her. I went to a Rod Stewart concert back in Los Angeles last year, and she was doing a song with Rod Stewart in the concert, and I went to his party afterwards, and I met her, and it was such a great thrill. She looks incredible, really.
That'd be good to me. Weren't you offered that song?
It's one of the fears that you have when you get sent all this material and you want to record it. you get these, look at these songs, and you say, boy, would this be good for me? Would that be good for me? I don't know. Better Be Good to Me was right in front of me, and I almost recorded, but I said, no, that's not what Adrian Zmed is all about. It's not my style, so I passed it up, and there she is with the video out of it right now. My pleasure. I love being back in my...
Choppy editing.
I can't let you leave without giving a couple of... Jogging down Malibu Beach, I want you to wear this Rock on Chicago sweatshirt.
I love it.
And this is a treasured item. I want you to wear this on the next episode of TJ Hooker.
All right, and I'll wear this underneath the uniform.
So we can look for episode 14 to have the bulge, to have the shirt on it?
Got it. Thank you.
Adrian Zmed is 68 years old, but he's very memorable and has a big fan base to this day. I'd love to interview him on the Podblast. I have some contacts that could help me with that. See if we can make it happen. Okay, so back on March 14th, 2022. We're, of course, into April 2022, and we're in spring 2022. But Quincy Delight Jones Jr. celebrated his 89th birthday. That's his birth name, Quincy Delight Jones Jr. He was born on Tuesday, March 14th, 1933, in Chicago, Illinois. Like the clip we just heard with Adrian Zmed from a local, at the time, Chicago television station. Now, Quincy was married to Peggy Lipton, who a lot of you may remember from the Mod Squad by Aaron Spelling. It was one of the first big Aaron Spelling shows that started in 1968 on ABC TV. And she was a pretty blonde, Peggy Lipton. And he also was romantically involved with Nastasha Kinski for years and years. Now, Quincy Jones has 7 children, including successful actress Rashida Jones. I saw her in a Super Bowl commercial in Super Bowl 2022. So I'm going to play a brief interview on Late Night with David Letterman on NBC from December 11th, 1985. These are always enlightening because sometimes things are said and people are evolving. I know I am. People evolve over time. Maybe their opinions aren't the same then as they are now, but let's listen to this because Dave is one of my favorite interviewers of all time. He's just asked some really great questions. And by the way, check out the YouTube channel Letterman, which debuted on February 1st, 2022. There's some official clips of Late Night with David Letterman, but the crazy thing is they can't play the Paul Schaefer theme because NBC supposedly owns that music, the Late Night with David Letterman theme, so they have to edit that out. You know, they play the episodes as completely as they can, or they'll just have clips of an interview or a segment or like viewer mail or something. But it's a shame that they can't play that Paul Schaefer theme. But they can't. You know, just lawyers and litigation has just ruined entertainment. Just greed. It's freaking greed. And I hate it.
The magic night, isn't it, Paul?
Yes, magic.
You can feel the spirit of the holidays in this room tonight, can't you?
Yes, you sure can. We're knee-deep in the hoopla tonight.
That's right, we really are. You enjoy hard-boiled eggs?
Yeah, I felt one right in the very critical
did I hit
area.
you with one? I'm sorry.
You got me in an interesting area. Yeah.
Now,
December 11th, 1985.
my God, he caught that bullet. You must be Superman.
Speaking of Superman, I'm going to segue. I did forget to mention this when I talked about Superman 3 and the Superman 3 cape that recently was on the auction block. Not the dark, evil Superman cape, but the light one from Superman 3 that Christopher Reeve wore. On the Blaze, it was seen St. Patrick's Day week. And Glenn Beck added that to his personal collection, apparently. Well, I forgot to mention Superman 3 is not available in the USA on Blu-ray. Can you believe it? Superman 1 and 2 is. But what I did recently, in 2016, it was released in Europe and in other countries in another region. Now, fortunately, this is a region-free Blu-ray, which means it can play in America on any standard Blu-ray player. Now, there are things called region-free players, which are DVD or Blu-ray players that will play any disc in the world, but there's different coding in different regions. There's region 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the world. And Canada and the United States of America is region 1. Okay, so this came to me in the mail, and I got it relatively inexpensively for $17, but I'm thinking, why isn't Warner Brothers release Superman 3 on Blu-ray in America? And I don't think it's streaming anywhere. If it is, it would be on HBO Max, but I haven't checked. But you know, there's a big stigma. It's a bad movie. A lot of people think that because they compare it to Superman 1 and 2. I think it's its own movie. I like how Clark Kent is involved with Lana Lang, who likes him for Clark. Lana's not like a fame seeker like Lois Lane, who's after the power of Superman or what he can do. And just the character of Lana Lang knew Clark in Smallville. They went to high school together. So I like that part of the story. And, of course, I like the comedy of Richard Pryor, who I miss so much on the big screen. He was just incredible. Some of my favorite comedy movies starred Richard Pryor. And I like the story. Robert Vaughn, who was in The Man from U.N.C.L.E. in the 60s, had this great scheme to take over all the oil in the world, as well as coffee beans. He wanted all control of coffee and oil. And it's actually not a bad story. I don't know if that, I'm not trying to be I just don't know why it's not available in America. It's available everywhere else, but this disc, it's on camera now. This Blu-ray disc, I love it because there's a commentary by the executive producers, the Salkinds and Pierre Spengler, who's a French financier who financed the Christopher Reeve Superman movies. And the commentary, I only watched the first half because I want to savor it, is great, by Alexander Salkind. No, Ilya Salkind, forgive me. Alexander died. That was his dad. Ilya Salkind, his son. And I didn't know he's from Mexico originally, supposedly. But anyway, it was a great commentary. And then there's a making of special, which aired in 1983 on ABC TV. It's 49 minutes long without commercials. And it was really cool. And there's a funny scene where this guy dressed up as Batman flamboyantly, he was the head of the stunts of Superman 3, goes, "Hello, I'll save you, and he's real flamboyant. It's a joke. He does basically it's like Richard Simmons, but he's dressed as Batman. I'd never seen that. It was really funny. But anyway, it's not really my rant of the week or anything, but I just don't understand why Superman 3 is not available in America. I don't know, but I got the disc. I got it, and I'm glad I did because I think it's got its moments. It's not the best Superman movie, but it definitely has its moments. But we're talking about Quincy Jones, so let's get to the actual interview. Dave's about to bring Quincy Jones out back in 1985, December 11th, 85, and here is that interview. And this isn't too long.
What are you going to do for the holidays? Can I come over?
Probably Christmas in Vegas.
Oh, Christmas in Vegas. I forgot it.
Oh, and if you're looking on camera, if you're listening at fistfulradio.com, if you're listening at fistfulofradio.com, this won't mean a hill of beans to you, so I'll be brief, but I am showing on camera the Blu-ray that I had imported from the Netherlands, which plays in my player just fine, but the cover's terrible. I don't know who designed the cover, but it was obviously someone at Warner Brothers for international release, and it's just not a good cover. Just like the movie poster with Reeve and Superman, the painted cover where they didn't put the S on the back of his cape. Bad marketing even back in the day. Anyway, let's listen.
With you. Yeah. My next guest, ladies and gentlemen, is a fine musician. He's also a terrific composer and an arranger, and the most successful, this is unbelievable, the most successful record producer of all time. He is also the producer of a brand new motion picture opening December 18th, called Color Purple, Color Purple. And on top of all of that, this man is the only guest we've ever had on this show named Quincy. Please say hello to Quincy Jones. How you doing?
Okay.
You're doing it all. You do everything.
No, I think after this 2-year stint, I'm going to rest for about 2 years.
It took you 2 years to do the movie and then other things as well, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Right. But the movie was almost every day for 2 years.
Now, how do you go from being an arranger, a composer, and a record producer to producing your own motion picture? You're not in it, but I mean, you're producing the picture.
Well, it's something I'd always wanted to do inside, David, and. About 2 years ago, I guess October '83, Peter Guber, who was a producer out in California, came to me to talk about an Olympic theme for gymnastics. And we said, okay, but then I really got interested when he said, I'd also like you to get involved in a book called Color Purple, which I had taken on vacation with me. And I couldn't believe it because I fell in love with the book. It was small, and I took it with me and read it. And it touched me more than anything I've ever read in my life. And it also helped me to understand from a woman writer's standpoint what that was all about. I mean, but Alice is a very truthful writer.
Alice
Anyway,
Walker?
yes,
Yeah.
she's the one that wrote Color Purple.
Now, how do you, let me short circuit you here, but how do you go from that step to hiring Steven Spielberg to direct the film and getting the cast and all of that sort of thing?
Well, you have to let everybody call you crazy at first, because I said, Peter, can you let me just take this and see what I can do with it? He said, fine, and if I get in trouble, you can pull me back. And he said, who are you thinking about directing? I said, Steven Spielberg. He said, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And everybody else did. And at the same time, Steven had been thinking about the movie, and we were friends before, but
he knew about the film.
He knew about the book.
Yeah.
And was
before you talked to him.
circling the field about the same time. And then I just stayed with it, and for 11 months later, I found myself with Stephen and Kathy Kennedy and Frank Marshall, all pros on a rocket, and through every stage of the film. And
it turned out very nicely. I saw it the other day. It turned out really nice. You must be very proud of it. But when you're working with Spielberg, now this is a story of a family and a group of people working in the early 1900s in Georgia.
Right.
Did you have trouble with Spielberg wanting to put, like, Martians in it and stuff?
No.
Some little guy coming down from Jupiter and being...
No way. This, in the beginning, we talked about this. I said, Stephen, this is all no flying. He knew this is just some black people walking around on the ground. No, he's an incredible, one of the most incredible director.
Yeah, well, like I said, it was a very impressive piece of work. Now, by the way, I mentioned your name is Quincy. What's your middle name?
No, really.
Do you have a middle name?
Delight.
Quincy Delight.
Right, but it was my father's name, too, so it's not a stage name or anything. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah. What was your father's first name?
Quincy Delight Jones.
Oh, you got the whole name.
Right, and
Quincy
my son got the whole thing, too. So
you passed on the delight, so to speak.
He got it all.
Yeah. What are we gonna do? We have some footage here. You want to do this? You want to take a look at some of this? You want to talk about records for a while?
No.
Okay, we're gonna see a minute or two from The Color Purple, which opens December 18th, all over the United States, huh?
Yes.
It's going to be a big movie. You can feel it, can't you? Yeah. All right, let's take a look at it here and see what we got.
Oh, no. No. Let's not watch that clip. And let's definitely not listen to this ad. There we go.
Oh, this here is Sophia. Sophia, that's a pretty name, huh? Sophia. Let's go get married.
Looks like you got yourself in trouble.
No, sir, I ain't in no trouble. Big though.
Who the daddy?
Harpo.
How he know that?
Like Oprah backwards.
He know cause he the only one.
Sealy, give me some lemonade. Young women no good these days. Got their legs open for every Tom, Dick, and Harpo.
Damn.
No need to think I'm gonna let my boy marry you just cause you're in the family way.
Don't say the N-word. I can't remember. I don't hope there's not
Young
an N-word.
and limited. Pretty gal like you can put anything over on it.
That word. Okay, good.
Who are the people in there?
That's Danny Glover as the father, and his son is Willard Pugh, and he's auditioning his new fiancée for
Bride to Be.
That's Bride to Be, and that's Oprah Winfrey from Chicago. She was a talk show hostess out there.
Yeah, now that's an interesting story. The other lady that we saw in there is, of course,
Seeley. That's Whoopi Goldberg.
Right. Now explain the woman from Chicago and how she got into the film.
Well, it was in Chicago, out there to testify of Michael Jackson's lawsuit for plagiarism trial, supposedly. And I stayed up all night, so I was walking around, pacing the floor, turned on the TV set at 9:15 in the morning, and I saw this lady and felt to myself, there's Sophia, and didn't even know whether she could act or not. And so we asked to get a videotape and send it to Stephen. And
Spielberg.
she is.
This is the luckiest woman on the face of the earth, isn't it?
And talented, too.
Yeah, she does a very nice job in there. Now, how many record albums did this thing end up selling? Was it, how many? It's now tied with one other, I think.
Which one?
Thriller.
38.
38
million.
38 million.
Yep.
Good Lord. Now.
Then, more now.
Do you still do that for people if I came to you and wanted to make a
Especially
record
after
album?
09 when Michael passed away.
Can you sing? No, I can't sing at all. But now, you and Michael Jackson worked on it together?
Yes.
You wrote songs together?
Yes, I wrote one song. Michael wrote 4.
Uh-huh.
And we had various songs in the album.
Now, when you're putting together an album like that, are you ever surprised that a song that goes on the album becomes a hit, or are you ever surprised that it doesn't become a hit?
I'm surprised. I mean this sincerely. Everybody goes into a studio to make the biggest record in the world.
Sure.
And everybody's always surprised when it isn't the biggest record in the world. And
Surprised when it's not, yeah.
200 that haven't done that, you know. So you are surprised when there's one that you really have a lot of hopes for, and nothing happens to it. That really shakes your antenna up,
Yeah.
you know.
Now, when you get down to the final cut, do you ever take a song off and replace it with another one and then save that song and then later give it to somebody else and it does well?
That's happened. On Thriller, we had 4 songs on there and had all the songs finished. Took 4 off and replaced it with PYT and Beat It and Human Nature.
What became of the 4 you took off?
Some other people recorded it.
Yeah, and what happened?
It was okay, you know, but it wasn't.
So you knew what you were doing in that case?
No, we just got lucky.
No. And then tell me about the first band you worked with when you were starting out.
Well, I was 14 years old, and 16-year-old was Ray Charles in Seattle. And
Ray was 16, you were 14.
He was 16, and I was 14.
Yeah.
And it was Bumps Blackwell's band, and we used to play for schottisches and everything else, and we'd get together at 3 o'clock in the morning to play what we really liked, which is bebop.
And then from then on, you stayed with it right on through, huh?
Right. Lionel Hampton and wrote for Count Basie. And
as a kid, you worked here in New York?
Oh, yes. We did the first TV shows here with Maury Amsterdam and Milton Berle, like in 52. You don't even remember all that, do you?
No, of course I do. What do you think I am? Of course, no. I'm like I'm 4 or something. No, I remember that stuff. Gee, well, I couldn't be happier for you. That's a great suit, by the way. The movie opens the 18th, and I'm sure it'll be a big success for you. Like you need another success.
It was.
Congratulations, Quincy. Nice meeting you. We'll be back, folks.
Blues. Yeah. The great Quincy Jones. I have another clip I'm going to play. If you're watching in the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, or in the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast, you'll see a record album, the Sanford & Son soundtrack album. Quincy Jones, of course, composed the theme, and I'm going to play some of it. Now, listen, I want to preface this. If you're listening after the fact, when we're not live, it's middle of the night on Facebook. But if you are listening to this and the sound just goes out and it goes silent, it's muted, the sound will be available in the Apple version of tonight's show. This is the Nostalgic Podblast number 96, and it will be on YouTube as well. But I'm going to try to play the theme to Sanford & Son. It's 3 minutes long. This is the long version, and I love this version because it's got stuff like I used to watch Sanford & Son religiously. In the end credits, sometimes when the show would run short, they would play more of the music, and I used to love it. I'm watching on TBS, WTCG, and WTBS Atlanta, where I'm at, where I grew up. You'd hear more of the theme, and I'd listen for that. I'd love those episodes you could hear more of the theme. Well, here's the whole doggone thing. It's probably going to get muted if you're not watching live, but let's listen for those that are live. Love that funk. Quincy Jones. Oh, I'm coming to join you, Elizabeth. With a can of beans in my hand. I'm coming to join you, Elizabeth, with a can of beans in my hand. And a dummy at my feet. You big dummy! That's just a jam right there. Here's the rare part. Jam. This is the part I would listen for when I was a kid. End credits. Very rare you'd hear this piece of the music. Yeah. Yeah. From that record right there on camera in my collection. The official soundtrack to Sanford and Son by Quincy Jones. Let me turn it around for you. See the back cover. There's a little reprise right there. Isn't that a cool cover? Oh yeah. God, I love Red Fox. One of the best comedians. Blue comedy, baby. Lamont! So many classic episodes. The earthquake episode. Remember Rollo, the thief? Lamont's buddy? Grady, Fred's friend. Of course, Aunt Esther. Man, that's great. Quincy Jones. Quincy Jones. One last piece of music. Now, this definitely will get muted as well, darn it, if you're not listening live. But Quincy Jones scored this with, of all people, Bill Cosby. It was a game show. I've played it before. I want to play it again. It's very funky, and it's reminiscent of the Sanford and Son theme. Sanford and Son debuted in 1972 on NBC, in January 1972. But this debuted in 1974 on CBS. Jack Nars hosted this game show. It was a very sophisticated, complicated game show that you can see every day, every morning at 9:30 a.m. on Buzzer, which is a national digital free network, and it's on Pluto TV, Buzzer. And at 9:30 in the morning, at least on the East Coast, probably the same in the West Coast, they air Now You See It. And it's like a word search game show. And it had a lot of complicated camera work and direction. And it was hard for Jack Nars to host it. And it's just a fascinating game show. It lasted a year and a half. It ended in 1975. It's a shame. And they brought it back years later. But I love this piece of music by Quincy Jones and Bill Cosby. And this is the theme to Now You See It. And this will get muted on Facebook. It just will. But I'm going to play. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong doggone button here. We've gone well over 4 hours. Another manifesto-sized Podblast, but packed with information, entertainment, and history. Here we go. Now You See It. It almost sounds like a high school band, right? I love this theme. Wow! Let me explain. In the early episodes, at that moment where I went, wow, somebody made that sound. They got rid of that early on, but right at the beginning of the show, I don't know what the origin of that, but someone would yell or exclaim, wow, like a mountain cat or something. It's a weird sound. It's there in the early episodes, and Now You See It. And you'll hear some harmonica, very reminiscent of the Sanford and Son theme that Quincy Jones scored 2 years before this piece of music. I love this game show. The original. 74, 75. I'm glad it's on every single day on Buzzer. B-U-Z-Z-R, Buzzer Network. Owned by Fremantle Media. I think it's the most complicated game show in history. You have to see it to understand. I mean, there's several rounds, man. There's so much that happens in it. It's so complicated. There's an elimination round, and there's 4 different rounds, and then the bonus game is awesome. They have 1 minute to find 10 words in the bonus round. And it accrues by $1,000. They call it breaking the bank. If the bank isn't broken, another 1,000 is added to the bank for the next game, the next episode. So I can get as high as $20,000. Back in '74, that was a lot of money. I think the most I've seen thus far, and the ones I've watched, because these are new to me. I was a little kid when they aired originally. I was like a toddler. I saw someone win $21,000. That's the most I've seen on the old Now You See It in terms of winnings. Jack Narz, the host of Now You See It, also hosted the original Concentration on NBC. And his brother is Tom Kennedy, which is a stage name. They're both from Kentucky originally. They're both gone. Tom Kennedy survived his brother, Jack Narz, for several years. Older folks know who Jack Narz is. He was a good MC. Great voice, pipes. I'm talking over the music a little bit, and I'm sorry if I'm annoying the hell out of you, but it's necessary because of the bots. Quincy Jones and Bill Cosby scored that. Now you see it. So now let's move on. We're almost done with the birthday segment. It's always a long segment, but I have to acknowledge these people. And I don't always acknowledge everyone in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group on their birthday, or if it's someone who had a heavenly birthday. I can't acknowledge everybody. And there's some folks, to be honest with you, to be quite frank, I don't want to acknowledge. I don't play favorites. I just acknowledge people that I think are worthy. Next up is Billy Crystal. This is number 7 out of 11 on my list in this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. But way back on March 16th, 2022, which was a Wednesday, that marked the 73rd birthday to classic pop. Oh, geez, I screwed up. I'm so sorry, folks. Let me back up. We're live. Back on March 14th, 2022, Billy Crystal turned 74. So happy 74th birthday to Billy Crystal, who was born on Sunday, March 14th, 1948 in New York, New York. To me, the mark of a great comedian is a comic who doesn't need to scoop from the gutter to be funny. Billy Crystal is one of those versatile, clean talents. Now, I'm not sermonizing here because I love blue material too. I'm not being hypocritical like Red Fox. I love Red Fox. Eddie Murphy back in the day. I love all types of comedy. No rules in comedy. But I do think it really, someone who can do both or doesn't need to go blue to be funny, genuinely funny, is a talent above the head and shoulders of the rest. I want to play a quick clip of Billy Crystal from way back in 1977. This is when he was on the show Soap, which was a funny sitcom. I know Scooter out there, one of the listeners of our old 106.7 station. By the way, I'm going to acknowledge the passing of a great on-air person that I loved working with, Kara Stockton, who died. I'm going to save that for the very end of the show. I was very affected by her passing away. She had just turned 44 years of age, but we're an international show, so this was a local radio personality, but a really great person who had an immense heart and great voice. And just really funny lady, but I digress. We're talking about Billy Crystal now, who also is nice. He's been to Atlanta where I'm at to shoot movies, and he's just an extremely nice person. At least what I saw, he was a very nice person. But here's Billy Crystal from way back in 1977 when he was on the sitcom Soap. This is 4 minutes long.
Oh, always the best response. Good feeling to come out and not see a leisure suit in the audience. Oh. You know what they are. They're the state flag of California, you know? You always run into the same guy. He's always wearing a leisure suit at a party. It's always, Bill, this is Lance. Lance, Bill. Hey, Lance, it's nice to meet you. I know.
Narcissist.
So I'm glad there's none of those, you know? Worse was Nehru suits. Remember Nehru suits? The only guy who ever looked good in a Nehru suit was Nehru. And even then, he looked at it in the mirror one day and went, "Oh, God, I look like a pimp. Look at this.
You look marvelous."
I have spent the entire fall touring college campuses, which is tough for me because I'm allergic to corduroy. Every campus you hear them miles away going. When you get corduroy when it's new, you know, it goes through a lot of changes, corduroy. You get it, it's new, it usually rubs the hair right off your thigh, right? But it's fun, it gets broken in a little bit. But it's a drag when it gets wet, isn't it? Always. I've been playing really big college concerts, you know, enormous. 60, 70 people at a time we've been playing to. It's been great. And it can be tough for a comedian. You see, I'm a comedian. Did I tell you that? Yeah. It can be tough when you get no billing. See, no billing means that the audience has no idea that there's anybody else on the show. You're not in any advertising, nothing. And it's very awkward. The lights go down, the audience is ready to boogie, and I come out. And it's a little tense because the audience has timed their drugs for the headliner. What the heck is he doing on? I'm peeking! Expect to be hungry by 8:30. And Denny's doesn't close. It can be a problem, but when playing so many colleges, you start remembering things. Like, I never had term papers on time. You know, I was a lousy student. I used to study for hearing tests. You know, I'd sit home going, you know? But I never had the term paper on time, and you'd always come in with excuses, right? And there was one excuse that was foolproof, and that was called a death in the family. Remember, my grandmother died 9 times in one semester. It would get out, they couldn't prove it, you know, it'd get outrageous to great extent. Mr. Cuney, I don't have the paper, there was a mass murder. Everybody gone, and they stole my notebooks. My notebooks are gone, my doctor said it's gonna be years and years of electric shock therapy, just stole everything. Well, I could have it tomorrow. Yeah, sure, yeah. I remember also getting phony proof of age, you know, because we were 17 years old, and in New York State, the legal age was 46 at the time, you know. And the proof would never go with who you really were. And I'd have a Chinese friend named Eddie Chin, and on his proof, his name was Nino Feccinoli. And he'd have to prove he was Italian every place he went, you know, bouncers were a little cranky. Is this you? Oh, doesn't he? I robbed Lago. No. But I remember high school most of all, you know, there was one moment that we all shared in high school days, and that was an assembly. And it came at the end of your senior year, and it was a drug assembly, right? So I want to take you back to your high school assembly, and here's your senior class president, who was a little odd, always president of the ham radio club. You know, very hip. Hey, Steve, what's new? I spoke to Sydney, Australia last night. Okay, but he had trouble with a mic. It's a bad sound system. You know how you used to get on your classmates? Give me a little assembly noise, and here's Steve Schatz, your class president. Hi. Good evening. How do you well? And I know it is. Oh. It is to me. How do you get it out? With the Odeon. Oh my God. That is. Oh.
I like Billy Crystal, and I like his movies too, like Mr. Saturday Night, Princess Bride. Who could forget Princess Bride, right? City Slickers, that series with Jack Palance. I even worked with Deborah Winger and Forget Paris. Anyway, he Forget Paris, Spinal Tap. He's done a lot of stuff. He's so talented. So that was actually number 6 in my list of 11 personalities who had birthdays recently. So let's move on to the next person, number 7. Back on March 16th, 2022, that marked the 73rd birthday of this classic pop culture TV star, Eric Estrada, who is best known as Officer Francis Llewellyn Poncherello, or Ponch, in the popular crime drama TV series CHiPs. Now, CHiPs is an acronym for California Highway Patrol. The series began on Thursday, September 15th, 1977 at 8 p.m. on the NBC television network. Lasting for 6 seasons, the show was last aired in prime time on NBC on Sunday, July 17th, 1983 at 8 p.m. 136 one-hour episodes were filmed, as well as 3 special 90-minute episodes, and a 2-hour highlight clip show, which aired in between seasons 2 and 3 of Chips, titled The Greatest Adventures of Chips, which aired on Saturday, May 12th, 1979. And it had new scenes in it with the secondary cast. In other words, it didn't have Ponch and John in it, except for in the highlights. But it had new scenes with the other actors, including Sergeant Cottrell, played by Robert Pine, who is the father of Christopher Pine, who's in everything. He's the current Captain Kirk in the Star Trek movies as of 2009, when he first took over the role of Captain James T. Kirk, James Tiberius Kirk. NBC aired reruns of Chips retitled Chips Patrol, kind of like on ABC with Happy Days when I was a kid. Happy Days was retitled Happy Days Again for daytime reruns. And you saw that sometimes in reruns, like after the fact. You'd see a print that still had the Happy Days Again title. But Chips Patrol, and I have film prints that say Chips Patrol in my collection, my vast film library. Anyway, Chips Patrol aired on NBC daytime weekdays between April and September 1980, when it was still on the air in prime time, of course. Now, there was reported turbulence between Eric Estrada and his co-star Larry Wilcox, who played Officer John Baker, and he was the top billed star from the beginning of the show, starting in September 15th, 77. So it was one of those situations where someone else in the cast sort of takes over, like on Lost in Space. Dr. Smith sort of took over from Guy Williams, if you will. But John Baker was the intended star of the show, and he had been in the 1970s version of Lassie and other shows. He's from Oklahoma in real life. But anyway, this reported turbulence and friction between Eric Estrada and Larry Wilcox led to Wilcox departing the show at the end of the 5th season of Chips. Also in the regular cast was the first female Chippy, as they called the female California Highway Patrol officer. They typically were in automobiles and not on motorbikes. But the first Chippy, quote unquote, was played by attractive Breanne Leary, who's a relative of Timothy Leary. And she played Officer Cindy Cahill. And Cindy was spelled S-I-N, like original sin. Cindy Cahill in seasons 2 and parts of season 3. But the cool thing about Breanne Leary is she had been discovered by talent agents after she was a contestant on Match Game 1976, in the summer of 76, in which she won $9,050, which was a hefty sum back in 1976. In fact, Breanne Leary would return to Match Game as a celebrity panelist, but the host, Gene Rayburn, I don't know why. It must have been her volition, but I don't want to assume anything, maybe not. But for whatever reason, it was never mentioned that she had once been a contestant or that she was a former contestant. It just said, Johnny Olsen announces her, Breanne Leary from Chips, nothing was said at the beginning of the show. Usually there's banter with the stars and the host, Gene Rayburn, but nothing was said when she came on in 1978 for the first time as a celebrity panelist, that she was a former contestant. Anyway, actress Randy Oakes, who is a blonde woman, she was married, probably still is, I think, to Gregory Harrison, who was on Trapper John M.D., I think, big hit show, medical show, with the guy from Bonanza was the star, Pernell Roberts. He starred as Trapper John, and it's kind of an offshoot of MASH. Anyway, Randy Oakes, I digress, replaced Breanne Leary as the new female officer named Bonnie Clark, and we first saw her on Chips in the season 3 premiere Roller Disco, which had Leif Garrett in it. I have a film print of it. That was a 90-minute special episode. It wasn't the first one filmed for season 3, because later, after it aired, you saw Officer Cahill, which was shot before they introduced Officer Bonnie Clark. Now, Randy Oakes as Bonnie Clark, she had played a bad girl in season 2 of Chips in a great episode. What was that one called? Downtime. And she played a car thief with these other attractive female car thieves. And little anecdote, funny thing, on MeTV, when they started airing Chips, I don't think they air it anymore, there was a scene where the girls escape the police and they jump in a stolen car into a river or a lake. I think it's a river or the ocean. I think it's a river. I don't know. In the water. No, it was the ocean. In the ocean, supposedly. They bail out, and all of a sudden you see these old guys on a yacht, like a little yacht, and you hear, "Anyone aboard?" And it's the blonde. It's Randy Oak's character, and she comes up, and her girlfriend comes up, and they're all in like little bikinis because right before they jumped into the water in the car, they're like, "Get rid of the clothes, ditch the clothes," and they had bikinis on underneath their clothes. And what's funny is on MeTV, they digitize out this one actress's nipples, not Randy Oakes, but one of the other girls that plays another of the thief, speaking part, a real role. It wasn't like she was an extra or something, but it's so obvious. They censored out after the fact in 2015, I think is when it aired for the first time on MeTV back in 2015. They censored out the nipples. I thought that was funny. Anyway, and it wasn't like it was a white bikini where it's like a wet t-shirt situation. It was like I think an orange bikini. I just thought that was silly. That MeTV or the distributor could have been MGM, which, hey, now Amazon owns Chips, for goodness sakes. Excuse my language, for goodness sakes. All right, so continuing on with the Chippies. So Randy Oakes replaced Brianne Leary as the new female officer, Bonnie Clark, and she stayed on Chips for seasons 3 through 5. The third and final female main cast member, Chippy, was Tina Gale, Gayle, as Officer Kathy Linehan in season 6, which was the final season of Chips. In that final year, Tom Riley played Officer Bobby Nelson, who replaced departed Larry Wilcox. However, Riley was replaced himself after he had a real-life altercation with police. Drugs and alcohol were involved. It was in all things, it was a traffic situation where he's driving under the influence. Can't have that on Chips, right? Got to be a good role model. So he was gone, and they brought in professional, real-life motorcycle racing champ Bruce Penhall. And he took over as a character, Cadet Bruce Nelson, through the remainder of the run of Chips in season 6, the 1982 to 1983 television season. Also in the cast was actor Lou Wagner, who had been in Planet of the Apes, the original Planet of the Apes movie from 1968. He was in an episode of Lost in Space, season 3, had a little romance with Penny, with pointed ears. It was a ripoff of Spock. Anyway, Lou Wagner was Harlan, the mechanic who patched together the Kawasaki bikes. Lou Wagner was Harlan, the mechanic who patched together the Kawasaki motorbikes when Ponch, or John, spelled Jon, John, took a spill beginning in the second season. That's when he joined the cast after season 1. In terms of the motorcycles featured in Chips, they were Kawasaki Z1 and Kawasaki KZ900-C2 models in seasons 1 and 2, and then they rode the KZ1000-C1 in season 3 of Chips. And as I just said, Robert Pine, father of actor Chris Pine, was the commanding officer, Sergeant Joe Gutrere, throughout all 6 seasons of the series, but different actresses played his wife throughout the run. Michelle Pfeiffer was on Chips in a very early role, one of the first things she ever did, obviously before movies. There were a lot. Danny Bonaducci was in a couple episodes. He played a badass episode called Karate, and Karate Part 2, The Threat of War. He played a terrible character, and in real life he is a black belt, and he can kick some ass, Danny Bonaducci. And he played a dude that beat the hell out of Ponch. And, man, he was just a total badass. I love those episodes of Chips. Season 4, Carrie Michaels was in Karate, the first one in season 4 of Chips, the 80 to 81 season. She was in Give Me a Break. Remember Carrie Michaels? She was in the movie Saturday the 14th, the parody of Friday the 13th. Very pretty brunette. And she was in Karate. That's a highly recommended above-average episode of Chips that had martial arts and just a good message. And she played the girlfriend of one of the young characters that guested in that week of Chips, Karate. And of all things, oh my gosh, also in the cast, before he was Lieutenant Worf, the friendly Klingon in Star Trek The Next Generation, actor Michael Dorn portrayed Officer Turner in Chips seasons 3 through 5. And for a time, former Bruce Jenner, now Caitlyn Jenner, acted in Chips in seasons 4 and 5 as Officer Steve McLeish as a replacement for Eric Estrada, who at the time was in a reported salary dispute with the show's producers. Another actor who stayed on the show during all 6 seasons was Paul Link, who played Officer Grossy Grossman, the fast food and junk food eating Grossman. There were many high-profile guest stars, like I said, not in addition to Michelle Pfeiffer and the others I mentioned, in both credited and uncredited roles, particularly in that season 3 90-minute premiere episode Roller Disco that I mentioned. There's too many to talk about here, but like Todd Bridges was in it, Cindy Williams was in it, the 8 is Enough, some of the 8 is Enough kids, including Adam Rich, Don Johnson, in an uncredited part. He's like, hey man, actually he said something, but he wasn't credited. He had a little line. At least I think it's him. My friend Hunter doesn't think it's Don Johnson. I think it's Don Johnson. Ed McManus himself. I know I'm forgetting some, but there were just a lot. Ruth Buzzy from Laugh-In. I love Laugh-In. She was in Roller Disco as herself. There was a big charity function at the end, and it was like a roller disco, roller skating party. And it was just a who's who. Grizzly Adams, I can't even pronounce his last name, Dan O'Harley or whatever his name is. Oh, I forgot to put up my picture of Punch for the camera. But there were a lot of people in Roller Disco. Bill Daly, who's an okay talent. Always a Second Banana from I Dream of Jeannie, played Roger Healy, and he was in, he's Howard, the pilot in the original Bob Newhart show in the 70s. Bill Daly played the manager of Leif Garrett's character. Leif Garrett was playing a character, wasn't playing himself in Roller Disco. But, oh my God, how could I forget? The football stars. Man, what's his name? I'm having a brain toot. Jim Brown. Jim Brown was in Roller Disco, playing a character, not himself. But there's a lot more I'm going to regret not remembering, but it doesn't matter. Just look up Roller Disco on IMDb. You'll see the whole list. That was a killer special. And it's fun if you like those times and that fun music and stuff. A lot of people hate disco. Disco sucks to a lot of people, but I like the soundtrack. Chips was a fun show to watch, and I'm sure it was fun to film. And it was laden with beautiful women, spectacular stunts, humor, exciting crime scenes, and funky music by Alan Silvestri, who went on to do the music for Back to the Future. And currently, he scores the Marvel's Avengers movies, including Endgame, one of the highest-grossing movies of all time, if not the highest-grossing movie of all time. Avengers Endgame from 2019. But Alan Silvestri took over the musical duties of scoring the background music in Chips from John Parker, who scored the main theme. But Silvestri composed a more upbeat, disco-y version of the main theme, which began in season 2, and the end title music to Chips, which John Parker originally created, which was used in season 1. And Alan Silvestri remained as the musical maestro on Chips throughout seasons 2 through 6 through the very end. Now, the TNT cable network, Turner Network Television, acquired the rights to the series when Ted Turner purchased the MGM library long before Amazon. So in the 1990s on cable, both on Superstation, WTBS, and TNT, were reruns of Chips, the classic series which introduced the show to an entirely new generation of TV viewer, younger folks who had never heard of it. It was on starting, I think, in like 1990 or so, and on into the 90s for years and years. In fact, originally airing on Tuesday, October 27th, 1998, was a reunion movie titled Chips 99, produced for TNT on cable. And Chips stars Eric Estrada and Larry Cox were reunited for the first time in 16 years to work on Chips 99 together. Today, Eric Estrada is a real American police officer. He's a voice actor and still a film and television actor. He's also known for his work as an activist. Eric Estrada became the international face of DARE, a campaign against drugs in the year 2000. Little Conan O'Brien reference there. Didn't mention this yet. Eric Estrada, spelled E-R-I-K, Eric. Eric Estrada was born on Wednesday, March 16th, 1949 in the United States of America in East Harlem, New York. And by the way, he didn't know Spanish. I've seen interviews with him where he says people try to talk to him in Spanish. I think he's learned it since, but in this interview from 2008, I believe, on the season 2 DVD of Chips, there's a little supplemental interview, and he's talking about, he's like, man, I know English. You know, I don't know Spanish. Anyway, I'm going to play a clip of some of the Alan Silvestri music, which, again, if this gets muted, if all of a sudden you're watching this on Facebook, I direct you to the YouTube channel or Apple or a podcast platform. Look up the Nostalgic Podblast, episode 96. Scroll to this moment if you care to, or just look it up online. But let me play some of the music from Chips. This is the classic season 2 through 6, 2 through 5 technically, version of the theme. Let's boogie! Right on, man. Here's the final clue. No, I have one little interview of Eric Estrada and Larry Wilcox together from 2015. This is very brief and very cool. But before that, here's the season 6 reorchestration of the theme. I like it. This is the end title theme of Chips by Alan Silvestri. I just like the funky sounds. I'm weird, man. What can I say? See, that was from a 1990s airing on Turner. That was a TBS version. I remember because TNT would just have the MGM Lion logo you just heard and not that was tagged on. For some reason, they would cut more of the episode out on the TBS version. TNT, I don't think they had as much commercial time to deal with because it was still a new network in the early 90s. And they would air more of the episode. It was virtually almost uncut. I know that for a fact because I timed it out. Let's see what we got here. Here's the interview, and then we'll move on to something else, to personality number 8, and I have some interesting collectibles to show the camera. Let's listen to Eric Estrada and Larry Wilcox talking about
definitely some special guests. It's been more than...
By the way, this is from 2015, and I think this is in Nashville, Tennessee, a local station, News Channel 5 in Nashville.
30 years since Punch and John rode off into the sunset on the hit show Chips. Eric Estrada and Larry Wilcox are still fan favorites for their roles as California Highway Patrol
September 2015.
Frank Poncherello and John Baker. They are now in Nashville this weekend for our Comic-Con. But before they make their way over to the Music City Center, they are here in our studio right now. Eric and Larry are both here to talk about their iconic roles. Great to meet you.
Great to meet you. Thanks for having us here. Yes.
You've been to town before.
Oh,
this is your first time in Nashville. What do you think so far?
I haven't been exposed to too much, but I'm happy that you elected Megan Barry as your new mayor. Congratulations.
Yeah. First woman mayor in
That's
Nashville's
right.
history and everything. So you've been here before
Yes.
and love coming back?
Yes. Last time I was here, before you had the before Opera Land Hotel got rained out.
Yeah.
I was here with Louise Mandrell, celebrity shoot.
Okay.
It was a great weekend, and they're good people, the Mandrells.
All right, you all talk, was on the show, it ran for about 6 years.
Right.
At that time, the most popular crime-fighting duo on television. After all of this time, are you still amazed with the reaction that you get from your time on the show?
Yeah, we love it. I mean, we really appreciate it. I love it and appreciate it, but I'm reminded sometimes my head's in the clouds and somebody will say, hey, aren't you? And I go, oh my God, yeah. And then they start talking about it, and they watched it with a kid. Their kids are watching it now because it's in syndication now. But it was a great time. We had a really good time doing it.
What about you?
No, I enjoy it. I'm always grateful. You know, you're happy when a policeman comes up to you and says that the reason he became a policeman was because of Chips. And so, you know, both veterans and policemen, we always feel like we have a good rapport with. And actually, not only did Chips run 6 years, but it was syndicated in 100 foreign countries, and then Turner picked it up, TNT, and ran it for about 30 years on television. So we got a lot of branding and exposure.
Were either of you motorcycle riders before this?
Larry.
Yeah.
I rode the subway. I grew up in Spanish Harlem. We had the subway and the bus.
So how much training before the show started did you have to go through?
A lot. A lot. They used to wind me up and I go boom.
Still have any scars or bruises from that time?
Well, yeah, we got this puppy here. And then one time I ended up in intensive care with punctured lungs and everything else.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so that's been several years ago,
Yes.
but you're still being able to go out and meet folks.
Yes.
Before we talk about why you're here in town, what are you up to now these days?
Well, today I'm a beautiful wife, beautiful daughter. I'm a reserve deputy sheriff in the state of Virginia, Bedford County Sheriff's Department, and I'm a task force captain in the ICAC task force. ICAC means Internet Crimes Against Children.
Okay.
And so we do a lot of that. We put a lot of people that belong in cages that hurt our children.
Yeah, well, good for that. And for you, you're actually on the producing end of things, right?
Well, I produced a television series for 5 years for HBO called the Ray Bradbury Theater that won a lot of awards. But really, we do mostly technology. We go into cities that have a problem with budget, don't have ability to hire people locally, and so we fund $50 to $150 million of a complete energy retrofit of the city. So we put in everything from waste to energy, inline hydro turbines, retrofit all the city buildings, and fund that so the city doesn't have to tax the individual.
Well, still doing great stuff now, but you still get a chance to meet the fans and talk about the big reason why you're here this weekend.
Well, we're here for the Wizard World Comic-Con here. Wizard World, this is the third time they've had it in Nashville. It's our first with Wizard World, to work for them, to be with them. And it's always great to come out and see the folks. And the good thing today is that a lot of the parents are, because the show's a syndication now, and they bring their children to see us because they're watching the show too. They're raising their kids on the show, and it's just always good. And fun to meet.
Well, we thank you very much for stopping by and being with us today.
Thank
Come
you
on
for
out and
having
see
us.
them. You can meet Eric and Larry coming up at Comic-Con through Sunday at the Music City Center. For times and ticket information, go to our website at newschannel5.com. That'll be great. I still like Chips to this very day. I'll never grow up. I'm worse than a Toys R Us kid, but I ain't no kid. That's for damn show. So moving on to our 8th personality I want to honor tonight out of 11. It's going to be another 6-hour epic Podblast. Happy 59th birthday to singer, actress, and former Miss America Vanessa Lynn Williams, who was born on Monday, March 18th, 1963 in the Bronx, New York. She definitely saved the best for last. And everyone knows about the quote-unquote scandal when Penthouse magazine published nude photos she had taken after she won the crown of Miss America back in '84, and she had to rescind that honor. Now, I want to play an interview. Again, I don't know what it is about 2015. Just a lot of these interviews I found are from 2015. Here's a clip from ABC News, now owned by Disney and has been for some time. They own the entire network.
Here is an interview with Robin Roberts, interviewing Vanessa Williams, and I'm going to hold up the some collectibles with Vanessa Williams. Nothing nude, but I'm going to just to show the covers of 2 of such magazines
So much
as the
has
interview's
changed
playing.
since Vanessa Williams was forced to give back her Miss America crown just after making history as the first African-American woman to win it, all over a nude photo scandal. Nowadays, people get famous on purpose that way. Not that she's complaining about how it worked out for her. Tonight, Williams tells our Robin Roberts exclusively about her triumphant return to the pageant.
It's the preeminent beauty pageant, Miss America. This Sunday, 52 women will strut down the runway, hoping to win that crown.
Happy time!
And one woman who knows how they'll feel up there, Vanessa Williams.
And our new Miss America is Vanessa Williams, Miss New York.
It was 32 years ago that Vanessa Williams, a then 20-year-old college junior, became the first African American to win the title.
Did you understand the significance of being the first African American woman to be Miss America?
I didn't realize how big it would be. When I was touring, older black women thought they'd never see it in their lifetime, and some people would cry.
But nearly 11 months into her reign, scandal erupted. Racy nude photos she had posed for years earlier were sold without her permission to Penthouse magazine. She turned to her parents.
I said, I don't know what's going on.
Catholic
but I'm
Catholic
sorry.
family.
We have no idea what's going to happen. I was stupid, and I took some pictures, and apparently they're coming out. And my parents said, okay, well, we love you, and we'll deal.
Those photos published, pageant executives gave Vanessa 72 hours to resign.
Please, I would like to start. Can everyone hear me?
Pussies, wussies.
I do officially relinquish my title as Miss America 1984 to the Miss America pageant.
That resignation, the first and only in the pageant's 95-year history. But the scandal didn't keep Vanessa from success. She flourished as a singer with hits like Dreamin'.
Yep. Uh-oh. I better talk over this one.
Vanessa earned 11 Grammy nominations before transitioning to TV's Ugly Betty.
Love your perfume, Claire. Musky.
Even making her mark on Broadway. And now,
for the first time in 32 years,
Oh,
winner Vanessa Williams returns.
Well, why now?
I've got a perfect platform to kind of be reintroduced to the organization that catapulted me into notoriety and stardom.
Do you sometimes look at what's going on today and saying, I lost my crown because of that? Really?
You're
People
right.
now release things to make a career.
Yeah, that's crazy. To think that, oh, you can look at a scandal and think that that would be good for your career, where for me, it took every ounce of credibility and talent that I had and wiped it out.
it's been a long and emotional road back for Vanessa, who decades ago was unsure whether to fight for her title.
The heightened spectacle and circus of it all was kind of crazy. I had people that were saying, fight for the crown, and people chanting, don't give it up, don't secede.
Fight, Vanessa, fight!
Back then, her parents, especially her mother, didn't want her to give up.
She felt the injustice was having performed my duties and excelled in everything that I was asked to do, plus doing 50% more of appearances that were not scheduled because I was the first African-American Miss America. It was really hard for my mom when I decided to resign. She felt that I shouldn't have to, and she felt that it was the wrong move. She also remembers that the pageant did not come to my support. They felt that I needed to resign, so she harbored a lot of resentment.
Meanwhile, Vanessa was unaware of what her parents, who were still living in her childhood home, were enduring.
They refused to change their phone number, so people would call, make prank calls, and
Before
really
caller
try to
ID.
hurt their feelings. People would drive by the house and beep things and yell stuff at the house. There was some graffiti that was written on our local AMP in my hometown that was really derogatory.
Yeah,
They
probably
took down the
D-
sign.
WHO
Your
blank
Home
blank.
Miss America. So there was an incredible amount
Terrible.
of shame and humiliation.
But they survived the storm. their mother-daughter bond so close, they even decided to write You Have No Idea, a book about how they got through it all, including those infamous pictures.
I didn't look at the shocking
That's her
parts
mom
of them.
talking.
I looked into her eyes, and I could see that she was uncomfortable.
And even today, at age 52, Vanessa turned to her mother for approval.
Now she's 59. Just want to add, we're so hung up about sex and nudity in the United States of America, but we love violence. And it's the opposite in Europe. In Europe, violence is abhorred. And look at shows like Benny Hill, where they show a little TNA. It's no big deal. We're just so hung up in the United States of America about these things. But let's listen to Vanessa Williams' mom, and this interview's just about over.
There was the first person that I went to and said, listen, this opportunity came up. What are your thoughts? Because if you're not down with it, I'm not doing it.
That's Vanessa Williams talking.
Preparations are already underway in Atlantic City for the contestants. But the women should know Vanessa will be looking at more than just what they are wearing.
Miss America 2016 needs to be worldly, needs to know what's going on, not only in the United States, but in the world.
How do you want people to react when they hear that you're going to be a judge?
And there's a lot of people that do feel that I should return. So the people that harbor the resentment, I understand it, but realize that all those people that were part of the old guard are no longer there. And there might be some more surprises, so we'll see.
For Nightline, I'm Robin Roberts in New York.
And Robin Roberts had her bouts with cancer, unfortunately. Oh, boy. Well, let's move on. No. Actually, check that. I have one more quick clip. I'm not going to play the whole thing because I think it plays some songs. This is Oprah Winfrey interviewing Vanessa Williams when she was 29 years old. Now she's 59, so that was 30 years ago. Let's see if I can get this to play. There we go.
Well, people would find this really hard to believe, but my actual birth announcement that my mother sent out in 1963 said, here she is, Miss America. Kind of weird, huh? Hello. Hello. How you doing? Good to see you. Ooh, you look pretty good. Thank you. This is a real pleasure.
Uh-oh, I better talk over this song. All right, I'm going to belay this. They're on the beach. It's Oprah. It's back to... Anyway, I guess we can move on to the next person I want to highlight who had a birthday. This is a heavenly birthday. Heavenly birthday of a talent who's very beloved. Let me just play a clip of this person, a funny-ass clip of this person from a movie that we all love. If you don't like Airplane, I don't like you. If you don't like Airplane, there's a good chance I won't like you. Listen.
Flight 209er, this is Denver Flight Control. You're approaching some rough weather. Please climb to 42,000 feet. Roger, Denver.
We have a visitor.
Hello. Hi.
This is Captain Oliver, Mr. Murdoch, and Mr. Boston. This is Joey Hammond.
Oh, hi, Joey. Come on up here, you can see better. Joey, we have something here for our special visitors. Would you like to have it?
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Sure. You ever been in a cockpit before?
No, sir, I've never been up in a plane before.
You ever seen a grown man naked? Joey, you ever hang around the gymnasium? Joey, you like movies about gladiators?
That's right. That's from Airplane. Peter Graves. Happy heavenly birthday recently to Peter Graves. He was born Peter Arnes. And this was spelled A-U-R-N-E-S on Thursday, March 18th, 1926 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Peter Graves won a Golden Globe Award for playing Jim Phelps in the original CBS TV series Mission Impossible, in which he replaced actor Stephen Hill, who quit the show after its first season due to religious reasons. Reportedly, Stephen Hill wanted to practice Judaism during times when they needed him to film scenes, and he quit on religious grounds, supposedly. But before that, I got a lot of people write me and say, what about Fury? The TV show Fury from 1955 to 1960 that Peter Graves starred in. That was a beloved show about a horse. And then he was in Whiplash, and he did a lot of stuff before Mission Impossible. But let's just feature things that most people remember him for, like the movie Airplane and Mission Impossible. So playing Jim Phelps, he replaced Stephen Hill after Stephen Hill quit the show after the first season. So starting in the original Mission Impossible second season premiere in the fall of 1967, Peter Graves debuted, and he remained until the end of the original series in 1973 at the conclusion of its 7th season. And he reprised the role of the leader of the IMF, which stood for the Impossible Missions Force organization, in its 1988 to 1990 revival on ABC TV. The original show was on CBS. Martin Landau and Barbara Bain were in the cast the first few years of Mission Impossible, and they got greedy. Salary dispute, and they were gone. And Leonard Nimoy, of all people, replaced Martin Landau right after Star Trek kicked the bucket at the end of the 68-69 season. So in the beginning of the 1969 to 1970 season, Leonard Nimoy was in and Martin Landau was out due to greed. Now, I like Martin Landau. I met him, had lunch with him, got pictures with him on a set of the Anna Nicole movie where he played Marshall, the old dude that Anna Nicole married, the rich guy, old as dirt guy. So let me just continue on here. So, yes, Peter Graves reprised his role as Jim Phelps in which I loved, the 88 to 1990 revival on ABC TV. The network screwed it with a bad time slot, moving it around like they've done for many shows throughout television history. I hate that. The most successful shows, you'll notice, stayed on the same night, like One Day at a Time, for instance. I think that stayed primarily on the same time slot. 8 is Enough was on Wednesday nights for a long, long time until the network jacked it up at season 5, which caused it to crash in the ratings. But as I played in that clip, fans also loved Peter Graves as the Captain Clarence Overture in the majorly successful movie Airplane, released by Paramount Pictures on Wednesday, July 2nd, 1980, and its sequel, Airplane 2. Peter Graves won an Emmy for hosting the show A&E Biography on cable television, and he also narrated the interactive video game film Dark Star. He was a devout Christian, reportedly. Peter Graves also served in the United States Air Force during World War II between 1944 and 1945, respectively, reaching the rank of corporal. And he was awarded the American Campaign Medal and the World War II Victory Medal. Did you know that the older brother of Peter Graves was James Arness? Because Peter Graves' real last name is Arness, but it's spelled differently. On camera in Gunsmoke, it's spelled A-R-N-E-S-S, but the real spelling is A-U-R-N-E-S-S, but I digress. So the older brother of Peter Graves was James Arness, who played Marshal Matt Dillon on Gunsmoke for 20 years, between 1955 and 1975. James Arness sadly died on Friday, June 3rd, 2011, at the age of 88. He lived a little bit longer than Peter Graves, who passed away of a heart attack at the age of 83 on Sunday, March 14th, 2010, just 4 days before what would have been his 84th birthday. So I already played one of his most memorable, hilarious scenes in Airplane. About to move on to our 10th out of 11th star that we honor for birthdays. But let me play this. I've played this before towards the beginning of a previous Podblast, but I love this version of the Mission Impossible theme. This is from a 1989 episode. I just love this. I'm missing the drums there, like in the original. There'd be a little percussion bongo piece right there. That's what's missing from that version theme, but I love it. 5-hour mark. Oh my gosh, folks, if you've been listening this long, God bless you, and I hope you've had some libations or some snacks to keep you going. I've been sitting here eating a Milky Way candy bar and drinking coffee, and right now it's the middle of the night, and I'm probably going to be wired on coffee. I drink over a pot of coffee. I don't use a Keurig. I use an old-fashioned Braun coffee maker. I'm old school. This is nostalgia. Anyway, but let's move on to number 10. Happy 67th birthday to Bruce Willis, who was born back on Saturday, March 19th, 1955 in West Germany. And we first saw him when he had hair in Moonlighting on ABC opposite his co-star, the lovely model Sybil Shepherd. And the show Moonlighting lasted for 5 years on ABC from Saturday, March 3rd, 1985 until Sunday, May 14th, 1989. 66 one-hour episodes were produced after a 2-hour first episode. However, most know Bruce from the mega successful 20th Century Fox produced and distributed Die Hard movies, now owned by Disney, which for decades has begged this debate. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? And I asked that question in the nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, which is rapidly growing, and I'm very thankful for that. And Jeff Logan, who truthfully is a friend of mine, I've known him since 1983, he chimed in, and he's called into the show before. Jeff Logan wrote something very amusing, I thought, when I asked that question, is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Well, Jeff Logan wrote, Christmas music? Check. Christmas tree? Check. Christmas party? Check. Christmas present? Check. Santa suit? Check. It's a Christmas movie! So, I'm going to play some scenes from the original Die Hard, which I saw in the theater back in 1988. Let's listen to a couple scenes from that classic Christmas movie, Die Hard. Which now, again, this is one of the things, I'm always discovering things that Disney owns, and again, I'm not trying to be negative.
It's Christmas Eve
In awe. You know, what a pickup they got when they got Fox.
Well, we'll see what Santa and Mommy can do, okay?
A New York cop, John McClane, has come to see his wife.
I missed you.
Instead, he's going to have to save her. Sit down. Within this skyscraper high above the city, 12 terrorists have declared war.
They're about to be taught a lesson in the real use of power.
They're as brilliant
because I am interested in the $640 million in your vault.
as they are ruthless.
But I'm telling you, you're just going to have to kill me. Okay. We do it the hard way.
Now, the last thing McClane wants, is to be a hero.
Where's Holly? Where?
But he doesn't have a choice.
What does he think he's doing?
They have already killed one hostage.
This channel is reserved for emergency calls only.
He's inside? Who is he? Who are you then? You are most troublesome for a security guard.
Sorry, wrong guess, huh? Would you like to go for double jeopardy?
Do you really think you have a chance against us, Mr. Cowboy?
Yippee-ki-yay, mother.
You just destroyed a building. And I am in charge of this situation. Well, I got some bad news for you. Come up here, that look like you're in charge of Jack.
He is alone, he is tired, and he hasn't seen dipping squat from anybody down here.
Hey, pal, how you feeling? All things being equal, I'd rather be in Philadelphia.
Only John can drive somebody that crazy.
He's an easy guy to like.
Come out to the coast, we'll get together, have a few laughs.
And a hard man to kill. Bruce Willis. Die Hard.
Got invited to the Christmas party by mistake. Who knew?
Love it. Die Hard. What a great series of films. Going to play an interview now, of course, from Late Night with David Letterman from October 20th, 1989. I just want to play a little bit of this. He's very funny. And I like the movie he did, we'll talk about in a second, with Sarah Jessica Parker. It took place in Pittsburgh. Love that movie. All right, let me find my cue mark here. I'm losing my place. Hang on. Hold on. Sorry, folks. All right, here's Bruce Willis.
Shot of Dave and myself. Bruce Willis. Sure, Paul and I are good friends. This is for you. No, it's not for me. This is for Woody Harrelson. He wanted to get a shot of. How's that? All right.
Taking a picture with Dave. Paul Schaefer snapping the shot.
This is amazing. And they develop right there. Is that right? Well, you got 60 seconds, I think. We don't have to drive
Before the iPhone, obviously.
Wait a minute. Okay.
Now, Bruce Willis is taking a picture with Paul. October 20th, 1989 technology.
Nice, and it'll be a little souvenir for your friend Woody Harrelson. Woody Harrelson. You know, he was here last week and did the same thing. Well, I know. He told me to come on and then. But we didn't see the results. Oh, this will be exciting because a little bit later, we'll take a look at the results. This is a pretty amazing thing how this turns out, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Here, take your camera back. Doggone, it's good to see you. You're like the most successful man in show business now. I'm pretty doggone big, aren't I? I'm pretty popular. Now this movie, this talking baby deal. Can I stop you for a minute? Sure, go ahead.
Oh yeah, Look Who's Talking with Kirstie Alley. Forgot about those movies. Striking Distance. That was a movie took place in Pittsburgh with Sarah Jessica Parker. That was a good movie. 1992, I think. I like that movie.
And no one ever comes out here and says this. Now they come out and they talk about their. Well, that's no accounting for taste, of course. Okay, let's move right on. I'm not done with this yet. Wait a minute. I mean it. I mean this. I've been staying home a lot now. Does he have the new baby? Show. How old is the baby? The baby's 14 months old. That's great.
Rumor? That's right. He was with, we talked about her earlier. Demi Moore. Of course.
With the high-lows. Do you remember those guys? The high-lows after the high tones. Yeah. Anyway, well, thanks. I appreciate that. You didn't need to say that. Now, let's talk about the movie. All of a sudden, this is a big deal. But you're not really in the film, are you? In Look Who's Talking?
No, he plays the baby. He voices it.
My voice appears in that film. As appearance?
All right, I'm going to cut that because gone over 5 hours. I do have another quick clip from 1990 of Bruce Willis with David Letterman. I think this might be more interesting.
Olympia Dukakis will be joining us. Smokey Robinson will
Talked
be
about
here.
her earlier tonight.
And automotive expert and radio talk show host Bob Cerullo. Bob Cerullo. So if
Nobody cares about Look Who's Talking. John Travolta before Pulp Fiction.
And tonight on the show, I mentioned Bruce Willis. He's here. Elizabeth Perkins is here. Do you
Before
know
his
Elizabeth?
big comeback.
I
haven't worked with her. I know her.
I saw her in the hallway briefly. Seemed like a lovely woman.
Yeah, she's very lovely. She's worked with my wife. But I've never had the honor.
Demi? And your wife is doing. You actually are also in the same film with your wife, right?
Yes, yeah. It's a film called Mortal Thoughts. I have a smaller
cameo.
It's a little larger than a cameo. A camiette, I think.
Now, let me ask you a question.
That's a word, a camiette.
If you were not married to the female star of this film, would you have been in the movie?
I don't think I would have had a snowball's chance of getting a part.
No, that's not what I meant. You certainly have the qualifications, but would you have done it?
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably would. It's a good part. I mean, it's a little more interesting being able to work with my wife. You know, I have a couple scenes with her in the picture.
Yeah, more interesting to work with your wife than to
set the cat on fire.
All right, speaking of animals, you last time you were here, you did an impression of your dog hacking up a
dog coughing.
Yeah, dog coughing. And I understand you have prepared for us another impression tonight.
I have one impression. I only work on them one at a time. Yeah. This is an impression.
This is not an animal impression.
No, this is a political impression. It's kind of old, though. It's a little dated now, but, you know, Morty asked me if I did have any other impressions.
Richard Nixon?
Morty,
haven't seen this.
Do you do an impression of a producer? Yeah, there you go.
This might be a little visual there, guys and gals. I'm going to cut the clip, I think.
Here it is.
This is an impression of, it's actually it's kind of an old impression of Hubert Humphrey. Hubert Humphrey.
Yes.
This is Hubert Humphrey.
Former senator, vice president.
Senator, almost was a president.
Yeah.
In 1968, I ran for president of the United States. On election eve, I turned to my wife, Muriel, and I said, Muriel, tomorrow morning you'll be sleeping with the president of the United States. The next morning, she turned to me and said, "Well, Bubblehead, do I go to Dick's house or does he come here?"
All right, that's for the boomers out there. Now we'll move on in the interests of time to the final birthday, and it's another heavenly birthday. I really like this personality. Happy heavenly birthday to Fred Berry, who was Freddie Stubbs, otherwise known as Rerun, in What's Happening in the 1970s and in What's Happening Now in the 1980s on television. Born on Monday, March 19th, 1951 in St. Louis, Missouri, unfortunately, Fred Berry passed away at the age of 52 on Tuesday, October 21st, 2003, in his home in Los Angeles after suffering from a stroke. Fred Berry was married 6 times to 4 different women, the first 2 of whom he married twice each. Fred Berry had 3 children named DeShannon, Portia, and Freddie, who works as Fred Berry Jr. Happy birthday to this unforgettable personality. In honor of Fred Berry, as we wind down the birthdays of the week, and we're almost done with this week's Podblast, I just have the nostalgic treat of the week and the nostalgic toy of the week, and might skip taglines because I've gone so freaking long again. But I did try to cut some of these clips down, which I did do, trying to edit live on the spot in the interest of time. But let me play. Yeah, I love this. This was by Henry Mancini. This is the theme. Let me set this up. This is the theme to What's Happening Now, the 80s version. I think the bots will let me get away with this version, not the original one, but Henry Mancini, who did the Pink Panther theme. And I played some of his music from the Sunday night mystery movie on NBC, which included Columbo. Anyway, this is What's Happening Now, starring Fred Berry. Could move, you know, for a man of great weight, he could really get around, do flips and things, and just very, very physical. He did as much physical comedy as John Ritter did on Three's Company, in my opinion. Great guy, and I want to play a quick bit of a clip of an interview he did shortly before he passed away from 2002. This is titled Rerun, Where Are They Now? And this is Fred Berry in his own words before he passed away, and at only 52 years of age. That truly is a shame. And what I like is they play some clips of him in Three's Company.
New star, Rocket Rerun Stubbs!
Oh, this might get me in trouble.
For 3 seasons, Fred Berry helped audiences bust a gut, playing wisecracking Freddie Rerun Stubbs in the hit series What's Happening.
The name is Freddie Stubbs. My close friends call me Rerun, but you can call me yours.
And you can call me a doctor because you make me sick.
Sporting his trademark red beret and suspenders, this not-so-lean dancing machine helped the sitcom become one of the most successful African-American shows ever. After growing up in a St. Louis housing project, Fred began his career in the early 70s, making TV appearances with breakdancing pioneers, the L.A. Lockers. The fancy moves paid off. In 1976, Fred landed the What's Happening gig, and the show quickly became a Nielsen Top 10.
I can't help being... It runs in my family.
Nobody runs in your family.
I can't help being fat. Nobody runs in your family, D.
But the pressures of success and the never-ending fat jokes became too much.
I hate being fat.
Tired of playing the clown, Fred turned to drugs and booze.
Oh, shit. I didn't know that.
By 1979, the show's ratings were in the tank. The network pulled the plug, and Rerun added unemployed to his already long list of troubles. So where is Fred Rerun Berry now?
Hey, this is Fred Rerunberry right here in Southern Shores at the Duckwood Golf Course.
This straight shooter's got his life and game on course.
Oh, a nice slice on the golf course there.
When Fred isn't working on his handicap, he's hawking real estate in Virginia Beach.
Hi, I'm Fred Rerunberry, and I'm excited about Hollywood comes to Hampton Road. I'm the pitch man for celebrity events. Hey. I'm like what Bill Cosby is to Jell-O.
Since his days on the tube, Fred's been busy. He married 6 times, legally changed his name to Rerun, and lost 100 pounds. If that weren't enough, he even became a musician, recording a gospel album in 1991. And I'm the big dog. 3 years later, Rerun ditched the gospel for a little gangsta rap, joining Snoop Dogg and friends in the video for Doggy Dog World. He then hit bottom again, but only on screen, playing a homeless guy in the short film Bum Runner.
I play a guy called Can Man, who we all play bums who are trying to steal things from each other. It's big comedy.
Almost 25 years later, Fred can't ditch Rerun's rump-shaking shadow.
I go out in public, people freak out. They ask me for autographs, ask me to dance. I still got it. Hey.
Just jumped in a swimming pool. It's funny. So, I mean, I love this acting, and that's a shame. You know, when you hear about him turning to drugs and alcohol, that is a definite shame, and I wish he were still around, you know. Underrated, but that's pretty much all he's known for is what's happening in that great classic beret that he wore on his head, that red beret. I like Fred Berry. So we're almost through with this week's episode of the Podblast. And that concludes birthdays for this edition. Now it's time for my fake rant of the week. That's right, it's fake rant of the week time. This is where I feature something that has me really pissed off, but not really. I mean, sort of pissed off, but not to the extent where I'm going to blow a gasket. Here's my fake rant of the week. I'm going to ask you, the listener or the viewer, when do you think that current pop culture sank to the gutter and never emerged again? Maybe you don't think it has, but if you do, when do you think that current pop culture sank to the gutter and never emerged again? Think reality show trash. What do you think caused it? What do you think? Was it Howard Stern, which I liked? I loved WWOR in the early 90s. I watched it. I laughed. And here in the Atlanta, Georgia area, you couldn't hear him on the radio because of the Bible Belt. But I'm asking, seriously, maybe you think it was Howard Stern. When do you think that current pop culture sank to the gutter and never emerged again from the gutter? Was it Howard Stern? Was it Ozzy Osbourne? Look, I'm going to really push some buttons here. And I'm not saying these are my opinions. I'm just throwing this out there. Do you think it was Ozzy Osbourne eating the head off a bat? Was it Jerry Springer? Personally, I think it was Jerry Springer, former mayor of Chicago, who really took low class to an entirely new level of slime. Then you had all these other copycats like Jenny Jones, who caused a gay man to be murdered by a straight guy in a Secret Crush episode. You had Ricky Lake. Even Danny Bonaducci wanted to get into the act. But Geraldo Rivera may actually have been the first one of these scummy daytime talk shows that thrived on trash. What do you think? I think it was Jerry, more so than Geraldo, although Geraldo hit the scene before Jerry Springer did. But Springer took it to another level, times 10 of what Geraldo was doing. But Geraldo showed murder on tape. He had race wars. He had his nose busted on camera live. Did he deserve it? I don't know. You be the judge. The higher power certainly judged that day. When do you think that current pop culture sank to the gutter and never emerged again? Think about that. My other rant of the week, vanishing views on YouTube. That's my vanishing views vent and rant. Several times on my YouTube channel, I'm going to start screenshotting the views. The next day, views are taken away, and these are legitimate views. What I do, maybe one time I will play it back, not in its entirety. I don't have 6 hours or 5 hours to watch the show. I shouldn't say that because, like, you have time to watch it the first time or listen to it the first time. I'm grateful if you do. I would suggest stopping it, restarting it, because I do pack each episode with hopefully historical, entertaining, and impactful stuff in terms of pop culture. It may not impact your life, but hopefully it's something that's educational. That's the goal here on the Nostalgic Podblast. But this is a true thing. I have YouTube and Google taking views away. Now, at podcast.co, I'll see 1,000 downloads, like the last one that I did with Al Hardy on the phone reviewing The Batman. Just on that platform alone. And I can do a screenshot. I had some pretty good numbers. And but on YouTube, it looks like there's 27 people that watched it. Before, it was over like 100, which is not great. We're not talking millions of views here. However, part of my rant is I know there are companies that you pay to get you phony views. Just like on Twitter, you have phony follows. That's proven. It's a business model. And what really gets me in my rant of the week here are those phony videos where it's somebody's kid watching a hit movie like Back to the Future for the first time. And it's never interesting. There's this really homely girl named Skylar who's watching like movies like Superman the movie for the first time, and her brilliant commentary is, "Oh wow, I didn't expect that to happen." It's a waste of time and it's fake. And I don't even want to watch it and give a view to these nincompoops because it's their parents. It's not the kid. The kid is a victim of their parents. But there's been several times where they've busted themselves of having actually seen the movie they claim they're watching for the first time. Anyway, I don't buy 1 million people watching some homely kid watching a movie for the first time. Those are phony views. And I sound like I'm jealous or something. No, I've seen views disappear. And it's not paranoia, it's a fact. I'm going to start documenting this. I did research. I've talked about it before in the Podblast. They say it's called, what is it? An audit. Here's the dumb thing. I try to promote the show by sharing out links to the YouTube videos on different social media platforms. Well, according to what I read, YouTube doesn't consider that a valid view. Why not? That's marketing. If someone clicked through to watch a YouTube video based on a post they saw, say on Facebook or Twitter, and that view is calculated, they take it away if they determine it was a click-through. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. And I'm trained in digital marketing with Cumulus Media when I was with them. I learned all this in other places, and since then I've kept educating myself on marketing. That's a bullcrap policy. I think that bots, like they listen for certain copyrighted items, they're listening for keywords. And if you say something, even in jest as a joke, that they don't like, you get flagged. And then they start auditing you. Can't have this guy getting views. Telling you what to do. It's true. And that's my phony fake rant of the week for this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast number 96. Now, let's talk about the classic treat of the week. I was going to do an update on our contest. I'll do that next time. We've gone, well over 5 hours. I didn't want to have a manifesto-length Podblast, but here we are. Classic treat of the week. I've talked about this briefly when I talked about Hostess products, but I'm going to revisit it. Zingers. Not an insult like George Costanza would wield on Seinfeld. No, Zingers is in the Dolly Madison snack cake. And if you think you're the only one that peeled off the icing, the thick icing, and ate it first before you ate the cake, you weren't. I did that too. And I love that. Zingers come in chocolate, vanilla, and raspberry flavors. I like the vanilla one with the yellow cake and the yellow icing. Oh, I love that. And chocolate and vanilla Zingers have that thick layer of icing I'm talking about on top. And it's just like, it's like a Twinkie, but with icing on top, basically. Raspberry Zingers do not have the icing on top, but instead are covered in a mixture of shaved coconut and raspberry flavored syrup. Double yeah! A series of commercials for Zingers used the Peanuts Charles Schultz characters. Peanuts for the closed captioning. Make sure I'm not talking about a male organ here. I'm talking about a nut. Peanut. Peanuts. A series of commercials for Zingers used in the Peanuts characters with Snoopy playing the part of the mysterious Zinger Zapper, aired on television in the early 80s, 1981, and before that, and after 1981. But I want to play a little one of the commercials for Zingers for you now. Where is it? My little friend. Here it is. Yes, here is a edit please. Here is Lucy talking to Charlie Brown about Zingers.
Just give me the facts. Every time I try to enjoy a zinger, it gets zapped. See? I didn't see anything. Describe the alleged zingers. Well, there's devil's food with chocolate icing, gold cake with creamy vanilla, raspberry with coconut. Oh, with cream centers. It's your imagination, Charlie Brown. There's no zinger zapper. See?
When you have zingers around, there's no escaping the zinger zapper.
Okay, Zingers, the nostalgic treat of the week. Nostalgic toy of the week. Item, the nostalgic toy of the week. Now it's toddler time. This is a toddler toy. The Sit and Spin. I won't spend a whole lot of time on this. This is so juvenile. But the Sit and Spin is a children's toy first marketed in 1974 by Kenner Toys and then by Hasbro following a 1991 merger. The toy mimics a teacup carnival ride and features a large circular two-part plastic base. Let me play a commercial, a classic commercial from 77 for Sit and Spin by Kenner as we wrap up this week's Nostalgic Podblast, or this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast.
Here's Sit and Spin from Kenner.
You can spin around, sit around, even carry it around. Let's go inside. You can spin some more, like before, most anywhere you put it down.
Sit and Spin, the indoor-outdoor take-along spinning toy.
Wow! You can spin like one, spin like two. How you spin is up to you.
Sit and Spin, you put it together. From Kenner's Discovery Time.
Can you imagine being drunk and being on a Sit and Spin after you've had maybe a 12-pack of beer? God, it'd be worse than the Drunken Barrels. Well, I usually will pick anywhere from 5 to 10 taglines and play that game with you, but I've been on so long, and I'm kind of tired, even though I'm wired on coffee. So I'll save that for next time. I've gone almost 5.5 hours in this, the 96th edition, all new edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. I want to wish each and every one of you a great, great week, and I wish you a fond good night. And I hope to see you back on the next time that we're live on the Nostalgic Podblast. And I hope you enjoyed the show. And I'm very grateful for each and every one of you. And like I said, have a great week. The Nostalgic Podblast is all new Monday night at 8 p.m. on fistfulofradio.com. YouTube channel, please subscribe to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast. And join the group, The Nostalgic Podblast, on Facebook. Thanks very much. Good night.